The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is March the 2nd, 2004, and let's get on with this day in history. In 1791, long-distance communication speeds up with the invention of a semaphore machine in Paris. In 1796, Napoleon Bonaparte is appointed commander-in-chief of the French army in Italy. In 1807, U.S. Congress bans the slave trade within the U.S., effective January 1st, 1808. In 1888, the Convention of Constantinople is signed, guaranteeing free maritime passage for the Suez Canal during war and peace. I didn't know the book took that long to read, but I guess it's pretty good that they're allowed to pass through it while reading it. Ow! Stop coming in here and you'll stop getting the club. In 1946, Ho Chi Minh elected president of North Vietnam. In 1956, French-Morocco agreement signed in Paris rescinds the Treaty of Fez, declaring independence of Morocco from France. They had to have a whole treaty about hats. That seems odd, but okay. Ow. What do you have against me getting famous? I have nothing against you getting famous. I have something against you getting infamous on my show. Famous? Infamous? As long as it makes money, it's fine with me. For crying out loud. Will you just let me get on with the segment? I'm not stopping you. Ugh. In 1970, white government of Rhodesia declares itself a republic. I wonder what the black government declared itself as. You actually asked a good question. In 2002, U.S. invasion of Afghanistan, U.S. conventional forces deployed as part of Operation Anaconda. In 1933, King Kong, film directed by Marion C. Cooper and Ernest B. Scholzak, starring Fay Wray, premieres at Radio City Music Hall and RKO Roxy in New York City. In 1965, one of the most popular musical films of all time, The Sound of Music, starring Julie Andrews and Christopher Plummer, premieres. Academy Award, Best Picture, 1966. In 1962, Philadelphia center Wilt Chamberlain scores 100 points, most ever by an NBA player in a single game, in Warriors' 169 to 147 win over New York Knicks in Hershey's 36 of 63 from field, 28 of 32 from free throw line. Well, I guess that's that. It's time to get on with the shows. I need to buy a seal trap. Ugh. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program, with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing stars Amy Arnell and Bob Matthews, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught filling his Uncle Artie Stebbins' pockets full of dog biscuits because he heard him say he was going to the dogs, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Costello, come here. What are you so excited about? What's the matter with you?
I don't know, Abbott. I'm all mixed up.
What do you mean?
In my room, I got a big picture of Lauren Bacall on the ceiling.
Yes?
On my dresser, I got a picture of Rita Hayworth. And on the walls, I got two pictures of Betty Grable and Yvonne DiCarlo under my pillow. And then I got a picture of Darcy Lamore in her sarong, and I think I'm going nuts.
Why?
All night long, I keep dreaming of Gene Autry's horse.
Oh. Costello, what are you doing with all those pictures in your room?
Well, it's time for me to put on my annual spring play, and I'm looking for my leading lady. I think I'll pick Hedy Lamarr this year to play the big love scene with me.
Hedy Lamarr is a great actress, naturally, but she'd make a fool of you in 2 minutes.
Yeah, but just think of those 2 minutes.
Oh. Will you please talk, Sen? Hey, what play are you doing this year?
Well, Abbott, due to the meat shortage, I thought I would do that famous old play about meat.
About meat?
Yeah.
You dummy, there's no play about meat.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
What about A.B.'s Irish roast?
Oh, come on.
And Shakespeare's play about meat, The Merchant of Venison.
Oh, will you please cut it out?
Cut it out. And then there was Hamlet, with the famous lines, to beef or not to beef. Then there was Porky and Bess, Liver, come back to me.
You know what you're saying?
They even wrote a picture about the cow that backed into the meat grinder.
Yeah, what was the name of that?
Lost beef end. Did I go back to that one?
Yes, I know you did. Look, will you cut it out, please? What's your play all about?
Well, it starts with me kissing the leading lady for 20 minutes.
You kissed the leading lady for 20 minutes?
Yep.
Then what happens?
The curtain goes up and the play starts.
Oh, I see. Tell me, that's no way to write a play. In order to write a play, you've got to collect your data.
What was that?
Yeah, you've got to collect your data. Where's your data?
He's home with my mama.
No. I mean the data for your drama. Where's your drama?
She's home with my grandpa.
No. Look, Costello, by the way, what about me? Do I have a part in the play?
Oh, yeah, but you got a beautiful part.
Swell.
As the play opens,
Yes.
they find you drowning in a bathtub. And the water is pouring over your head.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Do I have any lines?
Oh, yeah, you got 2 lines.
What are they?
Glub, glub. That's all.
What do you mean, that's all?
You see, Abbott, this play is a mystery.
Well, what am I doing in the bathtub?
That's the mystery. Suddenly, a shot is heard.
Wait a minute. Do I get hit?
Yeah.
Where?
Right between the towel rack and a soap dish.
That's the worst thing I've ever heard.
Well, if you don't like that, I got a historical play. It's the story of the first Indian Gypsy Rose Lee.
The first Indian Gypsy Rose Lee.
Yes, strip poker hunter.
Say, listen, Costello, you can't bring a play in here at the last minute and put it on the air tonight. Why, the NBC censor has to see and hear it first.
The censor?
Certainly.
What has the censor got to do with my play?
Well, your play might contain some naughty words.
Here, rabbit.
Well, now, wait a
Stop
minute.
talking like that. After all, I am a scout. I'm the scout of the first
I
order.
understand that part is all right.
You won't find any naughty words in my play.
I understand. All right.
I got it.
We'll see about that. You go ahead and read your play, and I'll pretend that I'm the censor.
Now, if I hear one naughty word, look, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll ring this little bell. You see this little bell I have in my hand?
If you hear a naughty word.
I'll ring it like that.
Okay.
Can you hear that all right?
Sure.
All right, now go ahead.
Okay. Now, as my play opens, a boy and a girl are riding along the country road, far from the city's hustle and bustle.
Wait a minute. You can't say bustle.
But I have to say bustle. This takes place in the back country. Right near the county seat.
Now, listen. I'm sorry, Costello, but your bustle is out.
My bustle is out?
Yes.
That's just the way I'm built.
Well, now, please go on with your story.
Okay.
All right.
Well, as the boy and girl are riding along, he suddenly stops the car.
Wait a minute. They've got to keep on riding.
But the car is out of gas.
I'm sorry, you'll have to change it.
The car ran into a tree.
You'll have to change it.
There's a 2-month-old baby sitting in the middle of the road crying.
Oh, that's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Then you change it.
Well, look. You please continue. Continue, go ahead.
Yeah. Suddenly the boy sees bright lights and hears music coming from a saloon.
No saloon.
He hears the music coming from a roadhouse. And it's...
No roadhouse.
There's a choir singing Sweet Adeline. Try and get out of that one.
All right. Go ahead. Go on.
Now, make some of it. Anyway, the boy walks up to the door of the cafe, and he decides to step in.
No. You can't say step in.
I'm sorry, it was a slip.
Wait a minute. You can't say slip.
All right, I can't say slip.
No. That also comes under the census ban.
Underwear?
No. Wait a minute. You can't say underwear.
You know how those things creep up on you.
Will you go on with your story, please? Go ahead.
Okay, suddenly the girl lets out a terrific scream, and the boy turns and sees a big ferocious animal running out of the woods.
Bear?
No, he had a hat and coat on.
Right.
What kind of censor are you?
Will you please go on?
Okay, now, where did I find my place?
Go ahead.
I got it. Now, the bear grabs the boy in his powerful arms and crushes him until he can hardly breathe. He just stands there in pins.
Wait a minute. No pants.
Okay, I'll drop the pin.
Wait a minute. That's better. No.
And then the girl jumps out of the car, runs for help, and comes back with a man from the FBI. As soon as the man comes back from the FBI, oh, darn it. Now I said a naughty word. Ring the bell. I said FBI.
Well,
Ring the bell,
wait a
Abbott.
minute,
I'm naughty.
Costello, FBI isn't a naughty word.
Yes, it is. Isn't the FBI a bureau?
Yes.
What's a bureau?
A chiffonier.
And what's a chiffonier?
Well, it's a tall thing with drawers.
And draws is a naughty word.
Here is a question that was put to 113,000 doctors from border to border and coast to coast. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? 3 of America's leading independent research organizations did the asking, and the brand named most was Camel. Well, doctors, like all of us, smoke for pleasure. Camel's rich, full flavor appeals to their taste, and Camel's cool mildness registers with their throats just as with millions of smokers the world over.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
And now, Camel's own Bob Matthews sings Nick Kenny's newest hit, Blue.
Blue, I was lonely and blue. I was aimlessly drifting along with the tide like a ship lost at at a table for 2, and the sweet serenade that the orchestra played was a blue melody. Then, like the sun on a rainy on a holiday, I'm no longer blue, and I'm grateful to you. Thanks for taking me out of this old world into a world that is new. Now my heaven is
Costello.
Yeah.
What are you doing on that phone?
I called Lana Turner to see if she will be my leading lady in the play tonight.
Oh, why don't you stop, Costello? You don't even know Lana Turner.
Well, yes, I do, Abbott. One time I kissed her, and what a kiss that was. When it was all over, she didn't have to ask me what's cooking. She knew. Operator, what are the answer?
I was waiting for you to pick up those eggs.
Look, kid, I want to for you 121.
What exchange?
Craspiel!
I'm sorry, I can't understand you.
Craspiel! I'll spell it. C as in chair.
In what?
Chair. What are you sitting on?
A hot water bottle. I'm chilly.
Look, operator, will you give me Lana Turner?
Oh, sure. You get me Clark Gable.
Look, operator, I have no time to play games.
Then you'll never be popular.
Oh. Look, operator, do you brush your teeth with gunpowder?
No, I don't.
Then quit shooting off your mouth. Now, give me Lana Turner.
Go ahead. Here's your party.
Hello, darling. I adore you. I love you madly. I'm going to come over to your house right away and hold your lily white hand.
Boss, you sure is going to be disappointed.
Will you please put Miss Turner on the phone?
Sorry, boss, she's picking flowers in the garden.
How do you like that? Imagine Lana Turner in the garden.
Well, I think that's wonderful. I think all women should spend all their time in the garden. A woman that stays in the garden keeps out of mischief.
Didn't help Eve.
Look.
Well, you still haven't got a leading lady for your play tonight. Now, what are you going to do? Wait a minute. Come in. Well, it's our old friend, Scotty Brown.
Hello, laddies. I just dropped in to ask you if you could let me have the loan of one of your older razor blades.
Sorry, Scotty. And what are you going to do? Shave?
No, laddie. We're having split pea soup for supper, and I haven't got anything sharp enough to split the pea.
Here you are, Scotty.
Thank you, laddie. Well, I've got to get back into town. I'll go out and lie down on the street.
You're going to lie down in the street?
Aye, laddie. Some motorist will think I've been run over and rush me into town. It works every time. Come on.
Come on, Costello. Let's go across the hall and talk to Mrs. Niles. Now, she might suggest a leading lady for your play. But be careful now what you say and how you say it. You understand?
Halls are kind of dirty, aren't they?
Go ahead.
Oh, hello, Miss Rabbit. I see you're taking your bulldog out for a walk. Oh, pardon me, that's Costello.
I wish you hadn't said that, Mrs. Niles. I was just about to pay you a compliment.
Oh, you were?
Yes, I was just going to say how much better you look in sunglasses.
But I'm not wearing sunglasses.
No, but I am, and you look much better.
Quiet, Costello. Mrs. Niles, Costello is looking for a young and beautiful girl to be his leading lady.
I accept.
You accept? He said a young and beautiful girl.
Well, I have the face of an 18-year-old girl.
Well, you better give it back to her. You're getting it all wrinkled.
How do you like that? Kenneth!
Oh, yes, dear.
Kenneth, tell Mr. Costello what you think of my work on the stage.
Costello, my wife is a great actress. To me, she's another Hepburn.
To me, she's another hot one.
Costello, quit acting so smart now.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Rabbit. I think Costello is a very clever little man. In fact, Costello, I have a little problem I'd like to have you help me with.
Go ahead.
Tell me, how many hairs does a pig have?
I don't know.
Well, the next time you shave, count them.
You certainly told Costello off that time, dear. I think you're wonderful. You're my little potato bug.
Oh, no, Kenneth, dear, you're my little potato bug.
Oh, no, I insist you're my little potato bug.
And I insist you're my little potato bug.
Well, if anybody's out there with a flitch gun, what are you waiting for?
That's enough, Costello. Get out of my apartment and don't ever come in here again.
Well, you've done it again, Costello. Why do you always have to be so mean?
I don't know.
You don't.
I'm just a tramp hitchhiking down the highway of life. I'm just a fauna looking for flora. Please don't tell Dick Tracy on me. If you do, he won't let me work for him anymore.
You work for Dick Tracy?
Yeah, I pose for those pictures of B.O. Plenty.
Come on, Costello. You still haven't found your leading lady.
Oh, pal, Pardon, monsieur. Would you hold the door open for me?
Hey, look, Costello. It's Mrs. Niles' French maid, Fifi LeBlanc.
Hello, Fifi.
Oh, Monsieur Costello, you cute little man, you. Mon petit ami, mon cher ami. Vous êtes le plus bel homme du monde.
Ah, mercy buck-ups and praise be. Hey, Fifi, stay where you are. I want to look at you. Good. You're just a girl for my leading lady.
Monsieur Costello, you mean I look like an actress?
Oh, you have such beautiful eyes. With you as my leading lady, we will climb to such heights. It will make us dizzy.
Oh, yes, but you have a head start.
Costello, Fifi couldn't be your leading lady. She doesn't speak English.
Good. Then we'll do the play in French.
Oh, you speak the French, monsieur?
Ah, sure does. Ah, sure. I'm from the south of France. I was reading the other guy's part.
To be back in Paris, to promenade down the Champs-Élysées, through the Montmartre, under the Arc de Triomphe.
Not to mention the Rudy Lapou and the Boys de Bologna.
Costello, what are you doing?
But you forget that I am the descendant of that great Frenchman, Francois of Villon.
But Francois Villon was a vagabond and a bum.
I mean, I descended from that greater Frenchman, the Duke of Burgundy.
What? The Duke of Burgundy was a miserable traitor.
I mean the greatest of all Frenchmen. His Majesty, King Louis XI.
But he was an imbecile and an idiot.
Shake hands with a New Jersey jerk.
The figures compiled by 3 top-ranking independent research organizations state that,
according to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
this survey put the question, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? To 113,000 doctors in every state of the 48. The brand most named was Camel. Now, why don't you have your own personal cigarette survey? Ask your T-Zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, about Camels. Your taste will tell you how it likes the rich, full flavor of Camel's great blend of costlier tobaccos. Your throat will tell you most conclusively how Camel's cool mildness agrees with it. Your T-Zone may well explain why Camel was the brand named most by doctors.
With Carl Hoff and the Camel Orchestra, lovely Amy Arnell sings Give Me the Simple Life.
I don't believe in fretting and grieving. Why mess around with strife? I never was cut out to step and strut out. Give me the simple life. Some find it pleasant dining on pheasants. Those things roll off my knife. Just serve me tomatoes and mashed potatoes. Give me the simple life. A cottage small is all I'm after. Not one that's spacious and wide. A house that rings with joy and laughter. And the ones you love inside. Some like the high road, I like the low road, free from the care and strife. Sounds corny and seedy, but yes, indeedy, give me the simple life. Some like the high road, I like the low road, free from the care and strife. Sounds corny and seedy, but yes, indeedy, give me the simple life.
Come here, Costello.
Yes, sir.
Look who I brought in to direct your play tonight.
Yes, sir.
It's the great Professor Melonhead.
Yes, sir. Ah, Melonhead.
There he is, coming down the hall. There he is now.
Well. Good evening, gentlemen. I'm one of Broadway's greatest actors. Good old Broadway, boys. That's where I shine.
It looks like that's where you just came from, Broadway.
Never mind about where I came from. Broadway is where I shine.
That's not the only place you shine. Get a load of that naked scout. Hey, you know, Melonhead, you should have been in that great Broadway play called Harvey.
Harvey?
With that bald head, you could have played the rabbit.
Wait a minute. The rabbit is invisible.
That's you, the invisible hair.
Just a minute, Costello. Costello, you're speaking to a man who has acted all over the world. I speak French, Greek, Russian, Italian, Syrian.
How's your Persian?
Oh, she just had kittens.
Hey, you know that's a piece of joke, Mullenhead?
Yeah?
I think I'll pull it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott! How many languages do you speak?
Oh, I speak French, German, Scotch, and Hindu.
How's your Persian?
I don't speak Persian.
Now, what am I going to do with the cat?
Mr. Melonhead, let's get on with the play.
All right,
will you
Mr.
please?
Rabbit, fine. I have the cast all ready. Mrs. Niles, will you step in here, please?
Oh, no. Mrs. Niles, what's she doing here?
Costello, I'm going to be your wife.
Give me a cheap lawyer! I'm on the divorce!
No, you fool. I'm just going to play your wife.
If you're going to be my wife, I don't want to play.
Quiet, Costello. Professor.
No, I don't want to play.
Quiet, will you please? Keep the remarks to yourself. Who else is in the sketch,
Well,
Professor?
the part of Costello's daughter will be played by the lovely French maid, Fifi Leblanc. Come here, Fifi.
Here I am, Monsieur Melonhead.
Is she going to be my daughter?
That's right. Fifi is your daughter. That's the way I wrote it.
Fifi, come here and kiss your poor old father.
Oh, Mammy, won't share.
I'm caught. I'm bleeding. Well, come here. Somebody, you know that kiss knocked me out? Hey, listen. She actually kissed me. Abbott, this Melonhead is a great writer.
Never mind, Costello. Come on now. Will the cast please take their places? Mr. Niles, please set the scene. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we present a stirring drama of the frozen north entitled They Just Got Wind of Costello in Alaska, or Smellbound. As the scene opens, we find Costello and his wife in their cabin in the frozen reaches of the far north. The time is winter and the weather is bitterly cold.
Hey, listen, Ma. One of them boys from Hollywood and Vine is lost. Cut! That's a nice part for a wolf, ain't it? No overtime. Get...
Paul, that's a blizzard of howling outside. It's been a long, long, hard winter. What's the date today, Paul?
I'm in the 49th.
December the 49th?
It's so cold, January is afraid to show up. BRR. BRR. It sure is cold.
You're reading them lines all wrong. You don't say BRR, you say brr.
You read the straight lines, kid. I'll tell the jokes.
We gotta get out of this country, Paul, before we freeze us to death.
Yeah, but we ain't got any dogs, Ma.
Just look at the ad in this paper. Eskimo spits dogs, $5 apiece.
Eskimo spits dogs?
Yeah.
I'll bet you 10 to 1 he can't do it. Hey, Ma, where's our daughter?
She's out in the barn, milking the cow.
Well, she ought to be in here helping me milk these lambs.
You gotta keep an eye on our daughter. Last night she was out gallivanting with Tommy Krasner.
My daughter gallivanting with Tommy Krasner? Gallivanting? Ma, give me my gun.
Okay, Paul, I'll get your gun. Here's your gun, Paul.
Never mind, I don't need it now. I just looked up gallivanting in the dictionary. It's all right.
Okay, Costello, that was fine. Now, this is the part where your daughter Fifi comes in.
It's about time. That's what I've been waiting for.
All right. Go ahead, Fifi. Read your lines.
Abbott, with her lines, you don't have to read.
Don't interrupt the sketch, Costello. Speak up, Fifi.
Bonjour, Mama, and hello to you, Papa, you great big gorgeous man.
Paul, where did your daughter get that French accent?
Spent her childhood at my feet, snapping my Paris garters.
Daughter, we've been waiting for you all.
Yes, Fifi. Come over here and kiss your poor old father.
Oh, oui, Monsieur Costello, I love you, my darling Papa.
Fifi, you should have been here 2 pages ago. Kiss your old father again.
Just a minute, Costello. Come on. Take it easy.
pal.
Costello, do you hear me? That line is not in the script. You don't know what you're doing.
The line may not be in a script, but, brother, I know what I'm doing.
Costello, will you please get on with the play? The blizzard is raging outside. Look, it's bitter cold. You're freezing and you've got to thaw out. Now, do you know what you do?
Sure. Cece, come here and kiss your poor old
No, look, Costello, the room is cold. You pick up that dried-out old log and throw it on the fire.
Okay. Oh, put me down.
Costello, will you be quiet? Now we're coming to the final scene of the play. It's getting colder and colder outside. You realize you must go for help. So you take your wife in your arms and you kiss her goodbye.
Goodbye, Ma. Gee, your nose is cold, Ma.
I'm over here. Put down that dog.
You know, it was them long ears that fooled me, Ma.
Cut it out, Costello. Now, this is where you say goodbye to your loving daughter.
Daughter, come here and kiss your poor old father.
Papa, I am going to kiss you like they kissed in Paris. Papa, do you like the way we kissed in Paris?
Who turned my shoes around backwards?
Costello will be back for Camel Cigarettes in just a moment. And now, tonight's salute to the men in the armed forces who won through to victory.
Tonight we hail the men of the 94th Division, heroes of Brittany, the Siegfried Line, the Moselle River, and the Saar. Since the beginning of the war, we have sent over 150 million free cigarettes to our fighting men overseas. But now, with demobilization in progress, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. Tonight, the Camels go to U.S. Naval Hospital, Corvallis, Oregon, U.S. Army Woodrow Wilson General Hospital, Staunton, Virginia, U.S. Marine Hospital, Portland, Maine, and Veterans Hospital, Cheyenne, Wyoming, in your honor, men of the 94th Division.
Broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week. Our rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud and Lou back with the final word.
Well, Costello, you were quite a success as a leading man in your play tonight.
Yes, and the audience was so responsive that I have decided to become a dramatic actor. In fact, I'm thinking of starring in a dramatic picture with Ingrid Bergman.
No, not that anymore. How much did the guy say?
Wait a minute. Hey, you wise guy. I guess you think I couldn't be a dramatic actor?
Are you kidding? You're so dumb you can't answer a simple question. Tell me, Fatso, what makes a balloon go up?
Hot air.
What's keeping you on the ground, huh?
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody. Good night, folks.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
What does the pipe smoker want in his pipe tobacco? Tasty flavor and mellow mildness, of course. What doesn't he want? Tongue bite, parch, and sting. And that's why Prince Albert is the national joy smoke. For Prince Albert tobacco is choice and mellow, crimp cut for slow, cool burning, and specially treated to take out tongue bite and sting. Pack your pipe with Prince Albert for pleasure and every puff. And be sure on Saturday night to tune in the great Prince Albert radio show, Grand Ole Opry, coast to coast on NBC.
Be sure to listen at this very same time next week for the Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes. Thursday night is All-Star Night on NBC. Stay tuned for Rudy Valley over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight, Pepsodent brings you The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his special guest, Jimmy Durante.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting from NBC again. It's been a long, long time hope. Telling you whether you're a soldier or a civilian, if you see a girl that's well stacked like a deck and you'd like to neck, use Pepsodent by Heck and you'll have her spellbound like Gregory Peck. Well, here I am back in Hollywood. Hollywood, that's a local expression meaning mob, jam, packed. And I don't care if you do want to shop on the 5th floor, go back down and come up inside the building. Nice to be back, and the whole NBC staff turned out to welcome me back today. Everybody from the office boy down. And it was a wonderful reception. It was a wonderful reception. The crowd went wild and actually threw themselves at my feet. I'm still trying to find out which one of them tied my shoelaces together. And, of course, as soon as I stepped out of the car, I was mobbed by autograph hounds. You know what an autograph hound is. That's the guy that runs up, grabs you by the collar, shoves a leaky fountain pen under your nose, and says, up close you ain't so much. And it's really been a busy week. I attended the Betty Davis marriage. I always find my postcards go like hotcakes at those affairs. And Betty was so happy she cried. I don't know how long Betty cried, but 10 minutes after the ceremony started, the place was knee-deep in rice pudding. I had a wonderful view of the first part of the ceremony, then my fingertips slipped off the windowsill. But I'm really thrilled to be back in town. Hollywood Boulevard looks so pretty as Santa Claus Lane. Santa Claus Lane. That's a slight transformation that occurs to Hollywood Boulevard every December, so that it looks like one of Orson Welles' nightmares with Monty Woolley wandering through it. They had a big parade at the opening. Santa Claus led the parade with a big pack in his back. W.C. Fields was next. He had quite a load, too. And they wanted W.C. Fields to be Santa Claus, but it didn't work out. Every time he exhaled, his whiskers caught fire. No fear of that joke catching on fire, but it was a wonderful parade. But I'm still looking. It was a wonderful parade, but I'm still looking for the guy who tore a phone book into little pieces, then threw the city directory. They wanted W.C. Fields to be Santa Claus, but it didn't work out. Every time he exhaled, his whiskers caught fire. That's the one that started my downfall right there. Always have to have a little egg in the middle, don't you, really? What a parade. Unfortunately, Santa's sleigh stopped in front of the theater where Lost Weekend is playing. In 5 minutes, both of the reindeer's eyes were bloodshot. They wanted W.C. Fields to be Santa Claus, but it didn't work out every time he exhaled. I thought I'd sneak that in while you were in good humor. But I've never seen such a crowd. My brother got into the crowd on the sidewalk for about $600, and I don't think I've ever seen so many kids so happy. It was like the night out at Crosby's when his gang heard Sinatra hit that flat note. I'll get it right here. Hello?
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 Told you we should have gotten a joke to go in there.
Kelowna, where are you? You're supposed to be here at NBC.
Well, Hope, this is the closest parking space I could find.
But where are you, Kelowna?
Camp Roberts. And don't annoy me now, Hope. I'm busy kissing a wax.
Private?
Well, not exactly. A couple of second lieutenants are taking notes. It's wonderful, Hope. She just kissed me first on one cheek, then on the other, then on the nose, and then on the chin.
She kissed you on both cheeks, then on the nose, then on the chin. Why did she do that, Kelowna?
I don't know. I guess she likes to beat around the bush. That's it. Beat around the bush. Oh, well. Still better than driving a garbage truck.
I wanted W.C. Fields to be Santa Claus, but it didn't work out. Say, Kelowna, why does your head come to such a point?
The sailboat in the water in my brain. What's your story?
Kelowna, don't be silly. How could you get a sailboat in the water in your brain?
Big eardrum, small nephew.
What did W.C. I still think that's a good joke. Kelowna, you know, if this program is a failure, I'm going to lay it at your doorstep.
Okay, but it'll take a long time for it to hatch.
Kelowna, stop fooling around. Get here to Hollywood for the show.
Okay, Hope. I'll have my friend Joe shoot me out of a cannon. Here I go into the barrel.
Kelowna, that's impossible.
No, it isn't, Hope. Okay, Joe. Shoot me straight at Hollywood. Ready? Fire! Got it. Glendale.
Glendale, Kelowna, what happened?
That Joe, he put a curve on me.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Irium. Cursed my little fluff at senior hop.
Let's dance.
Who, me?
Not you.
Oh, gee.
So folks don't be like Miriam, use Irium.
No matter how many toothpaste you've tried, no matter how good a job you think your present brand is doing, change now to Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see if you don't find new brightness in your teeth, new sparkle in your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. Because it removes film, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. And in just 1 week, see the difference. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See how it uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Now the gal is stopped at the senior hop.
Let's dance.
I'll sing.
Let's swing.
Okay.
So folks don't be like Miriam, use Irium.
Ladies and gentlemen, Friday, December the 7th is free movie day in 16,000 theaters throughout the United States. Instead of buying a ticket, you will be admitted free by buying a victory bond. Our fighting men finished their job. How's about finishing yours? Go to your favorite motion picture theater Friday, buy your victory bond, and see that picture you've been waiting to see. Remember, Friday is free movie day, and here's Francis Langford. Come on.
I'm waiting for the train to come in, waiting for my man to come home. I've counted every minute of each livelong day, been so melancholy since he went away. I've shed a million teardrops or more, waiting for the one I adore. I'm waiting in the depot by the railroad tracks, looking
for the choo-choo train that brings him back, waiting for my life to begin, waiting for the train to come
That's the third one that's gone by. Well, Robert has to be on the next one. I'll finally see what the guy looks like that the USO asked me to write letters to. Gee, he must be interested in me. He's been writing to me ever since I sent him my address and the stamp. Gee, I hope he's handsome. In those snapshots he sent, I could never see his face through the bars. I wonder if he's sitting on the train thinking of me.
Gee, I'm almost there. I must be in love with Frances, all right. That's twice now I've spelled her name out in banana peels in the aisle. Boy, I can't believe I'm finally going to see her. I wonder if I should grease my hair down some more. I better not. It's dangerous hanging out the window and getting it off the axle. I wish I could have found a really beautiful present to give her, but I'll get sick if I eat another box of those Cracker Jacks. Gee, there's a girl with a red carnation. Red carnation in her hair. That must be her. Frances! Guess I was a little over-anxious. Oh, hello.
Gee, are you the man I've been writing to all this time?
Sure, I'm the man. Don't you see the red rose?
Yes, I see it, and now that we've met, you can take it out of your hair. So you're really Robert.
Well, I sent you a picture of myself, didn't I? What are you so surprised about?
Well, gee, in the picture you've got a forehead.
Well, that was before my last GI haircut. You'll like me better when you see more of me.
You mean you left some on the train?
Say, you not only have lines, but you have lines.
So you really like me, huh?
Well, I ain't chewing on this railroad track because I need the iron in my system. Say, I could, but I knew you'd be a warm cookie. I could tell by your letters.
How could you tell?
Well, on all the airmail stamps, the pilot was out on the wing fanning himself. Here's a little present for you, Francie. I was sitting behind a lady in the train that had some flowers, and I swiped a few of them for you.
Thank you, Robert. They're lovely flowers.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty expensive hat. Lucky for me, she got off at Hollywood.
Oh, were you in Hollywood?
Yeah, and I picked up a lot of fast stuff there.
You did?
Yeah, you want to chew some hot tar?
You chew tar? Did you pick that up in Hollywood?
Yeah, right off of Sunset Boulevard. Sure did. Well, what do you say? You and me going to get hit?
Well, first of all, I'll have to let my father give you his approval.
Go ahead, work it out. It's a half hour. And a box of Snickers, so that's what
Well,
try it again. It's all right.
First of all, you'll have to get my father's approval.
Bad lighting here.
He came down here with me to check up and see what kind of a man you were. I'll call him. Father!
Coming, daughter. Gad, he got run over by the train, eh?
Father, this is the soldier I came to meet.
Did you have any trouble finding him, daughter?
No, I just looked around, and there he was, standing on the platform.
Be more specific. Which plank did he crawl out of?
Father, you don't understand. This is Robert. What do you think I should do?
Run!
Father!
Oh, don't cry, daughter. He may not be much to look at, but he's a man. You are a man, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, well, you can laugh, but I may go into pictures.
Oh, Robert, I'm afraid you wouldn't have a chance.
Leave him alone, daughter. After all, Lassie made it.
That's a fine way to talk to me. I was just going to ask for your daughter's hand.
Which one?
No, I'm serious.
Well, this isn't a water pistol I've got here. Now, tell me, do you have any money?
Well, after all, two can live as cheaply as one.
Well, that's fine. But what are you going to live on? Well, I guess we can use you on the farm. The hired man drinks too much.
He drinks too much.
Yes, every time he milks the cow, he brings the pail back empty.
Oh, Father, then you give your consent?
Yes, daughter, I give my consent for you two to marry. Until death do you part, and let no man come between you. That Tommy Manville really works fast, doesn't he?
And here's Skinny Ennis singing just a little sound effect. Skinny Ennis will be here next week. Thank you very much.
Despite... Do you mind if I cut in?
He was thin, wasn't he?
Despite years of faithful brushing, despite any other toothpaste you've tried, see if your teeth are noticeably brighter in just 1 week after you change to Pepsodent toothpaste. You see, Pepsodent toothpaste contains Irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away quickly, easily, safely. Brings new brilliance to your teeth. So forget other brands you've tried. Change to Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see the difference in the brightness of your teeth, the sparkle of your smile. Ask for refreshing Pepsodent toothpaste, because Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Now the gal is stopped at the senior house. Let's sing! I'll sing! Let's rock it down! What would still be like Miriam? Use Irium!
Yes, sir. Thank you, Skinny Ennis. Ladies and gentlemen, I only read what's written there. There it is, right there. Ladies and gentlemen, during the past few years, I've gotten a little out of touch with the goings-on here in Sid Stroh's Hollywood studios. So tonight, I've invited an old friend to come down here to give me a few pointers. Hollywood's most polished man about town and social leader, Mr. Jimmy Durante. Here he is.
Thank you, peasant. How are you, Robert? How are things with the hoi polloi? You know, I'm here to brush you up on that there society there.
Oh, are you sure you're an authority on the subject?
Do you doubt my integrity? Why, I'm one of the 400.
And what do the other 399 have to say about it?
They keep screaming everybody wants to get into the act.
So you're the crumb in the upper crust, huh?
I'm telling you, Robert, I'm on page 1 of Who's Who under What's That.
So you're really a blue blood.
Are you jesting? My blood is so pure, my corpuscles sing melancholy baby.
But a funnier joke if you said blue like it was on the paper right there.
I only read what's on the paper.
How should you be able to read tonight? Follow along in our pattern. Do you mean to say you remember the... Do you mean to say you remember the horse you set, Jimmy?
Indubitably. You're taking... Indubitably. You're talking to one of the fellows of society, if I may coin a phrase.
Oh. Well, if you corn that one, you'll get 5 years for counterfeiting.
Wait till I get him on the Rexall.
Too early to get your plug in. What are you doing? Oh, they sell Pepsodent, though. I forgot. But I'm really amazed, Jimmy. You knew nothing about society when I left town.
Knew nothing? Why, I'm the one who taught Emily to post. I toured the continent in Elsa's Maxwell. That's the one I told you to take up. And I'm the blue blood who put Hilda on her guard.
Why, well, hook out right there.
Why, while the Duke of Westchester was away, I hobnobbed with the Duchess.
And when the Duke returned,
he played hob with my knob. Durante, you mad fool, you.
Oh, you impetuous Maxie Rosenblum. Say, I'd like to go to one of those social affairs with you, Jimmy.
Well, as luck would have it, Bob, I'm going to a shindig, the Caviar and Crumpet Set us tossing at Pasadena tonight. It's very exclusive, but I'll take you along regardless. How soon can you be ready to leave?
In 5 minutes, Jimmy. Did you say this is in Pasadena?
Yes, that's right.
Make it in 10 minutes. It'll take me a little time to find my Hoover button. Okay,
Well, here we are, Bob. Ain't it a big, beautiful house?
Yeah, hide the bicycle in the shrubbery and let's go in. Say, where's the doorbell?
There ain't any. Here's the way you do it in these big ritzy joints. Anaconda copper!
Good evening, sir. Come in. Miss Van Langford, domicile.
And your father's mustache to you.
And here is your hostess, presenting Miss Frances Van Langford.
Oh, how ecstatic you could come.
It was nothing.
I just had to meet you theatrical people. You see, I was on the stage early in my career.
Who was driving, Wells or Fargo?
Bob, I'll show you how to be ritzy. Oh, Francis, I'm just too charmed to be at your party. It's a delightful affair. Rally, it is. Rally.
Oh, thank you, James. You're just too. You know, James, I had a very thrilling experience today. I touched Van Johnson.
Yeah? For how much?
Say, tell me, Miss Van, are you really one of them debutantes?
Well, I am coming out.
Yeah. I was
just think before you... That was cut, and you know it. Now what?
How about some champagne, Mr. Durante?
Oh, I may have a slipper or two.
Do you always drink champagne from a slipper?
Yeah, but only if the girls have water on the knees.
Why?
Well, that way I get a chaser, too.
I wonder if we could possibly persuade Mr. Durante to play the piano for us.
Well, I'll get him another stool.
Bob, I picked out this little number specially for this party. It's very highbrow. Stop the music! Stop the music! What kind of a piano is this?
It's a Steinway, Mr. Durante.
Well, get Stein out of the way. This is going to be a solo. I was sitting at my piano the other day, but my mind was ill at ease. They were coming to take it away that afternoon. I was all by myself in a mellow mood, improvising symphonies. My right hand was playing Mozart's Minuet, and at the same time, my left hand was playing the Habanera from Carmen, and at the same time, my mouth was whistling the sextet from Luigini's. And while all this was going on, what do you think my foot was doing? While keeping time, it was cracking walnuts. You see, I had to eat, too. Then, in the midst of my soliloquy, a strange feeling came over me. My right hand stopped playing. My left hand stopped playing. My mouth stopped whistling, and my foot stopped cracking the walnuts. Food became secondary. Why? Because, ladies and gentlemen, I found it. I found it. The lost chord. That's it. The lost chord. Wait a minute. I found the chord. Go out and find your own chord. So let's celebrate. I'm feeling great. I'm the guy that found the lost chord. That's it. I'll have my name in the Hall of Fame, 'cause I just went and found that chord. It hasn't changed. Everyone knows Tchaikovsky wasn't recognized for 200 years. Brahms wasn't recognized for 300 years. Beethoven wasn't recognized for 400 years. I can't wait that long. I've only got 2 changes of clothes. So let's celebrate. I'm feeling great. I'm the guy that found the lost chord. You know, it wasn't easy finding that lost chord. Working in my attic, I didn't sleep for days and days. I'd have been in terrible shape if I hadn't have slept nights. Ladies and gentlemen, how I struggled. I worked my brain to the bone. First, I'd put an A flat with a B minor. Then I put a B minor with an F major. Then I put an F major with a B minor. Then I tried an A and a B and a B and a G and a G and an E and an E and a D and a D and a B and a B and a B and a D and a G. But a piano, no apostrophes. People said I was mad. But that didn't discourage me. They said Mozart was mad. They said Puccini was mad. They said Louis was mad.
Who was Louis?
My uncle. He was mad. Soon my efforts bore fruit and I found it. The lost chord. Music lovers, do you realize what you're hearing? I'll play it again. That ain't the chord. Neither is that. Neither is that. Neither is that. What happened to it? I lost the chord. Lock the doors. Nobody leaves the joint until the chord is returned. Call out the cops. Call out the Marines. Call out the Air Corps.
Call for Philip Morris.
Philip Morris? Everybody wants to get into the act. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sit down on the keyboard of this piano until the chord is returned. That's it. The lost chord. I found it. I found it by sitting on the piano keyboard. I'll try it again. Very strange. I usually play by ear. So let's celebrate. I'm feeling great. I'm the guy that found the lost chord.
For the memory of war bonds bought before that helped to win the war. But now it's won, let's win the peace by buying one bond more. And we thank you so much. And thanks for the memory of all the bonds you keep and profits that you'll reap. To those who lost their lives, the cost was surely not that cheap. And we thank them so much. I want to thank Jimmy Durante very much for being with us tonight. And I'll see you on the Rexall show soon, Jimmy. And all you people in Phoenix, Arizona, we'll be seeing you at the gigantic Victory Loan show next Tuesday night in Phoenix, Arizona. It's been fun doing the show for the civilians for a change. And folks, I'd like to take a second to toss an orchid to the American civilian for the job he and she did in this war. You know, plenty of civilian men in overalls and civilian girls in blue jeans sweat plenty of sweat to turn out the stuff that put Eisenhower in Berlin and MacArthur in Tokyo. And many a civilian has a little button that says, I gave a pint of blood, and in many a case it's a gallon. And what about those women who met and still meet the troop trains and make with the coffee and sandwiches? What wonderful women they are. All they ask in return is a sailor's hello, Mom, or to watch a chowhound put a dent in their home cooking. And those GI wives, what an outfit they are, as strong as your best armor division. Those Army and Navy wives took from 2 to 4 years of loneliness with less griping than you hear in a separation center. Many of them divided their time between the assembly line and caring for little G.I. Joe Jr. But this war was a family affair. There were 12 million men in uniform, and backing them up were 120 million civilians at home. And speaking of those 120 million civilians, as the B-29 pilot said over the intercom, brother, what a ground crew. Good night. Accidents presented Bob Hope, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. This is Wendell Niles reminding you to change to Pepsodent toothpaste. For Pepsodent and only Pepsodent can change this National Broadcasting Company.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we suggest that you pay particular attention to an important announcement, which will be given at the end of tonight's program.
The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Personnel Division. A resident of your city files a report of robbery and assault. The suspect, a rookie police officer. Your job, arrest him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, transcribed in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, April 9th. It was foggy in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of personnel. My partner's Ben Romero, the boss is Deputy Chief Holman, Commander BIA. My name's Friday. We're on the way over from the City Hall, and it was 5:25 p.m. when we got to Central Division. The assembly room.
See him, Joe?
Yeah, it looks like him over there.
I'll let you know.
Hi. Are you Russell Clark?
Yeah, that's right.
Friday and Romero personnel.
All right.
Lieutenant Drummond over at BIA would like to talk to you.
All right. When do you want to see me?
Right now.
Okay. We'll look at the cap. Okay, let's go. What do they want to see me about, you know?
Drummond will tell you.
Okay.
How long you been on the job, Clark?
About 2.5 months.
How do you like it?
Oh, I like it fine. Wife doesn't think much of it. She wanted me to stay at my old job.
What was that?
Selling insurance. I like to have me home nights. Doesn't like to be alone, especially now.
Yeah?
She's expecting in a couple of months. You know how they get.
Yeah. Just across here.
Hey, I put in a request for day work. Do you think that's why personnel wants to see me?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Boy, I'd sure like to get that day watch.
Yeah.
That the way you fellas started?
I did, yeah. You started in traffic, didn't you, Ben?
Yeah, Had 9 months, Ellie.
Go ahead, Clark.
Oh, thanks. I have to be on the job at 6. Think it's going to take very long?
I don't know.
Hi, Friday.
Hi.
Right in, Lieutenant's waiting. Listen, Al Coleman.
Lieutenant?
Yeah, come in.
This is Officer Clark, Lieutenant Drummond.
How do you do, sir?
How are you, Clark? Sit down.
Thanks.
A couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
You were on special duty at the Olympic Auditorium last night, is that right?
Yes, sir, for the fights.
Anything unusual happen out there last night?
Well, it wasn't very important, Lieutenant. After the fights, a drunk fell down the stairs. On the way out of the auditorium, broke his arm. I took him to Georgia Street, and they took care of the arm, and I drove him home. He was pretty drunk.
Why didn't you book the man?
I didn't think it was necessary.
How long you been with the department, Clark?
2.5 months, sir.
Didn't you know he should have been booked for violation of 4127A LAMC?
Well, the man was in pretty bad shape, Lieutenant. Broken arm. I guess I didn't think the law was that strict.
Law's there for a purpose. You decided to forget it, now you're in a mess, right up to your neck.
I don't understand.
You remember the name of that drunk you took care of last night?
Yes, sir. His name was Stacy. Lives out in West L.A. What's the matter, Lieutenant?
That drunk, Mr. Stacy, wants to file a complaint against you.
What for?
He claims you took him back to the auditorium, beat him up, broke his arm, and robbed him of $128.
Oh, he's crazy. He's lying. I didn't do that.
Got his word against yours, Clark. Facts seem to favor him.
But I can prove it. Well, there was at least a couple of dozen people around. There was a doctor. He can tell you.
Maybe you better take it from the beginning, Clark. Exactly how did it happen?
I was right after the fights. I was on duty in the lobby, and I saw a bunch of people crowding around the foot of the stairs.
Yeah?
I went over to see what the trouble was, and they were looking at this man lying on the pavement. It was Stacy. A doctor was examining him.
This doctor, did he identify himself?
Yeah. I asked for his identification. He showed it to me. Gave me a card. He was doctor, all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he told me that he'd seen Stacy fall down the stairs coming out of the auditorium. Said that Stacy had broken his left arm.
What'd you do then?
Well, the doc said it'd be okay to move him, so I helped him into my car and took him down to Georgia Street. He was so drunk he could hardly stand up. The attendants at Georgia Street took care of his arm. Well, they can tell you all about this.
Maybe, but they can't help you out as witnesses. You could have beaten up Stacy, robbed him, then taken him to Georgia Street.
But I didn't, Lieutenant. I tell you that Stacy's lying.
What'd you do when you left Georgia Street?
Well, I drove into Central and told him what happened. I told the watch commander I was going to drive this Stacy home, and he warned me about it. Guess I should have known better, but... Well, I swear to you this Stacy's lying.
You should have known better. Where'd you go after you left Central?
I drove him home. On the way, he said he was hungry, so I stopped. I bought him a sandwich and some black coffee. Kept telling me what a nag his wife was. Said he was afraid to go home.
Go on.
Well, when I got into his place, his wife started chewing me out. I just said goodnight and left.
That's it, huh?
That's it. So help me, that's exactly what happened.
Now, how about the doctor at the auditorium, the one who saw Stacy fall? Did you get his name and address?
Well, no, Lieutenant, I didn't. I didn't think it was necessary.
How about the crowd that was standing around? Did you spot anybody you know?
No, I didn't. They're just a bunch of people coming out of the fights.
Then you haven't got anyone to corroborate your story.
But all those people saw it. There must have been a couple of dozen of them.
What are their names?
Well, I don't know. All I know is I didn't beat him up and I didn't take his money. I tell you, the Stacy's lying.
You could be lying. We got no proof either way.
I'm not lying, Lieutenant. I didn't do it.
We might believe you, Clark. That doesn't make any difference. If this man files a 211 against you, it's got to be settled in court.
But I didn't do it. I tell you, I swear I did.
Just a minute. Mike, send in Mr. and Mrs. Stacy, will you? You can hear the story the way we get it from Stacy and his wife.
I'd like to hear it. I don't know why he's doing this to me. I helped him all I could.
Look, Jerry, there he is. That's the one.
Yeah, that's him, Chief.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Stacy. What's this all about?
Hold it, Clark. Mr. Stacy, would you repeat the same story you told us this morning, please?
You know what I told you, Chief. You had the stenographer take it all down. It's the same thing.
I'd like to have you repeat it in front of Officer Clark here. He's entitled to know what you're charging him with.
A man like that's entitled to nothing. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Look, lady, your husband's lying.
Don't call my husband a liar. You're not a policeman. You're a hoodlum.
All right, wait a minute.
I'd like to know what this city's coming to. Cops going around beating up private citizens. Who do we trust if we can't trust a policeman?
Just a minute, please.
You don't know, Captain. You should have seen my husband when that officer brought him home last night. Arm all bandaged, his face all cut up. He was hurt so bad he could hardly stand up.
He was too drunk to stand up, lady.
Don't you get fresh with me, man.
All right, that's enough.
This cop got hold of me as I was coming out of the fights. Took me in back of the auditorium. Told me if I didn't hand over my wallet, he'd book me on a drunk charge.
Were you drunk, Stacy?
I was not. Had a couple of beers, that's all. When I wouldn't give him my money, he beat me up. Broke my arm and took my wallet.
How do men like you ever get on the police force?
He figured he'd cover up, so he took me and had my arm fixed at the emergency hospital. Then he drove me home. Threatened me all the way. He said, you tell anybody about this and I'll get you. That's just what he said.
I don't get it, Stacy. You know that story's a pack of lies. Why are you doing this to me?
It's the truth. And I'm going to press charges and get my money back.
$128. What have you done with it?
We can take care of the questioning, Mrs. Stacy.
I don't see you doing it. Make him tell. Where's our money?
I haven't got it.
Don't talk back to me.
Mr. Stacy, you and your wife want to file a crime report at this time.
We want to press charges.
Romero?
Yeah?
Take Mr. and Mrs. Stacy down to Record Bureau. Have them make out a report for 211 and assault.
All right. Get them this way, please.
Now, listen. We're going to get action if we have to take this to the district attorney. We're not afraid of the publicity. We'll go to the newspaper if we don't get action.
Yes, ma'am.
What's it, Clark?
They're lying. I can't prove it, but they're lying.
Well, you can see the position it puts us in. If you're innocent, we'll do all we can. If you're guilty, we'll see you get everything that's coming to you.
But they're lying. You know that.
Not up to us. The court's going to have to decide.
That's it.
That's it.
No, there's no other way, Clark. We got 4,500 men in the department. We don't claim they're all saints. Once in a while, a bad cop comes along, he pulls a caper, and all of us get a black eye. This book of rules is the only protection we got against that. By failing to enforce the law, you violated your duty as a police officer. Got yourself in a real mess, Clark. Like anybody else, you get a fair trial.
That mean I'm dropping the force?
Those people have filed a crime report. Draw suspension pending the outcome of the case. After that, if you're cleared, there'll be a hearing before the Board of Rights.
Right through right now?
You'll be booked for robbery and assault and held in county jail. Case will be presented to the district attorney tomorrow.
What can I do?
I'll have to have your badge. On the desk. Your gun? ID card?
Yeah.
On the desk.
Yeah.
All right, Joe, that's it.
Okay.
Take him.
6 p.m. Ben returned to the office, and together we took rookie police officer Russell Clark across the street to the Hall of Justice. At the county jail booking desk on the 12th floor, he was booked on suspicion of 211 PC and assault with intent to do great bodily harm. He was lodged in the cell block. Investigating charges against a police officer involves exactly the same procedure as cases where private citizens are concerned. Prove the suspect innocent or guilty. That's the job. If Clark was innocent, it looked like there was only one way of proving it. That was somehow to find the unnamed doctor who was supposed to have seen Stacy fall down the auditorium stairs and then examined him afterward. If Clark was guilty, we had to find proof that his story about Stacy falling downstairs was a lie. Besides that, we had to find evidence that he beat up Stacy at the rear of the auditorium that night and that he robbed him of $128. Thursday, April 10th. Ben and I checked in for work at 7:45 a.m. and found a message from the jailer on the phone board. Clark wanted to see us right away. We met with him in the county jail interview room.
How you doing? Not too bad.
Don't let it sour you, huh?
Sergeant, you really think I rolled that character? Come on, tell me the truth.
We checked you out. Good family. You got a fine Army record. No, we don't think you did it.
I just can't understand why he picked me out. I tried to help him all I could. Then he walks in the next day with a frame story like that.
You got any idea why Stacy would pull something like this on you?
I don't know. I'm worried, Sergeant. Believe me, I can't afford to sit here missing my pay. We live pretty close to the budget with a baby coming. I'm worried about the wife. I just don't know what to do.
You sure you told us everything about this that you remember?
Well, that's the one reason I wanted to see you. I didn't sleep much last night. I kept trying to remember the name of that doctor.
Yeah?
Well, I remember once he did mention his name, and then when I asked for his identification, he showed me one of his cards.
Any idea what his name was?
Well, I'm not sure, but as I remembered, it was some kind of a Swedish or Norwegian name, something like Johnson, Tollefson, something with a son on the end of it. It's on that card.
That doesn't narrow it down too much. Where is the card?
Well, I think I put his card in one of the pockets of my other uniform shirt. That's why I called you. I wonder if you could check that for me. It's at home.
Sure. Where do you live?
Out on Norwich Road, 411. It's right near the Coliseum.
411.
Yeah.
All right, we'll check it out for you.
Just ask the wife, will you? Card should be in one of the pockets.
Yeah, if you put it there. Ben and I left the interview room at the county jail and drove out to the home of Officer Clark on Norwich Road. We introduced ourselves to his wife and told her what we were after. Her eyes were red and looked like she'd been crying. She asked about her husband. We told her he was all right.
They're making a terrible mistake, Sergeant. Russ never did anything crooked in his life. He didn't do it. I know he didn't.
We'll do everything we can to straighten it out, Mrs. Clark. The court will have the final say.
I knew Russ shouldn't have left his insurance job. I just knew it, all this trouble.
How about that shirt that your husband told us about, the one he wore that night at the auditorium?
Oh, yes, his other uniform shirt.
Mm-hmm. Can we see it, please?
Oh, yes, certainly. It's right this way, back in bed. What's so important about the shirt, Sergeant?
Your husband told us that there might be a card in one of the pockets. Might help clear up things.
Well, it should be hanging up here in the closet. I always like to keep Russ's shirts on hangers. He keeps them much nicer looking.
What's the matter?
This morning I sent it to the cleaners.
Clark's wife, Ben, and I drove down to a dry cleaning shop a few blocks away where Mrs. Clark had left the shirt. The counter girl there told us that the truck had already been by that morning and picked up the day's cleaning. It was a store rule to check all garments for contents. She had found nothing. We got the address of the main plant, the Great Northern Dry Cleaners, a place down on Factory Street. 10:15 a.m. We checked in at the main plant and explained to the manager what we were after. We gave him the tag number of her cleaning, and Mrs. Clark gave him the description of the shirt. We waited in the manager's office while he made a search for the dark blue wool police shirt.
How about this one, lady? It's the only blue wool shirt picked up at your cleaners this morning.
Yes, that's Russ's shirt. That pocket flap there. I mended it.
I'll check the pockets for you. I had to pull it out of the tank. It's all wet.
Anything?
Not in this pocket. Try the other one.
Yeah?
Look for yourself.
Nothing.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation, presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of Northwest Airlines stewardess Jean Madsen. This is her actual signed statement.
There's one thing I really look forward to after a long flight. A good, mild smoke. That's why I prefer the new king-size Fatima. It's milder than any other long cigarette I've tried. Yes, I agree. It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And so do more and more smokers every day. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
Thursday, April 10th. Shortly after noon, the daily newspapers were on the streets, and the head on one of the top front page stories read, "Rookie cop slugs robbed citizen." Ben and I went back to the county jail and told Clark that we'd failed to find the card. He could give us no other lead that might help in clearing the case. During the next 2 days that followed, Ben and I ran down every possible lead, no matter how remote it was. I made a thorough check on Mr. and Mrs. Stacy. We double-checked back on Clark's record. For one full day, we did nothing but phone doctors in and around the city of Los Angeles. From a list of hundreds, we came across 3 doctors who had been present at the fights in Olympic Auditorium on the night Stacy claimed he was beaten up and robbed by Officer Clark. None of the 3 had seen a man tumble down the stairway leading from the balcony to the lobby. None of them had seen any accident or had been called on to help anyone professionally. Monday, April 14th, we met with Lieutenant Ralph Drummond.
No go, huh?
That's got us, Ralph. We can't figure. It's almost a fact Stacy's lying.
Clark, what about him?
Well, there's still nothing to show that he didn't do it. He had the opportunity. Maybe he had a motive. He needs money, you know.
Who doesn't? How much you get on Stacy?
He and his wife run a second-hand furniture store in South Flower. It's a small business. Stacy's quite a gambler. He bets on the fights.
Yeah?
We checked around with some of the gang down at the auditorium. Stacy's well-known down there. He laid some pretty heavy bets the night he claims Clark rolled him.
How much?
You got the dope there, Ben. How's it figure out?
He lost over $75 in small amounts. Add to that the fact that he was doing some partying. That might account for the 128 this measure.
Stacy blew the roll, was afraid to tell his wife, so he cooked up the story against Clark.
Yeah, sure. Maybe that could have been the way it happened.
What do you got on the other side?
Not much, Ralph. Couldn't dig up anything against Clark. I don't know. He doesn't seem like the type to pull something like that.
Maybe not. We still can't prove he didn't do it. How about the papers? You've been plugging for witnesses?
Yeah. Here's the ad. Had it running in personals for 4 days now.
Thanks. All those saw a man fall down the stairway in the auditorium. Tuesday, please call Michigan 5211-75. No results, sir.
No. All the possible doctors in town have been checked out, too.
How about the local medical magazines?
Got an ad in there, Ralph. Nothing's happened.
Well, one thing is sure. Something's got to happen. Newspapers are scorching the kid and the department along with him. Victim without a trial makes good reading in the tabloids.
There's one thing I can't understand. If Clark's leveling and there was a doctor at the fights that might have looked at Stacy, then where's the doctor? We've had this thing noised all around town.
Well, give it a little more time. He might turn up. I kind of like the Stacy angle.
What do you mean?
Well, suppose we get him in here. Think we could break him down under questioning?
No, I doubt that. We can't even get close to him. That wife of his and that lawyer, they're with him all the time. He's afraid to talk to us.
Maybe if we pass the word to his wife he'd been gambling, how far can we go on that?
Well, she might believe us, she might not. You've seen what she's like.
Yeah. I got an idea he sold her on a story, and she's tagging along to get the $128 back.
It gives me an idea, Joe. One thing we might have missed.
Yeah, what's that?
We found out that Stacy did a little partying before he went to the fights at the auditorium that night, didn't we?
Yeah, go ahead.
We checked out a couple of the bars he was drinking at, but we figure he must have parted away at least $50 out of that $128.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't spend that much at the bars.
Oh, well, sure. He probably hit a few other places, too.
That's what I mean. That's still a lot of money to drink up alone.
You figure a woman?
Maybe.
You got any reason to think Stacy plays around?
Just one.
Yeah?
His wife.
Monday, 1 p.m. Ben and I started to canvass of bars and small nightclubs in the general area around the Olympic Auditorium. We started with those where Stacy was a regular customer. We failed to turn up any leads. Either the bartenders refused to tell us or they had no knowledge of Stacy's running around with other women. We kept at it. Another day passed. 2 days. Nothing. One of the newspapers started a campaign against the brutality of police officers. On Thursday, we got a tip from a bartender at a place out on Washington Street, the Brown Cow. He told us that he thought he saw a man answering Stacy's description in his bar a few nights before with a flashy blonde in her late 20s. He said he didn't know Stacy too well, but he knew the girl, and he knew the hotel where she stayed. Her name was Sandra Gay, an acrobatic specialty dancer at a cheap nightclub. We checked out her hotel, but she wasn't in. We left word for her to get in touch with us, and then we picked up a hamburger and some potato salad for lunch and checked back in at the office.
How you doing, Coleman?
Not as good as you two.
How do you mean?
Can't you smell a perfume? It's off a blonde named Sandra Gay. She's waiting in the next room. Won't talk to anybody but you.
Thanks. Come on, Ben. Didn't waste much time, did she?
Perfume. Sure strong.
Your name, Sandra Gay?
Yeah, that's right. You the fellas been looking for me?
Drop by your hotel. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sure, it's all right.
This is my partner, Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday.
How you doing?
Hello. Romero. Kind of cute for a cop. What can I help you with?
Do you know anybody by the name of Gerald Stacy, Miss Gay?
Gerald, yeah, I hate that name.
Do you know any man who calls himself that?
No. I think that's a terrible name for a man, Gerald.
The man we have in mind is pretty short, stocky build, dark hair, and he wears steel-rimmed glasses.
Yeah, where's he hang out?
Place out in Washington, the Brown Cow. Supposed to have been seen with you. Gerald Stacy.
Oh, yeah, I think I know who you mean. Furniture business. He runs a place near the Brown Cow.
That's right. You know him?
Oh, Pop, sure, I know him. We get together once in a while. He's a kick.
Pretty big spender?
When he's got it, yeah. Last time we went out, he was fine. He can kick it around when he wants to. Oh, Pops.
When's the last time you were out with him, Miss Gay?
Maybe a week, 2 weeks ago. It was a Tuesday night, I think. Yeah.
Tuesday the 8th? Is that about right?
Yeah, it must have been it. Why, what's it all about?
Did you spend most of the evening with him?
No, I had to get back to the club, do my act. He went on to the fights over at Olympia.
I get it. Personnel, Friday.
Is this Sergeant Friday?
Yes, that's right.
This is Dr. Samuelson talking, Sergeant. I've been out of town. I just got back this morning. I saw the ad in the paper.
Yes, sir?
I was at the fights that night, Sergeant. What did you want to know?
Would you mind telling us, Doctor, did you see a man fall down one of the stairways to the lobby?
Certainly. I was the one who examined him.
"5 p.m. Mr. and Mrs. Stacy were called to Lieutenant Drummond's office. Arrangements were made to have Officer Russell Clark brought over from his cell in county jail. At 5:15, Ben and I checked into the lieutenant's office. Stacy and his wife were already there.
Certainly proud of our police department, Chief. No whitewashing this time. You gave that fella exactly what he had coming.
Thanks. You sure you didn't make a mistake?
I'm sure, Chief. That's the right man. You got him.
Jerry, don't make mistakes on things like this, Inspector. How about our money, the $128? He tell you where he hid it?
No, he hasn't. We're bringing Officer Clark in from county jail. Figure we try to crack him.
That's right. Make him tell what he did with our money.
Joe, will you have Officer Clark brought in?
By the way.
All right.
There he is. Where's our money? What have you done with it?
Just a minute, please. Stacy, you sure Officer Clark here is the man who beat you up and robbed you?
Of course he is. Dragged me behind the auditorium and almost beat me to death. Broke my arm, took all my money.
$128. Where is it?
I haven't got your money.
Joe, bring the doctor in.
All right, Lieutenant.
In here, Doc.
All right. Mr. Stacy, you're a liar. This officer didn't break your arm. I saw you fall down a flight of stairs at that auditorium and break your own arm. I examined it.
Jerry, who is this man?
What about it, Stacy?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. I never saw him before in my life.
No, but I've seen you, Stacy. You were drunk. I saw you fall down those stairs.
You're crazy.
Joe, send Miss Gay in.
All right.
All right, Miss Gay.
Sure is strong perfume.
You recognize any of these people, Miss Gay?
Hello, Pops.
I don't know you.
Don't you remember the perfume you give it to me?
Who is this woman?
Just a friend, honey.
All right, Stacy, now let's have it straight.
It was all a mistake. I don't want to make trouble for anybody. It wasn't this cop's fault. I don't want to make any trouble.
What about this woman?
It was all a mistake, believe me.
You took that money, Gerald. You spent it on her.
Now, wait a minute.
Causing all this trouble, squandering our money. After all I did for you, you're no good. This time I'm through.
All right, Clark, let's go.
Okay.
Well, that's it.
I don't know how to thank you, fellas.
And doctor's the best friend you got.
Yeah? Yeah, I better call her wife. She'll want to know.
Friday, phone message for you here.
Oh, thank you. From your wife, Clark.
Yeah?
She found that doctor's card.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 2nd, trial was held in Municipal Court, Division 7, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to extra mild Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the king-size cigarette that is extra mild.
Extra mild because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give it a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Gerald Stacy was tried on charges of filing a false crime report. He was convicted under Section 5250 LAMC and served his term as prescribed by law. Officer Russell Clark was returned to duty with full back pay.
Ladies and gentlemen, in response to thousands of letters asking us to broadcast Dragnet at an earlier hour so that the entire family might hear it, we wish to announce that summer scheduling enables us to fulfill these requests. Beginning next Thursday, June 8th, Fatima Cigarettes will bring you Dragnet 1/2 hour earlier over most of these stations. Consult your local newspaper for exact time.
You have have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Hear your favorite Jack Birch tomorrow on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Just a second, y'all. Hello? Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Charles Wharton. The English Soapy Tucker. Lawton, Duffy. L-A-F-F-T-O-N. Yeah, Lawton. That's how the English spell it. Yeah, you know, like the London Times is pronounced the Thames. Yeah. Charles Lawton, well, he's been in Mutiny on the Bounty, the Hunchback of Notre Dame, Ruggles the Red Cap. Yeah. You know the guy, Duffy. He's the one when your wife says she can't stand the sight of you, you take her to see him. The crowd here, well, the usual bunch of crumbs. Yeah, well, look, I got an idea how to improve the place if you listen. Well, you know who the biggest spenders are, don't you? Actors. Well, it's obvious why. Actors have never got no dough. They don't want nobody to know it, so they spend it like mad. Yeah. Well, my idea is to turn this joint into an exclusive private club where only actors can be members. Yeah, like the Lambs Club. We'll call it the Hams Club. I'll talk to Lawton about it when he gets here. Okay, I'll call you back, Duffy. So long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Joe Venuti and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Mr. Charles Lawton, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Exclusive club right off. Now, let's see. The first thing we drill one of them peak holes in the door.
Why does a hole in the wall need a hole in the door?
Eddie, this is a very classy club. Every classy club's got one. So, that's so the management can look out and see that nobody gets in but bona fide members.
And if you put a peek hole in that door, nobody's going to come in.
Why not?
Well, you can look out, they can look in. Mr. Archie, now, how you going to get any actors to join this club?
Well, by signing up Lawton. You see, Eddie, we built a better mousetrap here, so in order to catch the right mice, we have to bait the trap with the proper piece of cheese. Namely, Charles Lawton.
If Mr. Lawton joins this club, he'll think he's back playing in the Beachcomber. You going to charge dues for joining this crummy club?
Well, certainly, Eddie. It'll be worth it. We'll have a game room.
A game room?
Yeah, that back room where we keep the pig's feet.
Yeah, that's pretty gamey, all right.
Certainly, and we'll have a library.
What's the library?
We'll dust off that World Almanac over there.
Well, firstly, that almanac is from 1914. And secondly, one almanac don't make a library.
Leave me take your objections in order. Firstly, about the almanac being 1914, the Declaration of Independence is a great work, ain't it?
Yep.
When was it wrote?
1776.
Touché? Now, for the secondly objection, that one almanac don't make a library. To that I reply, the word is almanac, not almanac. There you go. Touche again.
Think you are fighting a touche in the head.
Oh, you do, huh?
Archie,
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
I want to ask you something very important.
What is it?
If a fellow says, dearest beloved, I love you more than the sun, the moon, the stars, more than life itself, be mine, beautiful Miss Duffy, be mine. Is that committing himself?
Yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Yes, and no fellow in his right mind would say it.
Well, it happens it was said to me by my boyfriend, Breckenridge Hartzenfelder, the battleship painter.
Oh, the battleship painter. That phony porthole Picasso back again?
Phony? Listen, Archie, the shipyard Breckenridge works for just got the Navy E.
And when the Navy gives out J's, he'll get one, too.
He is not a jerk.
No, huh? How did you know I meant jerk?
You know him as well as I do.
Oh, be mine, beautiful Miss Duffy, be mine.
Do not scoff. That was a part of a very beautiful letter. I'll read it to you.
Don't bother, don't bother.
All right, I won't.
All right, that's good.
Well, if you insist. Here it is. Listen. Somewhere in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Dear Miss Duffy, as I sit here on my scaffold, looking at this flat gray paint, I think of you. You as you will be when you are old and gray. Isn't he romantic, Archie?
Yeah, the only guy in the world who's got romance in his paint. You may continue, Miss Duffy.
Darling, you almost lost your babykins today. A terrible thing happened. The foreman made a mistake in figuring the tide, and for 20 minutes I was painting underwater. P.S. Tell your mother I'll be over tomorrow with some fresh flounder.
Painting underwater for 20 minutes. That guy is the biggest dope I've ever met, with one exception. Hiya, Finnegan.
Oh, good evening, Miss Duffy. My, you look pretty.
Thank you, Finnegan.
Every day you look better. Yesterday you looked better than the day before. Today you look like the morning after.
Thank you, Finnegan.
Nice girl, Miss Duffy.
Yeah.
So, hey, Arch, I hear that you're organizing a new club. Is it going to have dames in it?
Dames? Finnegan, this is a club, not a fraternity.
What's the fun of being in a club without dames? That's why I quit the Boy Scouts.
I'm sorry, Finnegan, but this club will not have no dames. It will be strictly non-sectarian. Hey, Joe. Hey, Venuti, wait a minute.
Yeah, Arch.
What is that stuff that you are playing?
That's dinner music.
It does sound like they're playing with knives and forks there. Look, Joe, we're changing this place to a very exclusive club. From now on, we would like a higher type of music.
Well, Arch, you got the right man. This band can play any kind of music. Anything from Berlin to, Brahms.
Huh? All right. How about some symphony?
What's that?
You're trying to make a silk air out of a sow's purse. Okay, Joe, play the highest class thing you know.
Okay, Arch. Ready, boy? 1, 2.
that makes that Lee bristle. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Been thinking it over? You want to join a club, huh? But, Duffy, you ain't no actor. Duffy, yelling, take it off in a burlesque show, that don't make you an actor. I'll tell you what, Duffy, instead of a member, we'll make you the board of governors. Yeah, you can pass on to new members. Okay, Duffy. That horrible-looking Duffy trying to join his club.
Hey, Art, no cracks about Duffy's look. Here he comes.
Finnegan, that ain't Duffy. That's a kindred kisser. Charles Lawton. Oh. Good evening, Mr. Lawton. Leave me W. welcome to this distinctive establishment, sir. And furthermore...
Thank you, Archie. And may I say...
just a minute, sir. Leave me further say, Mr. Lawton, that seldom have we behooved such an august presentiment to these confines, sir. And further besides...
Now, Archie, I'd like to say...
Please, I ain't through yet. The man is in love with the sound of his own voice. Now, let me see. Oh, and feel assured, Mr. Lawton, that your visit is a bereavement from which we will not soon recover. If there is anything you desire, just beg or call.
Well, there's one thing I would like.
What?
An edgewise.
Huh? An edgewise?
Yes, so that I can get a word in.
Oh, I'm sorry, old cat. I forgot. I guess I was born with a silver tongue in me mouth.
Your silver tongue is giving me a tin ear. Archie, you should be more careful with the English language. Don't forget it may be somebody's mother tongue.
If you're referring to me using them big words, I was always a kind of a fast kid with a syllable, you know? Yeah, I started using big words practically the minute I learned how to talk.
The minute you learned to talk?
Yeah, well, you see, I learned to talk pretty late.
How old were you?
18. By that time, I was in high school.
I wish I'd met you at 17.
Yeah. Well, you should have did it. I was quite charming.
I'm sure you were.
Yeah.
So this is the famous Duffy's Tavern.
Yeah, that's right. You never been here before, have you?
Never. And I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Well, now that you are here, how do you like the joint?
I think this tavern is unique.
Unique? That might be an insult.
If it isn't, I'll rephrase it.
Well, look, we don't say that this place is no source club, but we don't also say that certain people is no tri-owned power, neither. So, leave us not be insulting.
Introduce me.
Oh, Miss Duffy, this is Charles Lawton.
How'd you do?
Likewise, I'm sure. You know, Mr. Lawton, there is a type of girl that only goes for handsome leading men. But there is another type that appreciates fine acting. And meeting you now, I almost wish I was one of them.
Well, Miss Duffy, we can't all be pin-up boys. After all, there are just so many pins.
I'll bet you there are plenty of girls after you anyway.
Ah, shucks.
No, I mean it. You know, some girls fall in love at the first sight they meet.
Miss Duffy, for your sake, I hope some men do likewise, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Look, Miss Duffy, please, somebody would like to see you outside.
Who?
Me. Good day, Miss Duffy. What a shame. Now, Charles, I got a proposition for you.
Pardon me, Mr. Lawton. Yes? My name is Clifton Finnegan. Why shouldn't it be? Thank you. Mr. Lawton, listen to this. Mr. Christian, I am Captain Bligh, sir. Now you say it. Mr. Christian, I am Captain Bligh, sir. I thought so. My imitation is perfect. Goodbye.
Now I know what Maresy Dotes would be if it weren't a song. Look, Charles, we'll come to the point. We're turning Duffy's Tavern into an exclusive club, very serious. We would like you to be the first member. The first and only? Well, not the only member. After you find out how wonderful a club is, we naturally expect you to suck in some of your friends. You're actually going to make a club out of this Duffy's Tavern? Yes, a terrific club. Game room, library. Just picture yourself, Charles, relaxing in the library, sinking 6 inches deep into one of our comfortable chairs. Quite impossible. Those chairs can't have more than 4 inches of dust on them.
Look, Lawton, you could sit on a stone bench and still sink 6 inches deep.
Well, I've led a soft life.
That is quite obvious. Well, anyways, this club will be wonderful. You see, in the game room, we have all kinds of games. Bridge whist, backminton, chess, cribbage, jacks, potsy. Down in the basement, there'll be archery. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Eddie. Eddie, did you arrange to put that bullseye down in the basement?
Bullseye?
Yeah, for the archery.
Oh, well, you don't need a bullseye. Down there, there's live targets.
No kidding, Charlie. This club is going to be wonderful. Just picture a warm, luxurious room, a roaring hearth and a fireplace, quiet attendants tootsie-footing around, pictures of great actors hanging on the wall, Edwin Booth, Sarah Bernhardt, Richard Mansfield, Red Skelton.
What about my picture?
Your picture, yeah. Yeah, we'll hang it. I think I have the very place.
Oh, no, you don't.
All right, then you don't go in the room with the pig's feet. We'll put you in the main room. You'll stand out more. What do you say? Will you join, Charles, if I can get you in?
Well,
Good. That's swell. Just a minute. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Glad tidings. Lawton has joined the club. Huh? But, Duffy, he's an actor. Duffy, I can't do that. I can't with a guy like Lawton. Okay. Mr. Lawton.
What?
The Board of Governors says you got to audition.
Audition?
Yeah. You see, this club is only for actors, and the Board of Governors has certain doubts.
Well, hasn't he seen any of my pictures?
That's what gives him the doubts.
Oh, tell him to go soak his head.
He can't right now. He's better use his feet. So what about the audition?
If I audition for that awful man, I'm a bigger hand than I think I am. And I couldn't be.
Don't worry, you are. So, what do you say? Duffy's listening in, huh?
Well, all right. I'll start off with a recitation.
A recitation, huh?
Yes, from the works of the immortal bard.
The immortal bard, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
To be or not to be, that is the question.
Hold it,
Whether...
Charlie. Hold. Hello? Okay, Duffy. Not to be. Now, Chuck, look. Don't you know no songs or jokes?
Yes, I know some jokes.
Well, go ahead and bring them. Duffy likes jokes.
Really?
Yeah, sure.
Well, here's a very funny joke. Oh, it's awfully good. It goes like this. Well, he says, I've just received a letter from my sister, and she must be very ill. And then she says, really? How do you know? Whereupon he replies, well, she started the letter by saying I'm in Chicago sick.
I say, Archie, I must have messed that up. I think I should have said, I'm in Chicago ill.
That joke just reached Chicago dead. Better tell another one, Charles. Not quite so funny this time, huh?
Oh, do you think Duffy knows the one about the traveling salesman? It's awfully good.
Hello? Okay, Duffy. Well, Charles, so much for jokes. What else is there that you can do?
Well, I can sing a bit.
Well, okay, have at it.
Righto. She may have seen better days when she was in her prime. She may have seen better days once upon a time.
You better hold it, Charlie.
Wayside she fell.
Charles.
She may yet
Charles, please.
and wise. Some poor old mother is waiting for her. Let's see better days.
Hello? What? Well, how would you like to be standing here right next to it? Look, Charles.
Yes?
Charles, the Board of Governor has decided your case in the affirmative. You're out. Furthermore, the Board of Governor has asked me to dissolve the club, so you have earned a rare distinction.
What do you mean?
This is the first time in history that an entire club has resigned from a member. Good night, Charlie.
Good night, Archie.
Well, it's about time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's all meet here again next week when our guest will be Bob Crosby and Mrs. Bob Holt.
Duffy's where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week, Dolores Hope and Bob Crosby. Yeah, Bob Hope's wife and Bing Crosby's brother. We're celebrating Dependence Day. Yeah. See you next week, Duffy.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations present Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robson, and carefully plotted to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. find it, we'll relive it all over again, every glorious moment of it, and all these shadows, all these gibbering phantoms that haunt me. It'll be good night, and then the sun will shine again, and we'll be young again and relive it. Oh, forgive me, my friend. My excessive joy at the sight of you after so many years drives me more frenzy of talk. How many years has it? Oh, no matter. It is enough that you were here, and brought with you all the lost, all the happy days of my boyhood. But now, I'd expected from you never to find you in serious straits indeed. Instead, you seem the best of spirits. You have the right to know. In all frankness, here in your presence, I find it difficult to credit the importance of those things which only yesterday filled me with terror. True, I've been ill. A nervous affection, something in the nature of a family weakness, probably. It has affected me with a morbid acuteness of the senses, such that quite often the least sounds and odors and colors become irritating beyond endurance. I've eaten with little efficiency, but surely you've retained the services of the physician, the careers, the thoughts you called almost daily. Well, it is more often Madeline that returns. You remember my clean sister Maggie. For her I fare more greatly than for myself. Even today she's taken to her bed and I have no doubt will never rise from it again. Oh, tragedy. The sympathies of my heart go out to you. Oh, but leave it for the present. Leave it to dream all those happy days we left so far behind. Everything will be different now that you're here. Perhaps, my dear doctor, you can tell me what caused her death. Unfortunately, I can only take refuge in a term. Heart failure. Very well, doctor. If you will be kind enough to wait, I'll come down directly and discuss the arrangement. At your service. I bid you good afternoon, gentlemen. Roderick, I'm sure you'll find deepest sympathy. You do. Your deepest sympathy. The doctor regrets his sad duty. I don't feel both my feelings. I don't understand. Haven't you seen it yet? Can you not feel the virtue, the horrid, monstrous, brooding spirit of this accursed house? Can't you hear its evil laughter as it looks through the hallways and goes out from the soul? My dead sister! Roderick, can't you see that it matters nothing to me that she's dead? That I myself walk but a few steps behind her into the same shadows of hell? Can't you sense those hideous tentacles even now, reaching out for me? For me! Oh, now, the last living, if it be living, the last living descendant of the accursed house of Rush. Such was the passing of Baron Rusher, once living, now dead. And the very death untimely in its aspects, or to my trembling soul, portended events yet more hideous, more horrible, and yet to come. I tell you, before this night is over, the coffin body of my sister shall rest in the vault beneath this house, and if you will not help me, I shall do it myself. But why, I could not stand to think of her buried out there in the dark graveyard. Alone among the dead. Roderick, she too is dead. It's fantastic how little we know of death or life. The doctor says she no longer breathes. She is dead. She was so loved, my sister. Roderick, I must keep nagging down here. Everybody who would go of such an act, I can trust no one. incidents. But now dead she seems to live, and living seems already dead. When you seek out madness, you cause it with your very thoughts. And if I do what matters, what value can there be in reason without the hope of life? Dead, you say to me, is dead. And what's certainty? Why not with equal reason say instead she lives? And I lost the last time the one who is already Before this night is over, the coughing body of my sister shall rest in the vault beneath this house, and if you will not help me, I shall do it myself. But why, I could not stand to think of her buried out there in the dark graveyard. Alone among the dead. But she too is dead. It's fantastic how little we know of death or life. The doctor says she no longer breathes. She is dead. She was so lovely as my sister. What value can there be in reason without the hope of life? Dead, you say to me, is dead. And what certainty? Why not with equal reason say instead she lives? And that I, the last of us family, the one who is already dead. Perfect.
Now let's see what Fibber McGee and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Shine. And once again, it's Fibber McGee and Molly time. Fibber McGee and Molly. The dramatic story of a woman with her faith in a man.
Oh, sure.
And a man with his faith in a newspaper. Will something exciting, unusual, or momentous take place in the little frame house at 79 Wistful Vista tonight? Or is that expecting too much? Yes, I guess it's expecting too much. Anyway, here they are, Fibber McGee and Molly.
Anything interesting in the paper, dearie?
Well, here's an interesting article on crop surpluses, Molly.
You don't say.
Yeah. Now, take corn, for instance.
Certainly, we can take it and we can dish it out.
Hey, I'm serious. This writer says that if conditions keep up, the small farmer will be completely annihilated.
Oh.
Hey, what's annihilated?
Annihilated. Why, that means, when a farmer, now, for instance...
Where's the dictionary?
It's probably in the closet with the rest of your stuff. Give me your key and I'll get it for you.
Oh, no, you don't. You lay off the stuff in that closet. I got all my stuff arranged in there just the way I want it.
Now, don't be silly. Give me the key.
Okay. Now, let's see. Which one of these is that belongs to...
Heavenly days. Why do you carry all those keys? Does it make you feel important or something?
What do you mean, important? Every one of them keys is necessary.
What's that little key there for?
Well, that's a padlock key.
What padlock?
Oh, for the backyard gate we used to have in Peoria.
What are you keeping that for? You homesick?
No, but if we ever moved back to Peoria, I'd try to rent the same house because this key fits the padlock there. You got to think ahead in these things. And you see this key here?
Looks like the key to a can of salmon.
No, sardines. I use that to clean my pipe with.
Oh, I see.
Now, let's see. Which one of these keys is the closet door key?
Say, maybe we better see if the closet is locked. Let me take a look.
Oh, it's locked all right. You don't think I'd leave all my personal defects laying around for any prowler to get his hands on?
McGee, it isn't locked. Why, better give me a hand, McGee. This stuff's all falling out. McGee, I'm buried alive. Get this junk off of me.
All right, but Dad Rabbit, you might have been more careful
Quick, help! There's funny little insects all over me. Brush them off, quick.
Oh, calm yourself, calm yourself. Them are my trout flies. Doggone it, Molly. Why did you have to go and mess up?
Oh, dear. Come in.
Fibber McGee and Molly?
Yes.
Tell me, with all these radio shows being changed, is it true that you're going to cut your program down to a half hour?
What do you mean, cut it down? It's only a half hour now.
What? Boy, it sure seems like an hour.
Well, as the guy says when he fell off of the horse and heard something bust, that sounded to me like a rib.
Well, never mind that now. Oh, dear, look at all this junk that fell out of that closet.
Don't worry, I'll put it back, Molly.
Oh, no, you won't.
Huh?
We're going to go through that pile of whatnots and throw everything out we don't need.
Oh, yeah? Well, I've been through this stuff 100 times, and there ain't a thing of it that I can spare.
Oh, there isn't?
No.
What's this old rusty horseshoe for?
Well, I found that in 1911. As soon as I find 3 more, we can pitch horseshoes in the backyard.
I see. You expect to find 3 more,
You
huh?
betcha.
You don't think the automobile is here to stay, eh?
Won't be if we don't catch up with the payments.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. What you want?
You remember that job you promised me to take care of your baby, only you didn't have one, so I was going to bring my little brother over and take care of him, remember? Do you?
Yes, sure, I remember,
Well, the deal is off, see?
What you mean the deal is off? In the first place, there wasn't any deal, and in the second...
My mommy had to take my little brother to the doctor today, so I can't bring him over.
Oh, well, that's too bad. What's the matter with your little brother? Anything serious?
My mama thinks so.
Oh. She thinks so, huh?
She thinks so. I had to clear my throat there. She thinks he swallowed a dime.
Swallowed a dime? Well, say, that is serious.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, he didn't swallow a dime, I bet you.
Huh?
It was only 8 cents.
Only 8 cents. How do you know?
Well, we were playing slot machine, and I fed him to him. What you doing, mister?
Well, we're cleaning out this closet, if you must know.
I mustn't.
Mustn't what?
No.
No?
Yes.
What?
Hmm?
Oh. Listen, sis, suppose you go on home and annoy somebody else. Go bother your daddy.
He isn't home. He's working on the senseless.
On the what?
The senseless. He goes to people's doors and asks them how many people in the family and how old are you and all stuff like that there, I bet you.
Oh, you mean the census?
Hmm?
Shucks, I didn't even think a kid your age knew what a census was.
Well, I do, I bet you.
Yeah?
A census is information, please, on the Red, White, and Blue Network. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
While we're waiting for Fibber and Molly to return, I'd like your attention for just a minute. If you have valuable jewels, you protect them by keeping them in your safe or in a secret compartment. Valuable papers you keep in a strong box or vault. How can you protect your valuable furniture, floors, and woodwork? By locking them under a safe protective shield of genuine Johnson's wax. That may seem like a strong statement, but it's really true. When you apply a coat of Johnson's wax, you are completely covering the surface with an invisible yet very tough shield of real wax. This wax guards the floors and furniture surfaces against wear and against dirt and moisture. From time to time, you renew the coating of Johnson's wax, and your floors and furniture are given permanent protection. What is equally important, they have that rich, wax-polished glow that good housekeepers cherish. If your home is not wax-protected and wax-beautified, order genuine Johnson's Wax, paste or liquid, tomorrow.
Heavenly days, McGee. Imagine all this stuff falling out of one little closet. How'd you ever get it all in there?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I just inherited a gift for packing. My great Aunt Minnie had a job stuffing pimentos into olives. Oh, hey, look at this, Molly. The tabaret I made in manual training. Yeah?
Didn't you ever finish anything? It's only got 3 legs.
They wouldn't let me stay in the 5th grade another year.
Ah, McGee, look. One of our old dance programs before we were married. I didn't know you were so sentimental, dearie.
Is that a dance program? I was saving it on account of that little pencil hanging onto it. You never know when you'll need a pencil.
Listen to this. Waltz, waltz, turkey trot, waltz, bunny hug, waltz, Texas Tommy, waltz.
What, no schottish?
Grizzly bear, waltz.
There.
You had every dance with me but the last waltz. McGee, who did you dance that one with?
Why, nobody. We sat that one out. In the buggy, remember?
Oh, yes. And we couldn't go back to the dance because you sat on a box of Lowney's chocolate-covered cherries and spoiled your white pants.
That was the night they took the... Come in.
Oh, hello, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Say, I'm looking for a nice room in the neighborhood. Got one to rent?
No, I don't believe so, Mr. Oldtimer.
Oh, come on, kids. I'll pay $3 a week with meals, or $2 a week and eat out, or $2.50 if you let me see the funny paper first on Sundays.
Nothing doing, old-timer. We ain't taking boarders.
Eh?
Absolutely not.
The last boarder we had was a tap dancer. Kept me awake all morning. I finally got tired of it and knocked him cold with one of his steel-plated shoes and stuffed it into his own trunk.
Incidentally, McGee, where did you ship that trunk?
Off to Buffalo.
Wow! That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller said, t'other feller, say, says, see where Scarlett O'Hara got the Academy Award. Yep, says t'other feller. She lost out with Rhett, but she sure got her Oscar. Well, I'm sorry you ain't got a room for me. Slept in the park all last summer and didn't like it. The roof leaked. So long, kid.
I'm getting a little tired of all them Gone with the Wind gags.
Yeah.
I don't know how a picture about the bluegrass country could produce so many bum plugs.
Well, never mind that, McGee. Isn't there any of this junk we can throw away now?
Well, now, let me see, Molly. How about this old photograph album here?
I should say not. That's got all our family pictures in it.
Oh, dear.
Who's this funny-looking man with the walrus mustache, McGee?
Oh, that's my great Uncle Roscoe. We were pretty proud of Uncle Roscoe. He was the first white child in the county to be blackballed by the Elks.
Here's one of me Aunt Ad and Aunt Carrie. They both had big families.
Yeah, how many kids they have, anyway?
10 between them. Ad 6 and Carrie 4. McGee, now, what are you going...
Well, hello there, folks. I was just going by and I thought Well, what goes on here? Have you been buying out an antique store?
Hi, Harlow.
This is just a lot of stuff McGee's been hoarding in the closet, Mr. Wilcox.
Isn't it wonderful how much you can pack into so little space?
Uh-oh.
For instance, you only give me about 6 lines to tell how Johnson's Glow Coat saves hours of house cleaning, because it beautifies and protects linoleum with absolutely no rubbing or buffing.
Wonderful.
But in those 6 lines, I think I can get the idea across pretty well that a self-polishing preparation like Glow Coat is the very essence of good housekeeping.
Boy.
It's so easy to use that it's easy to tell about.
Ain't he marvelous, folks? That guy has dedicated his whole life to Johnson's Glow Coat.
What do you mean, Fibber?
Harlow, they tell me that way back when you were in college, they wanted you to stroke the crew. And you said, no. No stroking, no rubbing, and no buffing. Even for dear old University of Southeastern Nebraska.
Is that true, Mr. Wilcox?
No, I wasn't a crew man. I went out for ROTC.
Oh, Reserve Officers Training Corps?
No, revolutionizing old-time cleaning. Well, so long, folks.
Well, he got you there, McGee.
Yeah. As the golf ball says, when it landed 5 feet from the tee, I think I've been topped. Well, let's get busy, Molly, and put this stuff back in the closet.
You mean you're going to keep all this junk? Can't we throw any of it out?
No, sir. I got a use for every one of these things.
Now, you don't need this, do you?
Huh?
What good is one snowshoe?
Why, one what?
Snowshoe.
Is that a snowshoe? Well, shucks, no wonder Billy Mills beat me so bad playing tennis.
Oh, now what? Come in.
Hi, sis. Can we... Oh, hey, Molly. Look. It's Gracie Allen.
Hello, Gracie. Won't you come in?
Oh, no, thank you, Molly. And I wouldn't have dropped in if I'd known you were entertaining.
Oh, we ain't entertaining.
Oh, you are, too. I think you're very entertaining. Now, you say something nice about Georgie and me.
Oh, T.L.
Yeah.
Well, I heard, Gracie, that the difference between our shows is that yours is always in the middle of the week, and ours is always week in the middle.
Oh.
Gracie, what's this I hear about you running for president of the United States?
Oh, there's nothing to it.
Oh, you mean you're not running for president, huh?
Oh, I mean I'll be elected. There's nothing to it.
Oh, yeah? Well, I ain't one to indulge in no idle gossip, Gracie. But I've heard whispers about Dewey and Hull and Garner and Taft being in the White House next year. But I suppose they're just rumors.
They are not. I'll be running the White House, and I'm not going to take in any rumors.
What's your party, Gracie?
Oh, well, it's my own party, the surprise party.
Oh, what an adorable name, dear.
Oh, I'm so glad you like it.
Well, you can count on our votes, Gracie. I always said there should be a woman in the White House.
How about Mrs. Roosevelt?
She's never in the White House.
Molly, do you play bridge?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm forming my cabinet, and I need 7 more bridge players.
How big a cabinet you going to have?
Just 2 tables.
You need a good pool player?
Well, no, I'm having the pool table taken out. The 8-ball gets in front of too many people.
By the way, Gracie, when do you expect to move into the White House?
January 1st.
January 1st?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't going to be inaugurated on New Year's Eve, are you?
Well, I may not be inaugurated, but I'll be feeling pretty good. Well, I guess I'll be running along now.
Well, I'm glad you dropped in, Gracie. You think you can handle your campaign all right?
Oh, yes, I can handle my campaign, though the bubbles always tickle my nose a little bit. Well, thank you both, and don't forget my slogan, Grace the White House with Gracie. Good night.
The King's Men sing...
Kaboozalum, Kaboozalum, Kaboozalum was the daughter of the In ancient days there lived a Turk, a horrid beast within the East, who did the prophet's holy work as Baba of Jerusalem. He had a daughter sweet and smirk, a maiden fair with flaming hair, and not about her like a Turk except her name Kaboozalum. Oh, Kaboozalum, oh, Kaboozalum, Kaboozalum, the daughter of the Baba, the Baba, the Baba. Zoom, 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 zoom. A boy resided near to she, his name was Sam, a perfect lamb. He was of ancient pedigree and came of old Methuselah. He drove a trade and prospered well in gunny sacks and Johnson's wax, and ringing at the Baba's bell. He met, he loved, he wooed, he won Kaboozalum, the daughter of the Baba of Jerusalem. Oh, Kaboozalum, oh, Kaboozalum, the lovers were discovered by the Baba, the Baba, the Baba. Zoom, 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 zoom. The Baba went children near Jerusalem. Oh, Jerusalem, oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, the daughter of the Baba. The Baba, the Baba. Zoom, 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 zoom. And so the ancient legend goes, when day has gone from Babylon, when the eastern moonlight throws its shadows round Jerusalem, amid the wailing of the cats, a sound there falls on ruined walls. The ghost of Sam in 3 old hats is seen to kiss Kaboozalum, Kaboozalum, oh, Kaboozalum, oh, Kaboozalum, Kaboozalum, the daughter of the Baba. Oh, Kaboozalum, oh, Kaboozalum, Kaboozalum, the daughter of the Baba. Zoom, 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 zoom.
Exhausted my impatience with you.
Why?
Packing all this useless junk back in that closet. How about these old books?
What old book? Let's see him. Oh, them. Well, that's my correspondence course in taxidermy.
Taxidermy. Why on earth did you want to study taxidermy?
Well, how did I know it meant stuffing birds and animals? And there I was, stuck with a chauffeur's license, a city map, and a pair of puttees.
Well, hurry up and put your playthings back in the closet.
Okay.
Looks terrible laying around here on the floor with that...
I'll get it. Hello? No, this is the McGee residence. You got the wrong number. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Egad, every week the same thing. Apologies to Skinny Ennis.
How's every little thing, Mert? What's that? Your Uncle Gulliver. Oh, that's too bad, Mert.
Oh, my.
And they ain't found the body yet, huh?
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. What happened?
Mert's uncle drove his car off a cliff and had to walk home. They found the chassis up in a tree, but they don't know where the body is. What say, Mert? Oh, that's okay, Mert. Everybody has the wrong number now and then, except Irving Berlin. Well, now, let's see.
McGee, why are you saving this long stick of bamboo?
Why, Molly, that's got a very definite purpose. If I was offered a job as sparring partner for Joe Louis, that's the 10-foot pole I wouldn't touch it with. See, I got it right.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy.
Good heavens, what a... Oh, my, it looks as if there'd been an explosion in here.
No, just some things that fell out of the closet, Mrs. Uppington. McGee had everything in there but the kitchen sink.
Oh, really? Everything but the kitchen sink? Oh, my, isn't that amusing? Oh, but what I came in for, Mrs. McGee, was to tell you about the symphony concert I've been planning with Maestro Mills.
Oh, yes, the symphony concert. Well, it's about time something was happening about that, Mrs. Uppington.
I've been waiting so long for that concert, Uppy, I'm even getting suspicious of Billy Mills. I'm afraid he's a non-conductor.
Oh, well, we must be patient, you know. There's been so many difficulties. For one thing, we're having trouble with the facilities at the Eagles Hall.
Oh, what's wrong, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, it's the Eagles, my dear.
The Eagles?
Yes, they're all roosting up in the rafters, and during rehearsals, they drop eggs on the orchestra.
You ought to call them down and give them seats in the first row, Uppy. Them birds are critics.
Yes, indeed, they certainly... Oh, now, please, Mr. McGee. It's discouraging enough as it is.
I hear they had a kind of an accident during rehearsal the other night,
Oh,
Uppy.
yes, and it was so embarrassing.
So?
Yes, the musician playing the electric guitar reached for a high note and blew every fuse in the building. Oh, my, but those dear, dear boys went right on playing just as if nothing had happened.
Oh, really, Mrs. Uppington? But how could they read their music in the dark?
Oh, my dear, that's exactly what I asked Dr. Mills. And he said in his most delightful manner, Don't worry about it, babe. Those mugs can't even read music with the lights on. Oh, really? I thought that was just too gay. Or am I being a silly girl?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I must be going. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Abigail.
Isn't she ridiculous? Phyllis McGee. All the time she's back in that symphony orchestra, she's dreaming about Billy Mills.
Well, that's always been a pretty romantic spot, down by the old Mills Dream. Don't you get it, Molly? I says down by the...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Oh, well. It was spontaneous. Where was I?
Say, do you really think you can get all this stuff back in that closet?
Why, sure I can, and I don't want anybody touching these things either, but me. They're too valuable.
Oh.
I'd have had it done an hour ago if I hadn't been interfered with.
All right, you do it then.
Huh?
I've got some work to do in the kitchen.
All right, I'll get it. Dad, rat it. I wish somebody'd crawl in through the window just for the novelty of it. Come in.
Oh, there, McGee.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, just thought I'd come by and tell you that... Well, my goodness, what's all this?
Oh, just something out of my closet. I'm straightening it out. Hey, Gildersleeve, put that hatchet down.
I'll do no such thing. That's my Boy Scout hatchet you borrowed last summer.
Dad, rat it ain't nothing of the kind. That's my Boy Scout hatchet. Ooh. Look at the insignia on the handle there. Owl Patrol.
Well, I belong to the Owl Patrol myself.
Oh, yeah? You in the Owl Patrol. Why, you don't even know the password of the Owl Patrol.
Who?
Well, somebody must have told you. Listen here, Gildersleeve, I bet you don't know a thing about scouting.
I do, too. I was an Eagle Scout with 26 merit badges.
Go on. Can you tie a sheep shank? Can you imitate the mating cry of the chimney swallow? Can you tell which way is north when you're lost in the woods?
Certainly.
How?
I face south and then turn around quick.
Look, Gildersleeve, if you're really a scout, you can do your daily good turn by scramming out of here and letting me finish putting this stuff back in the closet.
Well, all right, McGee.
Well,
you're sure that isn't my hatchet?
On my word of honor as a member of the Owl Patrol, Gildersleeve.
Well, all right, McGee. I'll see you later.
Okay.
Say.
Huh?
Give me the password again, will you?
Who?
Who?
Oh, Boy Scout, that guy couldn't build a fire in a haymow by rubbing 2 sticks of dynamite together. Oh, well, I gotta get the rest of this. Looks like about all of it. Yep. It's all packed back in there. Boy, what a job. Hey, Molly! Molly!
What is it, Mr. Daly?
Look, I got all that stuff back in the closet, all straightened out.
Splendid, McGee, splendid.
And after this one, you want something out of there, let me get it for you.
All right.
Yeah.
But now that you got the dictionary out of there, why don't you leave it out? We may need it again.
Oh.
What's the matter?
I forgot to leave it out. I packed the dictionary back in there.
Oh, heavenly days.
Now, hey, now you stay away from there. I know exactly where I put it.
Well, okay.
I can get it out without disturbing the stuff. Molly?
Yes?
I found the dictionary. How do you spell annihilated?
Fib and Molly will be back in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to read you a brief letter received recently from a gentleman in New York State. For the past 15 years, he writes, I have installed many linoleum floors, as I am a linoleum layer. Most every time upon completion of an installation, I am asked this question: how can I preserve or improve the finish? Well, since Glowcoat has been on the market, I have used it with perfect satisfaction, so I always answer, use Johnson's Glowcoat and no other. Well, now, coming from a man who knows his linoleum, that is a pretty sound recommendation. Glowcoat does preserve and improve linoleum, whether it's new or old. It makes linoleum last longer, makes it easy to keep clean, brings out the colors. And remember, there's no rubbing or buffing with Glowcoat, because it's self-polishing. You simply apply and let dry. In 20 minutes, your floor is sparkling with new beauty. Try Johnson's self-polishing Glowcoat on your floors. Order a can tomorrow.
Now, look, McGee, that junk of yours is positively not going back into that closet.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Wrong routine.
Well, all right, then. But if it does go back in there, I'll arrange it myself. Now, you keep your hands off it this time.
You going to do it all by yourself?
I am.
Fine. As the fat lady says when she took off her corset, that lets me out.
McGee. Good night. Good night, all.
This
is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The Big Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. For the benefit of those who may not have heard the earlier episodes, Flash Gordon and Dale Arden were thrown onto the new planet Mongo. The two Americans were sent to the prison city of the Hawkmen. In a tournament of death, Flash Gordon wins the unconquered kingdom of the caves and sets out to subdue his domain. We now follow Flash Gordon in his conquest of the kingdom of the caves. Having picked up a company of King Voltan's Hawkmen, the huge rocket ship bearing Flash and Dale to their new kingdom heads for the yawning mouth of Kira, the wild and forbidding cave world. Following Ming's map and instructions, Captain Khan steers a course for the stronghold of Zug, chief of the cavemen. The ship leaves the gloom of the first cave and enters another, colossal in size and brilliantly lighted. They land and get out of the rocket ship.
Well, Dale, we're here.
What a huge cave. And look at all those little holes in the side.
Those must be the dwellings of my subjects. Khan, is all my kingdom like this?
I've never been inside before, Your Majesty. Nobody has ever explored this strange underground world.
Look, men are coming out of those holes in the cliff. And what fierce-looking men.
That powerful-looking red-headed giant must be their leader.
We'll break the news to him, Your Majesty.
Me, Zeus. Me, chief here. Why you come, huh?
Bend your knee, O red-haired one. This is King Flash the First, ruler of Kira, the cave world. By order of Ming the Merciless, Emperor of Mongo.
No, King. Me, chief. Me, kill him.
Look out, Flash.
Drop that stone axe, you fool.
Yeah.
This is a ray pistol which can dissolve you into pieces.
Wait, Khan. I'll not rule any man I can't beat in fair combat.
You stronger. You, king.
Thanks, Zug. I'll make you my right-hand man.
Run for your lives. He comes, eater of men.
What's the matter?
Big lizard monster, eats men. Run for your lives.
Khan, give her my signal gun. If that thing gets close enough, I'll shoot it.
No, shoot him, Flash.
Here goes. Good work, Your Majesty. You have blinded him.
There he goes. I don't think you'll ever be bothered by him again, Zug.
Oh, King. Me and my pride fight for you, always.
Fine. With the cavemen and the hawkmen, I'll conquer my kingdom.
Flash Gordon leads his army of cliffmen and hawkmen into the immense caves which make up his kingdom. After progressing for a long time without seeing a living thing, he decides to take Dale and go on a scouting expedition. Walking through a cave of terrifying beauty, the two Americans are suddenly surprised by a band of lizard men. They drop from all sides, hurling stones. Flash is knocked out, and Dale's signal gun shrieks its siren as she fires bolt after bolt at the charging man-beast. Back on the plain, Captain Khan and Zug leap to their feet as the wailing of Dale's signal gun reaches their ears. With the dashing, fearless Captain Khan at their head, the squad of hawkmen come to the rescue.
Dale! What has happened to His Majesty?
Lizard men, they attacked us and knocked Flash out. I fought them off, but they took Flash and escaped through that crevice.
It's blocked with a huge stone. Men, swing that quick-firing gun into position. There. This way, Dale. Let us find His Majesty.
Look! Blood.
That means King Flash came this way. Lizard men don't bleed.
This passage seems blocked up.
We'll have to use the nitro gun.
Wait. Let me squeeze through that opening.
Right. How is it, Dale? Can you see the end?
Not yet.
Now?
I'm stuck, but I can see light ahead.
Dale?
Flash, darling, you're alive. I'm so glad.
They'll have to get the cannon. I can't budge this stone.
Can you reach my signal gun?
Yes, I got it. Thanks, Dale. Quiet. Here come the lizard men after me.
In the meantime, in the castle of Azora, the witch queen of the blue magic men, Tall, the chief magician, calls the queen's attention to something he sees in the magic glass.
Look, O Queen.
Strangers to my cave.
Fighting with the lizard men. See, they have blown down the stone and have conquered their opponents. They are free. They are coming this way.
What a handsome blonde leader. Tall, we must go to welcome him.
What's that, Khan? Why, the earth is trembling. The walls are shaking.
Look, the soldiers and Brooke and the cavemen.
They're buried under an avalanche of stone. That weird light. What does it mean? Look, in the midst of the lurid flames. A woman!
Greetings, strangers.
Who are you?
Bend the knee, O strangers. You are face to face with Azora, queen of the blue magic men.
A queen?
I am King Flash. I bend my knee to no one, man or woman.
So, make him bow to me, Tall.
Poison gas. She's strangling us. Dale. Don't worry, Dale.
Your spell is on them, O Queen. See, they sink to the ground unconscious from the sleep gas. Yours is the power to bring them back, God.
The fool. He thinks he can pit his muscle against sleep gas. Have them carried to the gravity sled. We return to the castle.
Well, Queen Azora, here are the three strangers laid out before you, still in deep slumber, from which only you have the power to bring them back. What is your pleasure?
Ah, he is so handsome, so big and strong. Tall, use the pull motor. Bring this one back to life.
There. His eyelids quiver. A shudder runs through his body. The blonde youth is coming back to us.
Don't worry, Dale. I'm with you. Where am I? Oh, it's you.
Yes. Are you so displeased with my appearance? Am I not beautiful to look upon?
Dale.
Save your breath. He cannot hear you. He cannot answer you. He is dead.
No. Dale, you witch. You killed her.
Yes, I killed her.
You stand there and admit it. Why, I don't...
Stop. I killed her as I killed you and your other companion. And I can bring her back as I brought you back to life.
Then do it. At once.
You are young and full of life. It would be a pity to put such a fine specimen of manhood to death.
What are you talking about?
One of you must die. Which shall it be? You or the girl?
You know there's only one answer to that.
Ah, the brave youth wishes to make the supreme sacrifice. Very noble, but very foolish. I've changed my mind. You shall live for me.
And Dale, what will happen to her?
If you promise to obey me forever, I will bring her back to life.
Then I agree to your terms.
Shall we seal our bargain with a drink?
Very well.
Carl?
Here it is, O Queen.
Take this cup, stranger. Drink to our love, fair-haired youth.
You drugged me.
Yes. And now you are truly mine forever.
I can't seem to remember. Where am I? Who are you? And who am I?
Ah, do not worry, my soldier prince. I am your queen, Azura.
Azura? Queer, I can't remember who I am. I had something to do. I had to save somebody.
Sit back and relax.
I must have been struck on the head during a battle. Forgive me for being so foggy.
Oh, you are forgiven, my prince. Come with me.
My mind is a blank as to my past.
You mean you have forgotten everything? Even our love?
All I know is that you are the most gorgeous woman I have ever seen.
Ah, and that is what I have been waiting to hear you say. Listen, my handsome prince. I wish to test you. Look at those two figures suspended there. Do you know them?
A man and a girl. Beautiful girl, too. I never saw them before in my life. Could I recognize them? Have I ever met them?
One more test. Charles, the pulmotor. Bring that man back to life.
He is coming back, O Queen.
Flash. Your Majesty. Where is Dale? Dale? Your Majesty? What are you talking about? You must be ill, Your Majesty. Don't you know me? Khan of the Hawkmen. Azura. What's the man raving about?
He is a war prisoner of ours, crazy from wounds.
Oh, then I quite understand. I forgive him.
I am glad you are loyal to me, my prince.
I always will be, my beautiful queen. Flash, listen to me.
Quiet. Lie back, you.
I warn you, it will take 1,000 magic men to keep me in chains.
I think not. Guard! Bind him with the electric manacles. Silence, dogs. I warn you, if you disobey, these manacles will become red hot and steal you to the bone. Take him to the kitchen.
Oh, you got Flash!
And now for the girl.
Flash, where are you?
You shall see him. Get up. Come this way.
Where am I?
You are in the palace of Azura, queen of the magic men. When I draw these curtains, you shall see your lover in the arms of his queen, Azura.
Oh, Flash, how could you?
Listen.
Your kingdom is very beautiful, my darling. I think I would enjoy the sight of food more. I'm starved.
Forgive me, my prince. I was so interested in showing you the beauty of my palace, I had forgotten about food. Come to the dining room. Oh, cook! Some food.
Now, strange girl, come with me to the kitchen. You shall serve them.
Saul takes Dale to the kitchen of the palace where she joins Khan, who is helping prepare the food.
Oh, Dale, you're safe.
Yes, Captain John. And I'm glad to find you safe, too. But Flash...
Yes?
Oh, Captain John, what has caused Flash to change so?
I do not know, but he seems to be under some kind of spell. This queen is indeed a witch.
One of you two with me. Get to work.
No, I won't. I won't do anything for her.
You dare to rebel? Then take this magnetic whip.
Stop! Give me that whip or I'll break your neck.
Burn him!
Oh, Tom, they'll kill you. Tell them you'll obey.
For your sake, Dale, I surrender. I will obey.
Good. Now, girls, take this plate of food into the queen and her new prince.
Here, I will help you with the tray, Dale. Now, one taste of this acid on the food, and all of your magic won't save her. There. Now then, can you carry it?
Yes, I shall take it in now.
Ah, here comes the food. Serve my prince. Her.
Serve Flash?
Oh, you clumsy fool.
Oh, don't you love me anymore, Flash?
Love you? Well, I don't even know you, girl.
I will teach this unruly and clumsy servant girl obedience. Guards, give her the whip.
What will happen to Dale Arden, held in the clutches of the cruel witch queen Azura? See for yourself in full-colored pictures the terrifying situation that faces our friend. You will find these pictures in next Sunday's Comic Weekly, which is distributed with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. And besides Flash Gordon, you will find all the other friends waiting to entertain you. Bringing Up Father, The Little King, Barney Google, Good Old Skippy, Jungle Jim, Polly and her pals, the Katzenjammer Kids, Trips and Casper, Way Out West, Tilly the Toiler, Mickey Mouse, and many others. Be sure you get the big, full-colored Comic Weekly with your Hearst newspaper next Sunday. And don't forget our date next week at this same time for another chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
The Fred Allen Show. Brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. An hour of smiles with Fred Allen, folks. 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. With our guest, a representative from the Statue of Liberty, David Ledmere. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Merrimacs, and Win Murray. The time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show. Well, as the feller says, you can't start a show without an overture, folks, so we bow to the inevitable, and our overture is Yip by Addie I.A. Ladies and gentlemen, A is for Allen, who comes every week. B's for the bags hanging down on each cheek. C's for the comedy he's been rehearsing. And D is for Duck. Here comes Fred in person.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations to you, Harry, on finally mastering your ABCs.
Oh, thanks.
Why didn't you do the rest of the alphabet? You're going so well there, I thought you'd continue.
Is there more to it?
Oh, haven't you heard, Harry?
Oh, no. Gee, I didn't get any farther than college, Fred.
Oh, you only got up to D, a Dartmouth man, huh? Well, would you like to hear at this late age, would you like to hear the rest of the alphabet, Harry?
Yeah, what is the next letter, Fred?
Well, to a musician, it's E flat, but to us, it's E. E for their ears, listeners find full of corn. F for the fanfares, Peter blows on his horn. G's for the gags we hope will go well. H, our announcer, Herschel von Zell.
Oh, well, that's fine. Now for the news. Peter!
No, wait a minute. Wait, don't put the fanfare in there. I'm not through yet, Harry.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
I for Ipana, whose praises we sing. J is the jibe that the Merrimacs swing. K is the key that Win Murray reaches. L is what Van Steeden looks like in a tuxedo coat that doesn't match his breeches. I had to rush in for the meter. The meter was a little rushed it together.
Well, that's fine. Now for the news. Peter!
Now, wait. No, Harry. I am not finished.
Well, it's my mistake. Go ahead, Fred.
M is for Portland, so pretty and chic.
M is for Portland?
Portland, Maine, Harry.
O.
No, not O, Harry. The next letter is N. You gave yourself away. It was there I knew you were a Dartmouth man when you put O after M. But the next letter is N.
Oh, well, N, I know what that is for. That's for the news. Peter!
See, I never saw a man take so much time to get ready to play so little, did you? All right, I give up the whole thing. The Ipana News presents The World in Review. New York City, New York. Community Service Society Committee on Housing publishes preliminary report on rooming house situation in Manhattan. Report based on survey of 75 typical rooming houses shows lack of sufficient beds and bathtubs for tenants, law violations in regard to cooking in rooms, and serious overcrowding. Ipana News conducts its own rooming house survey to get the true facts. First, a rooming house tenant, Mr. Yandel Baxter. Now, Yandel, have you found conditions crowded?
Crowded? Brother, I lived in places so packed, I come out narrow-minded.
I was wondering why your head came to a point there. I couldn't. That explains it.
Yeah, it's brutal. Me and the wife just checked out of a joint, the Beckoning Arms down on 8th Street.
The Beckoning Arms, that was the name of the place. Well, what were your accommodations?
Well, we had the bridal suite.
The bridal suite?
Yeah, it was the southeast half of the northwest corner of a 9-family room.
There were 9 families in the one room?
Yeah, they had lines painted on the floor for privacy.
Oh. Did the people stay inside of their lines?
Everything was okay till the guy living in the center of the room gets up in the middle of the night and starts painting new lines.
He was altering his boundaries?
Yeah. First thing anybody knew, he'd blitzkrieg 6 inches south.
What happened?
A plebiscite busted out.
Really?
Yeah, the guy by the window Anschlussed the family by the door. The guy on the downtown side threw up a Maginot Line. And the guy in the corner started dropping leaflets on everybody.
Did you retreat?
Me and the wife run the blockade without getting scuttled.
Good for you. And now you are living elsewhere?
Oh, yeah. We got a room of our own now. It's a converted broom closet.
Well, isn't that rather stuffy?
Nah, I don't mind. But the wife is starting to crab.
Why?
On account of the boarder.
Oh, you have a boarder in the closet.
Yeah, it wouldn't be so bad, but he's a musician.
A musician?
Yeah, when he brings his band home to practice, the wife has to get up on the shelf with her grandfather.
Well, obviously you've got no room for complaint. And thank you, Mr. Yandel Baxter. A young lady who had a peculiar experience as a result of rooming house congestion is Miss Gladys Snavely. What happened? You found it, did you? What happened, Miss Snavely?
This is one for the book.
Well, you don't say. What occurred?
Well, last week I moved into this rooming house.
Uh-huh.
I get me a room on the same floor as the bathtub.
That makes it very convenient. Now,
Are you kidding?
well, not knowing the place, I don't.
Brother, getting down that hall to the bathtub is like running interference for Notre Dame.
You always have trouble, do you?
Let me give you an incident.
Do. I wish you would.
Last week I had a date with a fella.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's Saturday night, so I figure I'll take me a bath.
Good for you.
I go down the hall with me bubble soap and a towel.
Your bubble soap and a towel.
Well, the door's locked.
Uh-huh.
Some dame is splashing around in the tub and singing, Ma, he's making eyes at me.
You withdrew to your room, did you?
Yeah. I'm sitting there with my ear cocked when I hear the water gurgling out of the tub.
Uh-huh.
The bathroom door opens. I make a dash for it.
And?
Zip, the old maid from across the hall beats me by a sponge.
Oh. You withdrew once more, of course.
Yeah. Again I hear the water gurgling. Again I lam down the hall.
And?
Bang, the fuller brush man in the next room trips me up with a sample and slams the bathroom door.
You were mad, of course.
I'm berserk.
Berserk.
So I sticks me head out at the window and I hollers, fire, fire.
A brilliant move.
Yeah. Well, fire engines start screaming down the street. All the roomers run out of the house. I'm alone at last.
What did you do?
I sauntered down the hall with me bubble soap and me towel.
Uh-huh.
The bathroom's empty. In I go. I turn on the faucet.
And?
Nothing comes out.
Nothing?
The fire chief cut off the water. He's playing it on the building.
And you didn't get your bath?
What do you think, mister?
At a hasty glance, I would say no.
Oh, wise guy, huh?
That is putting it mildly, and thank you, Miss Gladys Snavely. And now a man who bids fair to become a permanent pest on this program, poet Thorndike Swinburne. Now, Thorndike, you have been thrown out of here twice.
Yes.
Once out the 49th Street exit.
Yes.
And the other time the 50th Street door.
Yes.
Now, what do we have to do to get rid of you permanently, Thorndike?
Oh, the eternal question.
It has been asked before?
And will be asked again. To know me is to loathe me.
You are a keen judge of character, Thorndike.
Thank you.
Now, why are you here tonight?
I have written a new poem. It's dedicated to a crowded rooming house.
And what is it called?
A crowded rooming house.
Fine. Nice twist you have on it. Go right ahead.
A crowded rooming house. It takes a heap of people to make a house a heap. And when a heap of people is heaped up in their sleep, the heap that's heaped up sleeping is just a heap asleep. But the sleep that's sleeped up is sleeping by the heap that is asleep. Is a heap and sleeping. And I don't mean sleeping heap. Heap.
You made several mistakes there, but fortunately, in a poem like that, no one will ever know. This is the, including yourself, I take it. That was the end.
Yes, you may throw me out now.
Always a pleasure.
Throw me out the 6th Avenue door. I'm going cross town.
Yes. We'll throw you as far as Lindy's. You can stop off there. And thank you for a distressing few minutes. And now to show how crowded some of the New York theatrical rooming houses are, Ipana News dramatizes the recent experience of an actor who engaged a room. The scene, the front hall in Ma Brody's theatrical rooming house. A meek little actor is in the hall inquiring from Ma Brody about accommodations.
I want to get a room, Ma Brody.
Are you an actor?
Yeah, I'm a sword swallower.
Working?
I'm opening with the floor show at the Automat Monday.
Okay. I'm a little crowded, but you can have this room off the hall, number 7.
Thanks, Ma. I'll see you later. Oh, boy, what a break. The house is crowded, and I grabbed this big room all to myself. Well, I may as well hang me coat in the closet.
Yeah? What's on your mind, Bud?
Who are you guys?
Culpepper and McGee, Bud. We're living in here.
In the closet?
Yeah, beat it, Bud. We're rehearsing.
Yeah, who was that lady I seen you? That's a laugh. 2 guys sleeping in my closet. Well, I'll hang my coat in the bathroom.
Hey, closing the door kindly.
Who are you?
I am Podolsky, the Russian baritone. I am living in here.
In the bathroom?
In Russia, this is the parlor. You.
Well, there's one thing. I ain't gonna be lonesome in here. I'll stuff my coat in this bureau drawer.
Hey, close that drawer.
Well, I'll be... Who are you?
I'm Major Pee-wee, the midget.
And you're living in that bureau drawer?
Not so loud. You'll wake up my 8 brothers.
Hey, this is getting ridiculous. I'm getting in the bed. At least nobody can bother me there.
Hey, get off my head.
What are you doing in my bed?
I'm living in here, Bud. Scram.
Hey, what is this? Ma Brody! Ma Brody!
Hey, what's the fuss? Who's making that noise? Oh, it's you.
Hey, what kind of a joint is this?
I told you I was crowded. What are you kicking about?
Listen, I don't mind them 2 guys in the closet. I ain't complaining about that Russian in the bathroom and the midgets in the drawer. But when I gotta sleep with a total stranger...
What stranger?
This guy in bed here.
Oh, that's Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, meet the new roomer.
Oh, glad to meet you, Bud.
I'm glad to know you, Brown. Move over.
Thank you. And now the Merry Mash, ladies and gentlemen, to sing the number that was not recently dedicated to one of the Marx brothers. It's called the Gaucho Serenade.
Shining bright down in Rio de Janeiro comes a gent with a mellow instrument and a colorful sombrero. Then he sings and the melody he brings so tenderly played is called the Gaucho Serenade. La 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 la. Si, senor, he's a happy troubadour on a patio you'll find him. Senor, he will go from door to door, leaving happiness behind him. All the sweet senoritas hurry out to join the parade and hear the Gaucho Serenade. La 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 la. The Gaucho Serenade. find him. Si, senor, he will go from door to door, leaving happiness behind him. All the sweet senoritas hurry up to join the parade and hear him sing the gaucho serenade. La 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 la, the gaucho serenade, the gaucho serenade.
Thank you. The Town Hall Tea Shoppy, always on the alert for some startling innovation, announces the addition of an educated talking waiter. The singing kind were merely entertaining. Now, the new ones are guaranteed to be instructive as well. Now, tonight we bring you a preview of the new waiting technique. The scene, the tea shoppy.
Good evening, sir. May I suggest this table over here?
Thanks. Got a menu?
Here you are, sir. And may I remind you that in the year 872, Howard the Fair-Haired broke the power of the Norwegian chiefs in Iceland?
Is that right? How's the hamburger?
Excellent. You know, of course, that Einstein's theory of relativity assumes that the velocity of light...
Yeah, that's been spinning around in my pretty head for some time. So you just run along and get me some hamburgers, some mashed potatoes, some creamed carrots, and a cup custard pronto.
Certainly, sir. But may I point out that those are all soft foods?
Well?
Well, so many of the soft, creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays, delicious as they are, do not give our gums the exercise and stimulation they need to keep them firm and healthy.
Okay, what can I do about it?
Just listen to Harry Von Zell some Wednesday night when he says,
When gums are tender and soft, teeth are seldom sparkling and bright. And to help strengthen undernourished gums with toning and exercise, many dentists suggest the regular use of Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. For Ipana is especially designed not only to clean and brighten your teeth, but when used with massage to help stimulate your gums as well. So get a tube of Ipana from your druggist and use it faithfully. When you feel that delightful tang, exclusive with Ipana and massage, you'll know that circulation is awakening in your gums, stimulating them, helping them become firmer and healthier. And you'll know that you made a mighty wise choice in Ipana toothpaste.
Gita Van Steeden and his Tobacco Road Symphony Orchestra have just rendered Cherry Berry Bee. Say, Harry, that lady just came in. Would you like to read the other commercial over that lady just came in here?
I have filed it under one.
Haven't you? Good evening, sir. May I suggest this table over here? Thanks, got a menu. You and I can do it.
Well, all right.
Well, we'll get you read it to her when we get through. And now our guest. Hello, Portland.
Hello.
Gee, I didn't see you come in. You just get here?
No, I've been over helping the Merrimacs.
Helping the Merrimacs financially?
No, they need some new words, so I made some up.
New words for what?
For their songs. All their songs have the same words.
Oh, that's silly. The Merrimacs sing different songs every week.
Yes, but in the middle of the songs, they always say the same words.
What words?
Watten, datten, batten, scatten, hatten, gatten, pa.
Oh, I see. And what, you told me to wait there. I waited. Now, so what? You just want me to wait to relax. It's nice of you. The thought is nice. If you're waiting for results, you should tell me, too, and set a limit. Well, these words, what were those words again there that you have...
Rattin, datin, batten, statin, hattin, gatten, paw.
Uh-huh. That was better than the first time, wasn't it? It was shorter, which made it better automatically. You see. Well, what new words have you written in now to take the place of wattin, datin, batten, scattin, hattin, gatten, paw?
Wheatin, deatin, beatin, skeetin, heatin, geetin, poo.
Well, that last word sums it up nicely.
Pooh?
And I do mean what you said. Well, now that you've given the Merrimacs that Wheaton, Beaton, Durstein, and Osborne routine, I think I think you've written yourself out. You should give up lyric writing as of now. Isn't there some other hobby you could cultivate?
Well, this is leap year, but I'm too young for that.
Ah, yes. Leap year is rather a risky 12-month for the unattached male, isn't it?
That's what you men say. Girls have their troubles leap year, too.
What troubles? They put a little lipstick on the bait, and they're ready to troll.
Well, I saw a girl run up to a policeman today.
To propose?
No. She said, "Officer, there are 2 men following me. Make the little one stop."
That's very good, but not the way you tell it. But I'd like to hear someone tell that sometime.
Do you know how leap year got its name?
Yes, I know. Why don't you put a weight on your tonsils and keep your voice in one place? Yes, I know how leap year got its name. It comes every 4 years. Every 4th year, the president, you know, is up for re-election, and somebody else tries to leap into the White House.
This may not turn out to be leap year after all.
Well, nobody seems to know. The way it looks, though, I wouldn't sell my fireplace. Now, what about, that's probably our guest star's reception. We shouldn't construe it. Now, what about our guest star, by the way?
Well, last week I went down to see the Statue of Liberty, and I learned so many things about the statue.
Oh, now, wait. You haven't brought the Statue of Liberty here tonight.
No, but I have brought a man who knows all there is to know about the statue.
Really?
Mr. Allen, meet Mr. David Ludmira.
Well, good evening, Mr. Ludmira.
Good evening, Fred.
I hope Portland hasn't dragged you away from your chores at the Statue of Liberty for this little tete-a-tete.
No, Fred. I'm not on duty at night, but the statue is in good hands.
Ah, that sure is a weight off my mind. I thought Miss Liberty might be out there in the harbor tonight without a chaperone. You know, with all those boys floating around.
Well, there's nothing to worry about, Fred.
Fine. Now, before we start, Mr. Ludmira, may I ask what is your official position at Bedloe's Island?
I'm an assistant to Mr. George A. Palmer, the superintendent, Fred.
And what are your duties?
Well, I have charge of the office work and finances, and occasionally I guide visitors around the statue.
Well, how long have you been a member of Miss Liberty's supporting cast?
Since 1936.
1936. That was the year Alf Landon left Kansas with the big flower, and New York left Tammany with the little flower. Now, first on our fact parade, how did the Statue of Liberty ever get into the middle of New York Harbor? It surely wasn't there when Grover Whalen went down the bay to welcome Hendrick Hudson, was it?
No, Fred. The tablet on the pedestal of the statue tells its story.
It tells a story. Well, how does the tablet read?
A gift from the people of the Republic of France to the people of the United States. This Statue of Liberty, enlightening the world, commemorates the alliance of the 2 nations in achieving the independence of the United States and attests their abiding friendship.
The statue, then, was erected by the people of France. And when was it previewed?
The Statue of Liberty was unveiled and dedicated on October 28, 1886.
1886. Miss Liberty today is 53 years old.
Yes, going on 54.
Well, if you want to be catty, Mr. I hope I look as well when I'm 53 going on 54, but I don't imagine I'll wear as well as the Statue of Liberty.
Well, I hardly think so, Fred. She's made of copper.
Well, I've got plenty of iron in my system, Mr. Ludmere. As a matter of fact, I have so much iron in me, they tried to tear me down along with the 6th Avenue L a few months back. Iron seems to run in our family. When my grandfather died, they didn't bury him. The old gentleman was scrapped. But tell me, Mr. You were scratching your head, Uncle Jim. I hope you were thinking. But tell me, Mr. Don't mind us, Mr. Ludmere. This goes on all the time. But tell me, Mr. Ludmere, who designed the statue originally?
The statue was created by a French sculptor named Auguste Bartholdi.
Did Mr. Bartholdi build the entire statue in France?
Yes. In 1884, Liberty was on exhibition in Paris for about 6 months.
Well, how did they ship this enormous figure to America? The Normandy wasn't running in those days. It isn't running today, is it?
Well, the statue didn't come in one piece, Fred. It was shipped here in 300 sections.
Well, I guess it's the old story. 6 months in Paris and anyone will go to pieces. The statue we see in the harbor today is really America's first jigsaw puzzle.
You might say so, Fred.
Well, can you give us an idea of how large the Statue of Liberty really is?
Well, Liberty is 152 feet high, and it's as tall as a 22-story building.
And that arm that holds the torch?
The arm is 40 feet long, the index finger on the hand is 8 feet long, and Liberty's waist is 35 feet around.
Or 2 feet smaller than Don Wilson. But tell me, Mr. Ludmere, is the Statue of Liberty the property of New York City?
No, Fred. The statue is administered by the National Park Service, a branch of the United States Department of the Interior.
I see. It's outside, but the Department of Interior makes an exception in this case. But, well, tell me, about how many visitors do you greet a year? Last year, for instance.
Well, 1939 was a record year, Fred. We had about 428,000 tourists. Most of them were World's Fair visitors.
And with the fair opening again, I'm sure you'll have another record-breaking summer. Now, suppose I come out to visit the Statue of Liberty one day. What will I see?
Well, first you'll take an elevator to the top of the pedestal.
The pedestal. Can I go up into the statue?
Yes, you can go up as high as the head.
In another elevator?
No, Fred. You have to climb a winding staircase right up to the head.
And how high is it?
12 stories or 168 steps. There are windows in the statue's forehead, and you get a beautiful view of the city.
Well, if you can see the statue so well from New York, I'm surprised that some enterprising firm hasn't tried to hang a gum or a soft drink sign on Miss Liberty.
Well, she's had a couple of offers, Fred.
You mean someone has actually tried to commercialize our symbol?
Yes. A few years ago, we received an advertising proposition from a watchmaking concern. They wanted to put a giant wristwatch on the arm of the statue.
Say, that would have set a new high in sponsoring, wouldn't it? You didn't accept the proposition, of course.
No, Fred. The Statue of Liberty is still on sustaining.
Where I am apt to find myself any minute. Well, I want to thank you for this enlightening little chat tonight, Mr. Ludmere.
I've enjoyed it very much, Fred.
We may have spoken in jest about some angles of your work this evening, but in our hearts we all know today more than ever before that this statue is the symbol of America's most precious possession, our liberty.
Good night, Fred.
Thank you, and good night, Mr. David Ludmere. Thank you. And now, Miss... you've got a new costume wearing? You look charming, I must say. And your new shoes, too? You have those filled-in heels, haven't you?
Yes, Fred.
I never know with those shoes whether a girl's arches are falling or whether it's the shoes. But what are you going to sing for? I'll leave out this joke. It didn't get a laugh at rehearsal. What are you going to sing tonight?
I thought about you.
Did you really? And you set it to music. Well, all right. I thought about you.
I took a trip on a train, and I thought about you. I passed a shadowy lane, and I thought about you. or three cars parked under the stars, a winding stream, moon shining down on some little town, and with each beam, same old dream. At every stop that we made, I thought about you. But when I pulled down the shade, then I really felt blue. I peeked through the crack and looked at the track, the one going back to. And what did I do? I thought about you. Seems that I read, or somebody said, that out of sight is out of mind. Maybe that's so, but I tried to go and leave you behind. What did I find? I took a trip on a train, and I thought about you. I passed a shadowy lane, and I thought about you. 2 or 3 cars parked under the stars, a winding stream, moon shining down on some little town, and with each beam, the same old dream. At every stop that we made, I thought about you. But when I pulled down the shade, then I really felt blue.
Don't touch a note of that song. That's the way you rehearsed it. Now we'll sing it later in the program. Thank you, Ed. Now, oh, stop it, Harry. With all of the moving picture companies going in for epics nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, we see no reason why we can't toss off one of our own. So here it is. This production, gigantic in a small way, we call the Town Hall Morality Play. Each of the 4 characters you have known since childhood. They are, in the order of their appearance, rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief. First, rich man.
With all my money, I can't buy a better dentifrice than Ipana toothpaste.
Poor man.
When I figure that Ipana not only does a bang-up job on my teeth, but when used with massage helps the health of my gums, too, I figure I just can't afford not to use Ipana.
Beggar man.
My wife doesn't have to beg the youngster to brush his teeth anymore. Not since he found out how pleasant Ipana tastes.
Thief.
Why let unattractive teeth rob you of an attractive smile when Ipana is no farther away than your nearest drugstore?
Those opinions, ladies and gentlemen, are influenced in no small way by the opinions of many dentists who say, since the soft, creamy foods we eat do not give our gums enough exercise and stimulation to keep them firm and healthy, use Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. And in giving that advice, dentists are doing for others what so many of them are doing for themselves. For in a recent survey, more dentists said they personally use Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice of any type. Now make their choice your choice. Use Ipana toothpaste. The Fred Allen Show will continue immediately following a brief pause for your station identification. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed. Fred takes his place at the round table now, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. Are you ready, Fred?
Yes, Harry. If the forum is officially open, if Portland will kindly introduce the first member of our little gathering tonight.
I'll be glad to. First, Mr. Arthur Rhoda from Jackson Heights, New York.
Good evening, Mr. Roeder.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Are you from Jackson Heights?
I am.
We have quite a few members of our program from Jackson Heights. Win Murray and our Uncle James there, the man who has you so firmly by the collar. He's always afraid that a guest will get away once they get in. But did the snowstorm last night bother you folks any over Jackson Heights way?
Well, we're rather short of snowplows, I believe.
I know. Uncle Jim told me he mushed in this morning. Of course, if everyone had dogs as big as Uncle Jim, mushing would be a pleasure, I guess. But you've never seen Uncle Jim in his bare feet, I don't imagine, Mr.
Not quite, no.
He looks as though he's standing on 2 skin skis. But may I ask... Oh, yeah, don't laugh, Mr. Van Steeden. I have been over in Jackson Heights through the backyards on a concert tour some time ago. And I happened to see Uncle Jim's stockings. They look like 2 sleeves hanging in the wind. But may I ask, that'll hold you, wherever you... where do you come from, Mr. Van Steeden? Larchmont way, huh?
Jackson Heights.
Joe Jackson. But you're on your way to Larchmont with that tuxedo, anyway. Mr. Rhoda, may I ask your business? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm a liquor salesman, Fred.
A liquor salesman?
Yeah.
Are you really?
Yes.
You haven't brought any samples with you.
Well, you can call me up tomorrow for those.
No, I don't drink. I'm a malted milkman myself. I guess I miss a lot of conviviality, but I probably save a lot of wear and tear on my head at the same time. Tell me confidentially, do you think that the liquor being sold today compares favorably in quality with the liquor that was sold before Prohibition?
Oh, I think so, yes.
You do. It's just
Absolutely.
as good, aged just as long,
Oh, yes.
cheaper or more expensive.
I think it's cheaper.
It certainly is better than what they were selling during Prohibition, that I'll guarantee.
Absolutely.
I remember going to a boat christening over on the west side during Prohibition. Some politician got up and hit the stern with a bottle of champagne. This bootleg champagne had burned 2 Newport holes in the back of the boat. And the rudder of the boat went up the Hudson alone doing 40 knots an hour. Well, thank you a lot, Mr. Roeder. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time. And now, Portland.
Mrs. Irene Green from New York City.
Good evening, Mrs. Green.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Do you work here in New York, do you?
Yes, I do.
May I ask your profession?
Well, my dad and I are in an importing business.
Importing? Your father and you?
Yes.
What importing what, may I ask?
We import rock lobster tails from Cape Town, South Africa.
From Africa, rock lobster tails?
That's right.
Just the tails of the lobster?
Just the tails.
What's the matter with the rest of the lobster? Why don't you bring that along to keep the tails company? It's pretty lonesome.
Well, you see, Mr. Allen, there's a great deal of waste in the tails, and
the waste in the other part of the body.
No, I mean there's waste in the head.
Uh-huh.
And,
Same with radio comedians. The heads are all waste. If you were going to import one, I would never import one with a head.
Well, we tried to save on cost of weight in freight.
I see.
And therefore we only import the tail, which carries most of the meat.
Gosh, a man who was in the shirt importing business would be better off in the lobster business using the same methods, wouldn't do they vary greatly from the main variety of lobster, the lobsters you import?
Yes, they're more like what is known here as the crawfish.
Oh, the crawfish. They don't have those pincer-like claws, do they?
No.
They don't. Up in Maine, lobsters are so common they use them for everything. Bookends, doorstops, paperweights. I know a politician up there in a town, Old Orchard. There's a man, Mr. Mullen, a politician, who even uses a live lobster for a mouse trap. Yes, he rubs cheese on inside the claws of the lobster and sets the lobster down on the floor like that, the mouse comes out and smells the cheese in the lobster's claw, and instantly the lobster closes in, and Mr. Mullen has a mouse head to mount. Well, thank you a lot. I'm sorry you didn't bring along one of those lobster tails. I don't think I've ever eaten one.
I'll bring one for you if you want to.
I wish you would next week, and you can come back on the program, and I'll eat it while you're here and tell you what I said. Thank you a lot, Mrs. Green. And now, Portland.
Mr. John Daly from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Daly.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
I was going to ask your profession, but I have been informed by a gentleman who is in charge of split seconds here that I've been talking too much, so I'm going to go into our question, if you'll excuse me. You don't mind, do you, Mr. Daly?
Certainly not, Mr.
Well,
Allen.
thank you. Now, some other day I'll meet you on the street and ask you what your profession is to keep the record straight. That brings us to our question. Tonight we discuss an institution that has been a source of ridicule for generations. It's the mother-in-law. Last year, a group of women got together and formed what is known as the Mother-in-Law Association. Its aim at that time was to banish all harsh and vulgar mother-in-law jokes. Now, recently, the association met again this year and changed the name mother-in-law to kin-mother. Now, our question tonight is, do you think that mother-in-law jokes should be stopped, and should the mother-in-law be accorded more respect? Now, Mr. Rhoda, how do you feel about mothers-in-law?
Well, mine being so far away, I don't think I'm such a good judge.
In Jackson Heights, is she?
No, farther than that. 3,000 miles.
Oh, well, you can speak freely then. Well, how do you get along with your mother-in-law, Mr. Rhoda?
Well, I got along very well with her.
When you were near her?
Absolutely.
Well, then I'd say that you would be in favor of letting up on mother-in-laws.
I think so, yes.
All right. Mrs. Green?
Well,
how do you feel about mothers-in-law?
I feel that they should be able to take a joke as well as anybody else, and by making an issue of it, as these people have done, trying to form committees and such, I think they only make it more ridiculous.
They're overdoing it,
Absolutely. I
But-
think they poke more fun than anyone else does.
Well, of course, they open up a whole new field. That'll give radio 3 years longer to live. Now it's a new mother-in-law joke. But how do you personally feel? Do you think that the mother-in-laws are ridiculed too greatly, personally? Yes or no?
Personally, I've never found it so. No.
You haven't. All right, thank you. Do you think they should, though, that people shouldn't ridicule them?
No, I don't think they deserve ridicule particularly.
All right, that's what we want to get this evening. And, Mr. Daly, how do you feel? You're married, are you?
I certainly am, Mr. Allen.
Do you... Well, you had me fooled. You don't look it, I will say. But how do you feel about mothers-in-law?
Well, I think that's up to the mother-in-laws. I believe there's 2 types of mother-in-laws.
2 types.
The good type that builds you up and makes you feel like you're somebody, and the type who's constantly trying to tear you down and make you feel like you're not, you know?
Oh, so you believe that the person is entitled to a choice?
I said.
Well, I think our forum stands 2 for the mothers-in-law, and Mr. Daly, who would have to be talked into it, but I haven't got the time. I'm firmly convinced that in spite of anything we have said tonight, the mother-in-law will survive, and I will probably get hit on the head the next time my mother-in-law shows up at the house. On this pleasant note of anticipation, the meeting is hurriedly adjourned, and thank you all for your kind participation. Thank you. And now the Merrimacs, ladies and gentlemen, their song, I'll See You in My Dreams.
I'll see you in my dreams. Hold you in my dreams. Someone took you out of my arms. Still I feel the thrill of your charms. Lips that once were mine. Tender eyes that shine.
you. Just to show you how fast news travels, I learned the other day that almost 3,000 years ago in Rome, a favorite remedy for a cold was for the person who had one to read aloud. Now, there's a choice morsel of pharmaceutical nonsense.
Well, Fred, I think that's a swell idea.
Well, Harry, do you mean to say that if you had a cold, you could do it any good by reading the Farmer's Almanac or the telephone directory out loud?
No, certainly not, Fred. It all depends on what you read. Now, I have a little paragraph here, reading time 58 seconds, that would do a whale of a lot of good for anyone who reads it.
Well, then, Harry, by all means, read it.
All right, it's this. At the very first sign of a cold, take sparkling Sal Hepatica. Because Sal Hepatica helps fight colds faster. That's why it's recommended by so many doctors. As a matter of fact, in a recent impartial survey among physicians conducted by leading medical journals, it was found that 7 out of 10 physicians recommend a saline laxative when treating a cold. And Sal Hepatica, we believe, is the outstanding saline laxative in America. There are 2 very good reasons for this, which you can check with your own doctor. First,
Sal Hepatica acts quickly, yet it is exceptionally gentle.
And since the progress of a cold is fast, this greater speed of Sal Hepatica is especially important in fighting it. Second,
Sal Hepatica also helps nature counteract the acidity that so often accompanies a cold.
So get an economical bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist and always keep it on hand for quick cold-fighting service. Remember, for faster action in treating colds, take Sal Hepatica.
The Mighty Allen Art Players present an Antarctic episode. It's called Admiral Allen Was Leading a Dog's Life, so they left him at the pole. Music, Arturo.
This is station JUNK, New York. The program originally scheduled for this time, Shep Fink and His Drooling Rhythm, has been canceled. Instead, we take you now to the South Pole for a surprise shortwave interview with the famous Antarctic explorer, Admiral Rufus E. Allen. The next voice you hear will be that of Admiral Allen speaking from the South Pole. Take it away, Admiral. That was not Admiral Allen, folks, I hope. Mr. Markell, our engineer, is having a little difficulty making contact. We'll try it again. Take it away, Admiral Allen. Take it away, Admiral Allen. Take it. Maybe he can't take it. Come in, Admiral.
Hello, America.
Oh, I say there's something here.
Hello, America. Can you hear me, America?
Not very well, Admiral. Can you speak more distinctly? Much better, Admiral. How are conditions down there at the pole?
I'll be a journey dog tip.
Oh, watch it, Admiral.
Are we on the air?
Yes, Admiral.
Hello, America.
You said that.
Oh.
Now, how are things at the pole, Admiral?
It's too darn cold, America. But my little band is facing the hardships bravely, America.
Oh, good. Have you any message from the Arctic waste to deliver to civilization?
Yes. If the pot of gold calls me up...
Yes?
Tell them my new phone number is Penguin 4. Ring 2. An Eskimo will run over and get me.
Okay, Admiral.
Hello. Oh, goodbye, America. Goodbye, America. Goodbye.
Close that blasted door.
Tompkins reporting, sir. Did you talk to America?
Yes, I just signed off. Have you taken the temperature reading, Tompkins?
Just finished, sir. Temperature's 80 below and dropping fast.
80 below. What are you using for a thermometer? The Trilon?
It's so cold the mercury's hanging down from the thermometer, sir. It's wobbling about like a pendulum.
Gad, we've been here 6 months at Little Brooklyn. This is the coldest yet.
Yes, sir. It got so cold this morning I couldn't saw any firewood. The teeth on the saw were chattering.
We're doomed, Tompkins. It's getting colder by the hour, and we're almost out of food.
Can't you send some men out to hunt for food?
I had Welch, Weaver, and Svensky out hunting yesterday. Welch bagged a small walrus.
And the other two?
Weaver's a little nearsighted. He bagged Svensky.
That won't help.
No, Svensky only weighs 80 pounds. He's practically all gristle.
Somebody's knocking, sir.
You have keen eardrums, Tompkins. Come here.
Sacre bleu, it is cold.
Pierre, my cook.
Pierre, your ex-cook, I quit.
You can't quit, Pierre. Get back out to the cookhouse and start making dinner.
Non, une chaîne. How can I make the dinner when there is nothing to cook?
You can fake it, can't you?
20 years I have studied under the great Oscar. And what have I cooked on this expedition?
What?
December, fried reindeer horns.
Delicious.
January, penguin du jour.
Piquant.
February, porpoise pandowdy.
Delightful.
I am finished.
This is vitamin sabotage, Pierre. You got my menu for today's dinner. Now you get out and cook it.
Pierre Tonnerre, who can cook that order? Overshoes medium rare with fried snow.
You'll cook them overshoes and like it. And fillet some of the sole for me.
But Pierre is artiste. I want to make the gravy delicieusement and the sauces supreme.
Never mind your fancy sauces. I'm giving you 2 minutes to start cooking, or I'm taking away your postcard.
No. No. Not so. Pierre will obey.
And make it très vite.
Oui, Admiral. Nom de cochon. For this, I have left Folty's Fisher on 23rd Street.
Yeah, Tompkins, the expedition has got to get food. How much do you weigh, Tompkins?
Good heavens, sir, you're not planning...
Not yet, Tompkins. But try to put on a little weight. Just in case.
We won't starve, Admiral. We still have our cow.
Nobody's eating Daisy, Tompkins. That cow's our good luck mascot.
But you've got to do something, sir. Say, what are we supposed to be doing down here at the South Pole, anyway?
I'm collecting data. I'm syndicating a newspaper column. My data. Come here.
Where's Admiral Allen?
Crash, why ain't you out on patrol duty?
I'm quitting. You can take the pole and...
Hold on, Crash. You ain't making me a party to no international incident. You get back on patrol.
Not in this cold.
Crash.
The first hour I'm out there, what happens? These come off in my hands. Look.
Your ears.
Yeah, me ears. The second hour I'm out there in that cold, this drops off in the snow. Look at this.
Gad, your nose.
Yeah, me nose. The third hour, I feel some lumps in my mittens. Here, pull my mittens off.
Okay, I will. Hey, what dropped?
Me finger. The ear's gone, my nose gone, now my finger's gone.
Get yourself together, Crash.
Half of me is laying on the floor.
Well, pick up your fingers and go.
Okay, I'm going. I tell you, I never seen it this cold before, but once.
Where was that?
In Florida.
This is bad business, Admiral. This cold will ruin the men's morale.
Cold. Don't mention cold again, Tompkins. The word cold is taboo from now on. Call in the men. I'm telling them to. Blow the assembly horn.
Yes, sir.
If Cress shoots off his mouth before it drops off, he can start a mutiny. I'm stopping this cold talk right now.
Here's the boys coming, sir.
Well, come in, fellas.
Kunglu assembly horn.
Men of the Allen expedition, attention.
Yes, sir.
Now, men, there's a rumor around camp that this cold is getting you down, is it?
Yes, sir.
Now, we knew when we come down here to the pole it was going to be powerful cold, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Now, just because it's worse than we expected, are we going to let it lick us, men?
Yes, sir.
Now, hold on. That ain't the spirit, men.
Oh, yeah? We want to get back to civilization.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
This ain't mutiny, men.
It ain't cooperation.
Nobody can stand this cold.
Yeah, it's in your will.
All right, men. If you want to scuttle the Admiral's expedition, I'm licked. I'll contact America shortwave and get 'em to send us a rescue ship.
Now you're talking.
That's all right.
All right, boys, I'll turn on my radio. Hello, America! Hello, America!
Hello, buddy. Who's calling?
Is this Radio City, New York?
This is Irving Goldfarb, the Bronx, a shortwave fan.
You one of them ham operators?
Please, a wheel operator. I'm not even using ham in conversation.
Now listen, Goldfarb. This is Admiral Allen at the South Pole.
Oh, glad to know you, Admiral. This is Irving of Irving's Delicatessen.
I need a rescue ship. I'm out of food.
I'll immediately sending out my boy a special order of assorted cold cuts.
Cold cuts?
Yeah. Cold
Why,
cuts.
that propaganda spreading hypocrite. Give me that harpoon, somebody.
What's the matter with the cold cuts?
I'll hack this radio to bits.
Ow!
Bye,
Wait,
cold.
I'm stabbed.
Cold.
Goldfarb signing off to get her lawyer.
Cold cuts. He's sending us cold.
Admiral, you've ruined the expedition's radio.
Now we can't get no rescue ship.
I said what I'd do if I heard that word cold again, and I done it.
Well, what are we going to do, Admiral?
We're marooned here now. I'm wishing we had 'em. Instead of... I'm putting no time for ad-libbing, men. We're dealing... I'm putting you men under martial law. The first man that mentions cold again gets shot.
Well, we wouldn't mention it, sir, if we had some food.
All right, men. I give in. You boys can have Daisy. Tompkins,
Yes,
go
sir.
out to the cookhouse. Tell Pierre to cancel them overshoes. Tell him to cook up Daisy the cow.
Yes, sir. Pierre will finally have a chance to prepare one of his famous sauces. I'm off.
Now, there's going to be steaks for everybody. What do you say, men?
Yum.
Are you shivering, Cutler?
I'm shivering with joy, Admiral. That ain't the cold.
I told you, Cutler, I'm shooting the first man that mentions cold.
I'm sorry, sir.
Now, this is my last warning, men, and this goes for everybody. The next man as mentions cold is a goner.
Well, come and get it, gentlemen.
Pierre, what's the idea of bringing that raw cow in here?
Well, Tompkins say you are in a hurry, no?
But you ain't even cooked Daisy. All you've done is peel off her hide.
Mais oui, the raw meat is nothing. Pierre has made the sauce on top. The sauce par excellence.
Let me see that sauce.
Oui.
Why, you no-good left-bank hash-slinger.
Admiral.
You frog-eating, double-dealing, calorie conniver.
Admiral, not the gun.
Yes, the gun. Take this, Pierre Flambeau.
No! Bonsoir.
Bone riddance.
Admiral, are you crazy?
I know what I'm doing.
But you've killed our cook. We'll starve to death.
I said I'd kill the man who mentioned the temperature again, didn't I?
Yes, sir, but I didn't hear Pierre say anything about the cold.
He didn't say it, but he hinted at it.
Hinted?
What do you mean?
Take a look at the sauce on top of that cow, man.
Sauce?
Yes, it's chili. Thank you. Before we preview the outstanding lulls in next week's program, we'd like you to know that one winter, 25,000 years ago, Confucius say,
Cold in head is not to be sneezed at.
and this winter, Harry Von Zell say,
No cold, no matter how slight, should ever be neglected. At the very first sign of a cold, put 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. Because sparkling sal hepatica helps fight colds faster. There are 2 very good reasons why it does, and you can check them with your own doctor.
First, sal hepatica is speedy, yet it's very gentle, and speed is mighty important in fighting a cold. Second, and just as important, this famous saline laxative also helps nature counteract the acidity that so frequently accompanies a cold.
Remember, in a recent survey, it was found that 7 out of 10 doctors recommend a saline laxative in treating a cold. And sal hepatica, we believe, is America's outstanding saline laxative. So for faster action against colds, get a bottle of gentle, quick-acting sal hepatica at any drugstore.
Well, we're a little late. I won't have time to say good night. So good, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester had been helping me with some paperwork after the regular day ended, and we didn't get through until about 10 o'clock. And we were both kind of tired.
Well, I sure never did think I'd hold out, Mr. Dillon. I got a cramp in my hand and a crick in the neck. What I need's a beer.
I'll join you, Chester. I locked up the office and walked down to the Texas Trail with Chester. I guess the best thing that could be said for the night was that it was still. Not cold, not warm. Somewhere in that between that makes you wish it'd be one thing or the other. Or maybe it was because we were tired that it didn't feel right. The bar wasn't crowded, and right off, Kitty came over to our table with beer. I thought she looked kind of worried.
Hard day, Matt?
Oh, no, nothing much.
Oh.
I declare, Miss Kitty, this beer tastes darker than usual.
New brew, probably, Chester.
Yeah, I suppose.
Say, Matt, you ever seen the stranger before? The tall one, the bar?
Huh? No.
My heavens, Mr. Dillon, he is a lofty man, and that's for sure. Look at him stretch out.
Yeah. What about him, Kitty?
Well, I don't know. Sam gave me the eye a bit ago, just before you came in.
Huh? You trying to make trouble?
Sam's not sure. Fella's been drinking straight for more than 2 hours, and he doesn't say anything. He just looks like he's getting ready. Maybe waiting for something.
Yeah. Is the woman with him?
Yeah.
He was a lean, almost stringy man, better than usual tall. And he might have served in the army once because he wore his gun butt forward. As we sat, Chester and me, drinking our beer, he turned around a couple of times and looked at the door. I never saw a man with eyes as gray or with a skin to his face so dry and tough you'd swear you could get sparks off it with a flint. The woman standing next to him talked loud and often, but he didn't appear to be listening much. It was like Kitty said, he was waiting. About an hour went by, and the place began to quiet down. Most of the men drifted out to wherever their way was taking them.
Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Dillon.
You want to get on back, Chester?
Well, yes, sir, I was thinking about it. This beer is so dark, it's making me sleepy.
Well, you go ahead. I'll see you in the morning.
You staying?
Yeah, for a while, I think.
On account of that tall fella?
Yeah, maybe.
Guess I'll get a little whiskey and sugar. Might keep me awake.
No, you go on, Chester. It's all right.
Jack, how long you
If it's all the same to you, Mr. Dillon, I ain't sleepy.
But, Jack,
Okay.
I'm tired.
There's a hotel down the way, miss. That could put you up. You. Shut up. Nobody asked you.
Oh, now, Jackie, you ain't got no call to talk to the man like that. He's just being helpful.
Say, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, be quiet.
Honey, I'm tired. I want to go to bed. Trip on the stage and traveling all day. I swear I've never been so...
You talk too much. Be quiet. Stay in here with me.
But, Jackie...
You've been talking ever since we come in here. Stop or I'm going to hit you.
Might not be a bad thing if you did, Mr. Dillon. If there's anything in this world I hate, it's a woman who does nothing but clobber her guns.
Kitty.
I bet he is miserable to be wed to, though. What do you reckon's ailing him?
I don't know, Chester.
You're still here, huh, Matt?
Yeah. Sit down a minute, will you, Kitty?
Yeah, sure.
You, don't know their names, do you?
No. They came in on the 6 o'clock stage from Oklahoma territory. That's all I know. She's been talking a lot, but mostly about clothes and liquor. He don't say anything.
Yeah. You think they're married?
She's wearing a ring.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen a man drink as much, Matt. It's like water with him.
Honey. Hey, you. Honey.
Yeah. Excuse me, Matt.
Yeah, sure.
What do you want to drink? Huh? Sure. Huh? You want whiskey and sugar, don't you?
Thank you, honey. Sure.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to freshen up, Jackie.
Hmm.
I'm coming right back.
See you do.
The woman had just got out of sight when we heard the horses coming down the street outside. There were only 6 of us left in the place. Sam, Kitty, Chester, and me, the stranger at the bar, and a cowboy sleeping it off at a table across the room. The tall man called Jack, with the sound of the horses, turned to the door, and there was a gun in his hand.
You fellas at the table. Get up. Come over here.
Well,
Well, I kind of wondered what you were waiting for.
I know you've been wondering. That's why you've been hanging around. I don't want no trouble with you. Stay out of the way, you won't get hurt.
Why don't you put your gun away, mister?
Don't bother me. There's trouble coming through that door any minute.
Put it back. I don't allow gunplay in Dodge.
What you allow ain't up to you now, mister.
If you're in trouble, it's my job to protect you and your wife.
This is private trouble. You want part of it, I'll give it to you right now. In the belly.
Jack, they're here, outside.
Yeah, I know.
We can get out the back.
I ain't running no more. You either. Come on, get behind the bar.
Yeah, honey.
You 2 fellas unhitch your belts. Leave them lay where they fall. Go on.
Honey, you give me a gun, will you?
I'll give you one. Wait a minute. Okay. Now you 2 get around behind the bar.
All right.
At the end. You and the lady.
Well, listen, you can't shoot up this place.
Sam, do what he says. Chester and I did as we were told and got behind the bar along with Kitty and Sam. The tall man picked up our guns and tossed one to the woman, then dropped the others beside him on the floor. And then we waited. All of us behind the bar, except for the cowboy drunk asleep at the table.
You only had that mirror in for a month. It's going to be busted for sure.
Honey, we should have kept going. Got the train in the morning further west.
We'd had to stop somewhere. This is as good a place as any.
Listen, mister, I'm going over and get the boy sleeping at the table there. He's going to get hurt.
You move an inch from where you're at and I'll shoot you. Now shut up, all of you.
I hear him out there.
Yeah. Start shooting when that door swings in.
Mr. Dillon,
Stay down, Kitty.
Don't worry, Matt.
Here's I can figure. Stopped off with the dogs. They'll be in a saloon. Sure. Oh, I know, Farrell. Well, come on. Might as well start looking in here. Yeah, well, okay. Let's do with a drink. There it is.
The shooting went on for about 5 seconds, and when the glass started to come down behind us, we covered up. And at that, I felt a warm trickle along the side of my face where a splinter had slashed me. There wasn't anybody behind the bar hurt beyond a scratch or two from the glass. But out there by the door and sprawled out beyond onto the walk were 4 men. They never had a chance. They'd never have another.
Watch out for the glass, Jackie.
We got him.
Yeah. Yeah, we got him, honey.
Oh, one of them still alive.
Who is it?
It's Acton.
Let me. Never did like him.
Come on, let's go.
All right, Jackie. Sorry we messed up your place, honey. Don't you try coming after us, mister. Jack's had a taste of blood.
Come on.
Jackie, we're gonna have to ride now?
Yeah.
Oh, honey, I'm tired.
Take it easy later.
Are you all right, Kitty?
Well, I think so.
Look at that mirror. Just look at it.
Chester, get some guns from the office. Saddle up and get back here, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah, all right now, folks. There's just been a little shooting, that's all. Everything's going to be just...
Kitty,
Yeah.
get Doc, quick.
What is it, man?
This man isn't dead.
Huh?
Well, go on. Hurry up, will you?
Well, yeah, sure.
She ran out into the night for Doc. And I stayed in the Texas Trail watching the life flow out of the bullet hole in the chest of the man the killers had called Acton.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, you can help your fighting men and our children win the fight for life if you act now. On the battlefront, our fighting men need blood to replace the precious substance they have so valiantly lost. Only through contributions to your Red Cross fund drive can we keep up that lifeline of blood to our wounded men. But time is running out. Give now. Your Red Cross must also have funds to transform blood into anti-polio serum. The polio season is just around the corner. Red Cross Gamma Globulin is the one weapon that will spare our children from death or the crippling paralysis of polio this summer. Polio won't wait. Your community, your neighbors, perhaps your own child, can be saved from the horrible effects of the dread disease if we do something now. Your Red Cross will not distribute the anti-polio serum. It will be sent to critical areas by government health agencies. There will not be enough to protect every child this year, but many thousands will be spared polio paralysis this summer because you gave to your Red Cross. When your Red Cross Fund volunteer calls, give generously. Do it today. You give, they live. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
His eyes were open, but he didn't see me. And when I talked to him, he didn't hear. While I waited for Doc, I went through his papers. His name was Brad Acton. That's all I could find. About 2 minutes later, Kitty came back with Doc. Didn't take Doc long to shake his head.
The poor fella. He's done, Matt. There's not a living chance.
Yeah, if I could just get him to talk. We gotta find out who he is and what they've done, those two.
I don't know. He's pretty near gone. We can't...
Yeah. Acton? Acton, can you hear me? Acton? Acton? Acton, that fella, Jack Farrow. He and the woman. What did they do?
Oh, there's no use. Matt, he
Acton.
can't say nothing.
Now listen to me, Acton.
Matt.
Acton, who are they? Why did they shoot you?
He's trying, the poor devil. He just
Come on,
can't-
come on. Now you're wasting time. I gotta get after him. Now what did they do?
I'm dying. I'm dying.
We've all gotta die.
Oh, Matt.
That ain't kindly, mister.
Now, I want you to wake up. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah. I hear you. If I was on my feet...
Now listen to me. Farrow. I heard you call him Farrow. And the woman. Now what about him? Why did you come gunning for him?
Yeah, had it coming.
Why? What did they do?
It don't matter now.
It matters. If you're gonna die, get it off yourself. Now, come on. You and your pals there. If you did nothing wrong, you'll die more comfortable.
Oh, Matt, let him be. It's not
Matt,
fair.
don't.
What about it, Acton?
Matt, now you
That's
can't...
enough talk! Acton!
California. Out in California. Farrow, me, and the boys. We held up a stage in Farrow. He took the money and lit out with that woman. We've been following. Look out for her. She's mean with a gun. Martha Lou. Yeah, he's gone, Matt.
Yeah.
I guess you had to do it that way, Matt. But
But what?
nothing.
All set, Mr. Dillon?
All right, Chester.
You going after him, Matt?
Why not? They done murder, haven't they? You have to figure the odds of a man forgiving you for what you do when a thing has to be done. And then you split the difference, and depending on the reasons for doing it, you feel better or worse. I had to do what I did because I had to find out about them. But it didn't help. Even if he was a gunman, I'd given no peace to a dying man. And for that, he had to die harder. A man a long way from home. Chester and I rode out into the east, the way we figured Farrow and his wife would be headed.
Sun's coming up, Mr. Dillon.
I got eyes.
Yes, sir.
There's a homestead up around the bend. We'll stop and find out if they've seen anything.
No more than a half hour ago, Marshal. I was fixing to fetch some water when I heard 'em.
They stopped, huh?
Yeah. The woman looked tuckered out. Never see a woman with all them skirts ride the way she did. It was some picture.
How long did they stay?
5 minutes, maybe. Wife had some coffee, and they drank it, scalding, and then took off.
Headed east?
Yeah. They wanted to know how far to Kinsley, or maybe they wanted to know the next station, and I told them Kinsley. I don't know. Santa Fe's due in there for Hutchinson about 8. They do something wrong, Marshal?
Just 4 murders back in Dodge. Come on, Chester. The Farrows had enough start on us that if they got the train in Kinsley before we caught up, we'd have to use the telegraph. I hope they could be stopped further down the line. With killers like that, there'd be a lot of shooting. And I figured it was my job to be there when it happened. We rode hard. It lacked a couple of minutes before 8 when we saw the smoke of the engine. We still had a couple of miles to go to reach the station, and she was moving out when we got there. I swung aboard and held out a hand for Chester.
My, running like that give me a stitch in the side. And the puffs.
Take it easy, Chester.
I sure wish we'd have had time to find out if they's on this train, Mr. Dillon. If they ain't, we've lost them good.
Oh, we'll see. Now, look, there's a lot of people in those cars up ahead. The Ferros see us, and they're going to start shooting. And I don't want that. So go slow. If we see them first, get out of sight. We'll wait until they get off the train.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, Chester, put away the gun. No shooting on the train.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
We started from the last car and moved up. That way they wouldn't see us first. I hoped we could get them without any gunplay at all. Mostly for folks who would get hurt. But I didn't have any stomach for shooting a woman, even if she was a killer. We got to the third car when Chester spotted them.
There they are, Mr. Dillon.
All right, get back. Okay, we'll just stay here.
Conductor's coming this way.
Good.
Well, howdy, Marshal.
Mr. Heinsohn?
You on a pleasure ride or business?
Business, Mr. Heinsohn. That couple, they're in the fifth seat from the front.
The tall gent?
Yeah, and the woman.
Yeah, I wondered about them when they got on. Sure are a funny pair. She looks plumb wore out.
They both done murder.
Oh, Marshal, there's kids in the car.
I want to get them without any shooting. As long as they don't see us, it'll be all right. Now, where's your next stop?
About 30 miles down the line.
Now. Well, we'll try to figure something out.
I hope you can, Marshal.
The train rolled on. I saw Miss Farah take a kid on her lap, play with it. And the mother in the next seat looked on with fond eyes. I wonder what she would have said if she knew. Jack Farah just looked out the window. We didn't make a move at the next stop. 2 men got off, and there were still some 20 people left in the car besides the killers. About 15 miles beyond, the train pulled up again. I could see a big herd of cattle crossing the tracks. It was going to take a few minutes. Mr. Heinsohn came down the aisle to the platform where we were standing.
Hey, Marshal, I got an idea. See what you think.
Yeah?
We'll be about 10 minutes waiting until that herd gets across. How about if I tell the folks in the car they can get out stretched legs for a bit? Might give you a chance to.
All right, go ahead.
And say there, folks, there's little delay for cattle crossing. If you want to get off for a spell, stretch out a bit. There's plenty of time.
We watched. Slowly, one at a time, they made up their minds. The women glad to let the kids work off steam. The men to size up strange land or somebody else's herd. And they straggled out. There was one old couple that wouldn't move, though. And I saw Mr. Heinsohn making an eye and a shrug at me. And then they changed their minds and hobbled off. And I'd left the car empty except for the Farrows, Chester, Mr. Heinsohn, and me.
That's your deal, Marshal. Lucky they didn't decide to get off.
I didn't think they would. All right, go ahead, Mr. Heinsohn, and get those people down the line a bit, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, Chester.
This ain't nothing like California, Jackie. I never seen anything so flat. How far you think it goes like this?
I don't know.
You know, I ain't gonna take me and Matt. You want to take my gun for a while? Stick him in the rib.
Hold on to it.
Oh, honey.
I said hold on to it.
All right, get your hands up, both of you high, and don't turn around. But she must have had her gun already in her hand, wanting to give it to Farah to hold. She was fast. 1 minute she was upright in the seat, and then she was gone. firing at us from behind the seat.
Jackie! Jackie!
All right, throw out your gun, Miss Farrow.
Jackie!
Throw out your gun and stand up. I don't want to hurt you.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you!
Look out, Mr. Dillon. She's going for his gun.
Yeah.
No!
Chester, give me a hand, will you? Now stop it. Stop it.
Jackie!
Stop it.
I'll kill you! Jackie!
She was like a crazy woman. It took both of us to hold her, and we couldn't even do that right until we had her handcuffed to the seat. And then she shut up. She just sat there looking at her husband's body. When we got off at the next stop to wait for the next train back to Dodge, Jack Farrow was taken away in a wagon to be buried. His wife stood by the tracks watching it as it moved off. And it wasn't until the wagon became a dust cloud out on the plain that she started to cry.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett and Tom Tully, with John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and Jack Crucian. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The scholastic standards are rigid at Madison High. You must have a sense of humor to attend. Listen in to Eve Arden as English teaching Our Miss Brooks any Sunday evening, and you'll get the point. When Eve takes over the class, everybody's favorite subject is comedy. So don't forget, your Sunday Eve is Our Miss Brooks over most of these same CBS radio stations. Be sure to enjoy her tomorrow night. George Walsh speaking. America's 45 million radio families listen most to the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O Program starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Goody Goody. Things in life you have to take on faith, such as the fact that the sun will rise tomorrow. But when you can prove a thing yourself, it's a pleasure to do it. You've heard me talking about Jell-O week after week, but just the same, you don't have to take my word for Jell-O's extra-rich fruit flavor. You can prove it for yourself with this simple triple test. First, open a package of Jell-O, and right away you'll smell the delicious fruit fragrance of those delicate, powdery crystals. Second, dissolve Jell-O in warm water and enjoy that luscious, fresh fruit aroma again. Third, taste Jell-O. Taste that flavor, as delicious as fresh, ripe fruit. Extra rich, twice as luscious. That's Jell-O and only Jell-O. No other gelatin dessert has Jell-O's new extra-rich fruit flavor. So whether you're ordering Jell-O at your grocer's or in hotels or restaurants, order by name. Insist on the one and only genuine Jell-O. And now we bring to you, late of the Ringling Brothers Circus, Jack Benny and his troupe of aerial artists.
Ladies and gentlemen, my first trick will be, Jell-O again. Don, you make me feel like an acrobat. Aerial artist.
Well, this is the air, and we're all artists, aren't we?
Well, we're all entitled to your opinion, Don. But the way you said it, people will think I'm hanging from a trapeze.
Well, maybe that's where you should be hanging from.
After this, Don, just introduce me and let me say the funny things. You know, I'm the comedian.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me hear you say one funny thing.
Charlie Chaplin.
That's good. He is funny. Say you're all right, Jack.
Who's he kidding? Well, anyway, tonight, folks, we are starting a contest. A contest in which every member of your family can participate. Now, all that is required is a Harvard education, paper, and pencil. The paper and pencil are essential. You will have to write your answers clearly, and the first prize will be a... Come in.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny. Have you got the right time?
Yes, it's 5 minutes after 7.
Thank you, sir.
And other valuable prizes. Don, I can't be bothered answering that door. Where's Mary?
I don't know. She didn't show up yet.
She didn't? Well, that's fine. Give me that phone. Operator, give me Plainfield 1987. People show up whenever they feel like it around here.
Hello?
Hello?
You've got the wrong number.
How do you know? I didn't say anything yet. I want to speak to Mary Livingston.
I'm sorry, but she's here.
Oh, she is, eh? Well, why don't you put her on the phone?
She's too heavy. Oh, Ma, is that for me? Yes, dear. Hello?
Mary, what are you doing home? This program has started already.
Gee, it's Sunday night again?
Yes.
Oh, it's so cold, Jack. I thought I'd stay home tonight. And besides, I have to take care of Father.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Sprained his ankle last night trucking.
Oh, yeah? Well, I don't believe you. What's that?
That's Father limping around. Down, Pa.
Well, you better get over here, Mary.
And another thing, Jack. I have to look after Grandma. She's in bed with a cold.
Oh, is it very bad?
Is it? We had to put the other twin bed on her chest.
Well, that ought to fix her up, huh?
And that's not all, Jack. The baby had the measles.
She has. What are you doing for her?
I wrote the swellest poem. Measles, measles, dear old measles. How you...
Never mind that. Now, you get over here, Mary. I need you on the program.
Oh, all right.
And make it snappy.
I'll be there with bells on. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I tell you, Don, there's no discipline around here. Isn't it awful? Come in.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny. Have you got the right time?
I just gave it to you. It's 5 minutes after 7.
I know, but there are two of us. Come on, Joe.
Hey, what is this, anyway? Hello?
Hello, Jack?
Yeah.
This is Kenny Baker.
Where are you, Kenny?
Oh, at my hotel. It's awfully cold out. If you don't mind, I'd rather not come over tonight, Jack.
You get right over here. Where are you living?
At the Translux.
The Translux? Well, that's
Yeah.
a movie theater.
Oh, no wonder they throw me out at 12 o'clock.
Listen, Kenny, you grab a taxi and rush right over here.
I don't feel good, Jack. I caught a cold last night.
Oh, you did, eh? Where were you?
Oh, I got on a ferry boat and went to New Jersey.
Oh, you went to New Jersey, eh?
Yeah. Gee, they speak the same as we do, don't they?
What a dope that is. Listen, Kenny, if you don't get over here right away, you're fired.
Oh, all right. Bye.
Who does he think he is? Come in.
Here I am, Jack.
Hello, Kenny. You got here quick, didn't you?
Yeah. Where are we on the program?
I just called you up, remember?
Oh.
Any trouble with you, too.
What?
Now, look, Green. Hello, Johnny.
Say, Jack, do you mind if I don't show up tonight?
Well, what's the matter with you?
I've got laryngitis.
You got what?
I've got laryngitis.
Laryngitis. Say, I had it 2 weeks ago. I'll tell you what to do, Johnny. Take a glass of hot water and lemon.
I haven't got any lemon.
What have you got?
Laryngitis.
Well, take some hot water and salt and gargle. It'll do you good.
Okay, Jack.
Sounds like a German comedian. Well, how do you feel now?
Much better, Jack. Much better. Come right over. All right. Goodbye.
Well, we ought to get this program started pretty soon, I think.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, what's that?
I told you I'd be here with bells on.
Before we hear from our sponsors, Playboys. Club Orchestra playing Dancing Feet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce our guest star of the evening, one of America's foremost speakers, Mr. Don Wilson.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not here to take up your time discussing politics.
We know that.
I am not here to eulogize Jell-O with its 6 delicious flavors or tell you that it is the largest selling gelatin dessert in the world. I'm going to let Jell-O speak for itself. So let me take you to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Cecil Underwood. You will find them at the dinner table. Let us see what they have to say about our product.
Well, Jenny, I'm so full of food I can hardly talk. Our dinner was exceptionally good tonight.
I'm so glad you liked it, Cecil. By the way, what time is it getting to be?
It's almost 8. We have just about enough time to make the show.
What are we going to see tonight, Cecil?
George White's Scandals, and they tell me it's one of the funniest revues in town.
Oh, I'm just dying to see it. I'll finish my coffee and...
Take your time, dear. I'll send for the car. And by the time it gets here, we'll be all ready to leave.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And millions of other people have said the same thing about Jell-O. So be sure to insist upon genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce next that famous grand opera singer, Mr. I.L. Trovatore, formerly of the Metropolitan Opera Company. Let us hear what he has to say about our product. Mr. I.L. Trovatore.
Signore e signore, mi fa molto piacere di essere qui con voi questa sera. Io di salute sto molto bene perché mangio sempre gelo. Anche la mia famiglia sta molto bene perché sopra la tavola ci sta sempre gelo. Se voi mangiate strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon and lime, and gelo mia, you are my guy.
Never mind. We'll hear you at the opera. Well, thank you very much for coming up here. Now we bring to you a woman who has been a cook in the best family for the past 30 years, Miss Hetta Lettuce. Miss Lettuce, how old are you?
27.
And you've been a cook for some of the best families in America.
Yes, sir.
Well, tell us, Miss Lettuce, in the 30 years you have been cooking, what dishes have you served mostly?
Cups and saucers.
And there are many more people screaming for Jell-O. And now Kenny, who has been a baker for years, will sing alone from the motion picture A Night at the Opera. Oh, Kenny, what do you owe your success to?
I don't know. I don't get much money here.
I can't get a testimonial from anybody. Sing, Kenny.
A million stars are shining bright that glorify the sky. A million lovers all tonight. But here am I, alone with a sky of romance above, alone on a night that was meant for love. There must be someone waiting who feels the way I do. Whoever you are you? Alone on this night that we two could share. Alone with your kiss that could make me care. And when you come, I'll promise to be your very own. Alone with a heart meant for you. Someone waiting feels the way I do. Whoever you are you? Alone on this night that we two could share. Alone with your kiss that could make me care. And when you come, I'll promise to be your very alone with a heart that is yours.
Opera sung by Kenny Baker. Say, Kenny, I want to compliment you. You know, your voice sounds even better in New York than it did in California. What's the reason for this improvement?
Well, we all get better, Jack. Gee, when I first saw you, I didn't like you at all.
You know, Kenny, well, never mind. Now, tonight, folks, we're going to offer... Come in.
What time did you say it was, Mr. Benny?
I told you 10 minutes ago it was 5 minutes after 7.
I know, but time marches on.
And now tonight, folks, we are going to offer something unusual in the line of a play. First, we try to get A Midsummer Night's Dream. But up until a late hour, we could not get in touch with the author. Then we try to get Rose Marie. But Rose wasn't home, and Marie wasn't interested. Then we try to get 3 Men on a Horse.
But the horse complained.
Quiet. So tonight we are going to present our own original drama called The Eternal Triangle. You know, folks, the kind of a play where the husband leaves home on a business trip and so forth and so on. Well, tonight we are going to present this drama in 2 scenes. First, in the year 1936, played by members of the present Jell-O Company. And the second scene will be 50 years later with the same cast. This will go on immediately after the next number, which will be played by Johnny Green. By the way, Johnny, you know you're going to be in our sketch, too. You know.
I was afraid of that.
Oh, you can play the part all right. Look, Johnny, were you ever in love with a girl who was crazy about somebody else?
Repeatedly.
Oh. That's all that's necessary. Play, John. From the motion picture Top Hat, played by Johnny Green and his boys, with Johnny at the piano. And now for our play in 2 scenes, The Eternal Triangle. First, the year 1936. Curtain. Music, John. Well, darling, at last we own our own home. It cost me every cent I had, but it's worth it. Do you like it?
Yes, but I wanted a diamond ring.
Oh, I knew you'd like it. Look at those marble statues in the hallway, those beautiful paintings on the wall, and closets big enough to hide 3 salesmen.
It's lovely, dear.
But, darling, I have bad news for you.
What is it?
I must leave at once for Pittsburgh on business.
No.
Yes. Don't cry, dear. If you're going to take it to heart, I won't go.
Pittsburgh? Oh, dearest, must you go?
Yes, darling, I must catch the 8:15 train. Pack my bag.
There you are.
That was quick. But before I go, I want you to promise me that you won't die of loneliness.
I'll bet you 8 to 5 I won't.
Well, goodbye, sweet. And I want you to know that while I'm away, I'll always...
Goodbye. Moon over Miami, Da-da-da-dee-da-da. Oh, Lena. Yes, ma'am. Fix me a horse's neck, and remember, Mum's the word around here. With me, ma'am, it's in one ear and don't come out. Who's there?
It's me, Kenny. Has he gone?
Yes. Come in, lover.
Oh, gee, it's a thrill.
I'm glad you're here, you great big playboy.
Sweetheart, I can hardly wait to see you. How long will your husband be gone?
A week.
Oh, then I can sit down.
Come here. Come here, my sweet.
Who's that?
I don't know. You better hide.
Where will I go?
Get over there by those statues. Stand still and look like George Washington.
All right.
If it's my husband, you better cross the Delaware. Come in.
Darling, I forgot to put my shoes on. It's snowing again.
Here they are.
Thanks, dear. And you know, I forgot something else.
What?
I forgot to kiss you. Hurry, I must catch my train.
All right.
Who's that?
I don't know. You better hide.
Hide, I'm your husband.
Oh, yes. Well, hurry or you'll miss your train. You better sneak out the back door.
Goodbye, dear. And don't be lonesome.
Come in.
Has he gone?
Who, my husband or Kenny?
What?
I mean, he's gone to Pittsburgh on business.
Then, dearest, I can tell you of my love. Are we alone?
Well, practically.
I've walked through slush and snow to get here. Tell me, baby, whose little blue eyes are those?
Yours, sweetheart.
And whose ruby lips are those?
Yours, dearest.
And whose little nose is that?
Yours, darling.
Gee, I hope we don't ask for these statues. Who's that?
Just the canary. You should hear him sing.
There's someone at the door.
You better hide, quick.
Where'll I go?
Get behind that picture of Christopher Columbus. Come in.
Has he gone?
Yes, Jack went to Pittsburgh, Kenny went to Washington, and Green went to Columbus.
Are we alone?
You should live so.
Then let me tell you of Jell-O with its 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
You got me, big boy.
Who's that?
He must be my husband. He missed the train for Pittsburgh.
Good heavens, where will I hide?
There's no more room. I'm getting out of here.
So am I.
So am I.
Wait for me. Who's there, Bill?
It's me, Lena. I mean, it's me, Lena. They think I went to Pittsburgh. Are they gone?
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
Are we alone?
Sure.
Lena, my darling.
Jack, mein Pumpernickel.
And now we will present the same scene played by the same Jell-O cast in 1986. 50 years later, we hope. Curtain. Music, John.
Well, darling, at last we own our own shack. It broke me, but it's ours.
You better get the roof fixed before we drown.
Listen, Battle Axe. Do you still love me like you used to?
Yeah, like you used to.
Well, I have bad news for you. I got to go to Pittsburgh on business.
Well, go on. Here's your hat and crutch.
You're not going to be lonesome, are you?
I'll give you 3-1 this time.
Well, goodbye.
Lena, one sidecar and make it strong. Yeah, I push it right over here. Who's there?
Kenny Baker. Has he gone?
Yes, come in, Tut.
Hello, sweetie pie.
Sit down, Kenny, and have a glass of water.
Gee, it's a thrill.
You love me as much as you used to?
Do I? You're my bended knee eye. Ooh, my rheumatism. Who's that?
My husband. He missed his train. You better hide.
Where?
Up in the
morning. I missed the 8:15 for Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what are you doing with my pants on?
I'm not your wife. I'm Kenny Baker.
Kenny Baker?
Gosh, will I talk like that 50 years from now?
Quiet. What are you doing here?
I'm in love with your wife.
In love with my wife? How long has this been going on?
For 50 years?
And the joke's on me.
Which one of us ought to hide this time?
I will. I think it's the landlord. Guess I'll get behind that statue of Mahatma Gandhi.
You don't have to. You look like him.
Well, might as well answer it. Come in.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny. What time is it?
I told you 50 years ago it was 5 minutes after 7. Why do you keep asking that?
I'm waiting for the major booze to win.
All right. All right. Great job.
It's been a long, hard winter up to now. For all I know, there may be more to come. But who cares about the weather anyway? A good meal will cheer you up and make you forget it. And a really good meal should be climaxed with Jell-O. So try this sunny new dessert made with orange Jell-O and called Orange Bavarian Cream. And though I'm no chef, this is so easy I can tell you just how to make it. Dissolve a package of orange Jell-O in warm water and chill until slightly thickened. Then add half a cup of whipped cream and a third of a cup of orange marmalade. Chill firm and unmold. Boy, it's swell. The color is sort of rich, creamy gold, and the taste is tops. Orange Jell-O has a rich fruit flavor as delicious as ripe oranges. Combined with marmalade and whipped cream, you have a dessert to cheer about. Just be sure to make it with genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the package. They spell Jell-O.
Number of the 22nd program of the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And to my Cleveland listeners, let me say that I'm terribly sorry I had to cancel this week's engagement at the State Theater in Cleveland, owing to illness. But do expect to be with you in the very near future. Meanwhile, I hope to see all of my Pittsburgh friends at the Stanley Theater, Pittsburgh, week beginning this Friday, the 28th.
Tell them I'll be there too, Jack.
Oh, yes, Mary will appear with me.
Say, Jack, where is Pittsburgh?
Oh, just a little west of the Allegheny Mountains.
Well, how do you get over the mountains?
Oh, we'll find a way. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
The selection Love and Bloom is from She Loves Me Not. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 31st. The Lux Radio Theater presents Frederick March and Jean Arthur in The Plainsman. Lux presents Hollywood. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap appreciate the enthusiasm you have shown for this fine beauty care used by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars. It is your regular purchase of Lux Toilet Soap that enables us to bring you this program. Our stars tonight are Frederick March, Jean Arthur, Porter Hall, Joan Fontaine, and Paul Harvey. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. From our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, we greet you all to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. And now, our producer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Last week, I announced that Gary Cooper would be with us tonight to star with Gene Arthur in The Plainsman. For 2 weeks, Gary's been working in the water, making scenes for Souls at Sea. The result is a severe cold and a high temperature. But ignoring both, Gary has insisted on rehearsing. He protested to his physician that we have a show to put on. And that, sick or not, his place tonight is here at the microphone. It wasn't until late last night that we succeeded in talking him out of it. He finally gave in, and at this moment is home and in bed. I know you all join me in wishing him a speedy recovery. Stepping into the breach with a graciousness characteristic of a true friend and great actor is Frederick March. The part of Wild Bill Hickok is rather close to my heart. I entrust it to Mr. March with gratitude and the complete assurance that in his hands it awaits only new honors. And now a word about our story. On the 9th of April, in 1865, Generals Lee and Grant met at a farmhouse in Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia, and with quiet simplicity signed a document whose words had been written in the lifeblood of nearly 500,000 Americans. The war between the states was over. The signatures were scarcely dry when the eyes of the nation turned westward and saw beyond the Mississippi a fabulous empire, yet untamed, a land of thundering bison herds and savage Indians. Into this territory poured the legions of Americans whose faith and fortunes had been scattered by the war, and the hordes of immigrants who flooded from Europe to stake their homes on the sweeping plains. Some found peace, some found riches, and some found death at the point of 6-shooters and scalping knives. For there was no Sunday west of Junction City, no law west of Hayes City, and no God west of Carson City. Out of this background was born The Plainsman, the first of a series of pictures based on the magnificent pageant of American history and its unsung heroes. A series which I am continuing with the story of Jean Lafitte, the buccaneer. Frederick March will again star for me in the role of this amazing pirate. Wild Bill Hickok was not an outlaw. He was a frontier marshal, gentleman, and the keenest shot in the West. And always in his shadow was the equally compelling character of Calamity Jane. My good fortune in securing Gene Arthur as Calamity in the screen version is repeated tonight. No star is better equipped by nature and ability for this colorful role. Also from the original cast comes Porter Hall, resuming the role of Jack McCall. Mr. Hall's current Paramount film is Make Way for Tomorrow. Joan Fontaine, a young actress rapidly rising at RKO Studios, plays Louisa Cody, and Paul Harvey is heard as Yellow Hand. And now, we set our course along the trail of the pioneers to the west. The applause of our Hollywood audience greets the rising of the curtain as the Lux Radio Theater presents The Plainsman, starring Frederick March and Gene Arthur, with Porter Hall, Joan Fontaine, and Paul Harvey. Among the soldiers who turned their faces homeward at the close of the war between the states was a man known to his friends and to his enemies as Wild Bill Hickok. His face was not turned toward the rolling pastures of the East, but toward the rugged hills and sweeping plains of the unborn West. At St. Louis, on the banks of the Mississippi, a riverboat is ready to leave for Leavenworth. Still wearing his army coat, Bill Hickok sits on the wharf, his long legs straddling a pile of luggage. A small boy eyes him with frank interest.
Where you soldiering, mister?
Oh, I'm all through, Sonny. The war's over. Didn't you hear?
Yeah, I heard it, but I don't take no stock in it. What might your name be, mister?
Well, it might be Bill.
You ain't Buffalo Bill, are you?
No.
Oh.
Well, now, I'll tell you. If I wasn't myself, I'd just as soon be Buffalo Bill, as he's a great scout, son. You know, I saw him shoot at a whole herd of buffalo once. I thought he'd miss, but two started coughing and fell down dead. He'd shot through 'em both, and he made the dust cloud up 1.5 miles away on the other side.
Gee, Willikins. You know, that's the kind of shooting I aim to do. I can shoot pretty good now with my slingshot. Watch, mister.
Hey, that's all right, Sonny. Ah, that whistle is just a half-minute wrong.
Gee, that's a Jim Dandy watch you got there, mister.
Plays a tune, too. Listen. Cute, isn't it?
Say, that's your picture stuck in the case? You're dressed like a scout there, and so's that girl with you. Is she your sister?
No, that's Calamity Jane.
Oh, I guess you're kind of looking out to see her again, ain't you, mister?
I'm looking out to miss her. Listen, Sonny. You know what an Indian will do to you, but you never know what a woman will do.
Well, if you don't like her, then what do you carry your picture around for?
Well, you see, it's the best picture of me I ever had made. And if I cut her out, I'd cut off part of my chin.
Get off that box, son. All right, you men. Stow those boxes on the boat and be quick about it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Latimer. Yes, sir.
Come on. Put your shoulders. Hey, you better move out of the way, son. Seems to be a powerful heavy shipment of farming tools going out to Hayes City.
Says John Latimer on the boxes. Want to see me hit the O and John?
Yeah.
There. Want to try your luck, mister?
No, I need a mighty good target. Say an Indian or a hold-up man. But if you...
What you looking at, mister?
I'm looking at a right good fighting man over there who's been fool enough to get himself married. Lend me a slingshot, Sonny. Now you watch it.
Oh, who did that?
Jiggers, you hit him in the pants. Come on.
No, wait a minute, young'un.
Who did that? Who hit me with that slingshot?
Well, I reckon I did.
Bill! Why, you long-legged, sagacious old galanibba. What are you doing here?
Just a minute, Bill. Here's a fellow who'd like to be introduced to you. Boy, you wouldn't know him in those tin-horn garments he's wearing. But here's the best scout west of the Mississippi. Shake hands with Buffalo Bill Cody.
Buffalo Bill?
Howdy, youngster. You mustered out yet, Bill?
Yesterday.
Well, you're not losing any time going up the big muddy.
How long have you been out?
Oh, about 3 months.
Well, I see your wife hasn't cut your hair yet.
I don't quite know what you mean, Bill.
You heard what happened to Sampson after that Delilah woman opened up her barber shop. Has she tamed you yet?
Now, look here, Bill. That ain't fair. She's different.
You're different.
All is gone, get aboard.
Will, we better hurry. They're calling all aboard.
Wait a minute, Louisa. I want you to meet the best friend a man ever had, Mr. Bill Hickok. Bill, this is my wife.
Oh, I'm so glad to meet any friend of Will's.
How'd you do, ma'am?
Will, they'll be going.
Come on, then.
Is Miss Cody going west with you?
That's a crazy question, Bill. Of course she is.
Well, ma'am, it's a good country for men and mules, but it's hard on women and fine horses.
There he is, McCall, over there by the rail.
Bill Hickok?
Wild Bill Hickok.
They say he can hit a dime at 30 pieces. I'd like to meet him. He's a feller to have as a friend. Evening, Mr. Hickok. I'm Jack McCall. Tickle to death to be traveling with you.
Glad to know you, Mr. McCall.
Ah, thanks.
Hey, your toothpick's on fire.
What? Oh, that ain't a toothpick, Mr. Hickok. It's a new fad. Cigarettes, they call them. Back east.
Cigarettes, huh? Well, it's on fire.
Good evening, Mr. Hickok.
Oh, good evening, Miss Cody.
Do you think we'll reach Leavenworth tomorrow?
Well, ma'am, of all the variable things in creation, the most uncertain are the actions of a jury, the state of a woman's mind, and the condition of the Missouri River.
My mind isn't uncertain. I'm going to help Will. Don't you believe I can?
Well, I don't know, ma'am. He killed his first Indian when he was 12, Bill did. At 14, he was riding Pony Express. He's one of the best natural scouts on the frontier. Now that some folks has taken to selling guns to the Indians, he might be needed where you can't be any help to him.
Will's promised me to give up scouting and killing Indians and all that nonsense.
West is in his blood, ma'am. You can't change that.
But the West is changing. Shouldn't Will change with it?
Well, I don't know as I could answer that, ma'am. Unless it's just because he is Will Cody.
Hurry up with those boxes. All right. Get along there, you men. Get along, I said.
Sorry, boss. We done unloading as fast as we can. These boxes mighty heavy to tote.
Shut your lip.
I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean nothing. Come on, let's move this box.
Good morning. Your name Latimer?
Well?
You operate out of Hayes City, huh?
What of it?
They didn't have any use for farming tools last time I was there.
They might have use for them now.
Oh, sure. Now, those boxes now, they're just about the right size for rifles, ain't they?
Yeah? Well, I freight whatever they send me, and I mind my own business.
That's a right good idea, Mr. Latimer. It's a good way to keep out of trouble.
Try taking your own advice, then.
Bill!
Oh, what the...
Bill, you mangy old coyote. Give us a kiss.
Oh, hey, I don't... Oh, what'd you do that for, Calamity?
You four-flushing mule, you ain't wiping it off, you're rubbing it in. Bill, you're back. Are you going to stay in Leavenworth?
Are you?
I could.
I'm going on to Hayes City.
Well, that's good, because I'm driving the stage.
You driving?
Sure. Say, why don't you write me any letters, Bill?
Didn't know you could read.
I could read if you could write.
A woman who had a fella at every stage station and a beau in every cavalry troop west of the Missouri. That woman don't need any letters from me.
Oh, Bill, why, those fellers didn't mean nothing to me.
Well, they did to me. You'll have to excuse me now. I'm keeping a lady waiting.
What lady?
Standing up there next to Bill Cody, I'm helping put her things in the stage.
Is that chipmunk yours? Did you bring her with you?
Oh, what if I did? Nothing to you.
Ain't it? After you run out on me, you slab-sided, box-toting rat, you brung that honky-tonk mopsy...
Shut up, Calamity. And stay that way.
You...
See that? She whipped his hat clean off his head.
Tip your hat when you speak to a lady.
Yeah, I will. When I speak to a lady...
Bill. Oh, Bill.
Hi, Calamity.
Well, Bill Cody. Hey, what are you doing in them busted feathers?
Come here, Calamity. I want to introduce you. Louisa.
Yes, Bill?
Lou, this is Calamity Jane. Everybody knows her. Born and bred out yonder. Rides better than a man, drives stage.
Now,
and can
wait,
handle-
Cody. Is she your mother?
She's Mrs. Cody.
Your wife? Oh. Well, I'm certainly glad to know you, Miss Cody.
All passengers for Hayes City, Calamity.
Suits me. You better get in, folks. It's a long ride. Get up there. Get up, Joe. You looking at something, Mr. Hickok?
Yeah, I'm looking at those beads around your neck. You've been driving for 3 days, and you changed horses 14 times. Don't you ever change those beads?
Well, I ain't wearing them 'cause you give them to me. I'm wearing them 'cause I like beads.
Pull up the horses, Clem.
Huh?
Pull them up. There's a pony up ahead there. See him?
What's the matter? Where you going?
When I see a horse racing by the road, I like to see a rider near him.
Hey, wait for me. There's the rider, Bill, laying over there under the trees, hurt.
Give me a hand here. Lift him up a little.
Bill, it's Breezy.
Hey, Breezy. Breezy, you all right?
But look at here, Bill. There's an arrow broke off right in his back.
Breezy.
Bill Hickok, I thought you was off to the war.
Oh, the war's over, Breezy.
'Tain't over where I come from. There's 2,000-3,000 Sioux Indians cayuting around Fort Piney with war paint on. Colonel Carrington give me a message to General Custer.
What was it, Breezy?
He says, tell Custer to get ammunition through to Fort Piney or we're done for. Them's his words, Bill.
Will, oh, Will, close that door. I'll never get the place fixed up. There's so much dirt blowing in.
It's got to blow someplace, honey. There's no use fighting the wind, Lou. We've got to bear with this land.
Oh, I know, Will. Only, when are we going to move into town and buy the hotel?
I'm going to see Jeb Masters tomorrow. He wants to sell the Golden Rule House.
Here's your grub, folks. Why, come in, Miss Calamity.
What'd you bring, Calamity?
Well, I got something to fry and something to boil and a jug of whiskey. Say, this is a grand shebang you got here.
Oh, how can you say that? It's so dusty, and I haven't got my curtains hung yet.
Give your wife a hand, you long-legged tube spot.
Sure, toss him over, Calamity.
Somebody's knocking? What's that for?
Come in. Hello, Bill.
Hiya, Bill. What'd you knock for?
Morning. Hey, that curtain looks right pretty out there. And you handle it better than a horse blanket, Bill.
I've had enough experience with horse blankets. Lou says I've had too much.
Oh, that's too bad. Because there's a horse outside waiting for you now.
You trying to trade, Bill?
Yeah. A hotel for the lives of 48 men. And 10,000 rounds of ammunition thrown in.
What do you mean?
Well, Chief Yellowhand is on the warpath, ma'am. He's an old friend of mine, Yellowhand. We used to hunt buffalo together, but now he's hunting men.
Yeah, I've seen men he's caught. He don't treat his prisoners very well.
Custer sending that ammunition to Fort Piney?
Well, he's hoping they'll get there. If 48 cavalrymen can dodge about 1,000 Cheyenne.
Well, those swatties will never make it.
How's he sending them?
And through Deep Valley to the upper fort of the Republican. But there's no trail.
They might get through that way.
They would if Bill Cody showed them how.
Will isn't going. He has nothing to do with the Army now. He's promised.
That's just what I told Custer.
What did you tell him?
That you wouldn't go?
You know that's a lie.
Oh, Mr. Hickok, Will promised me. I can't let him go.
There are some things, ma'am, that have to be done. You know what? Well, Lincoln sort of set a goal that we have to work toward. He says the frontier must be made safe.
But Lincoln's dead. What right have the dead to tell the living what to do?
His words are alive, ma'am. Bill Cody knows that as well as I do.
Oh, Will, I was afraid of this. You can't leave me. You can't.
You never seen the Indian tribes at war, ma'am. You never seen men burned and mutilated and the bodies of women burned. Babies dragged from their mother's arms and dashed
That's
against...
enough, Bill. I'll be ready to go in a few minutes.
Why is it you aren't going, Mr. Hickok?
Well, I have to pay a call on an old friend.
Bill, wait. You're going after Yellowhand.
Oh, I told Custer I would.
You're going out alone. Bill, you're cold decker. Ain't you got no sense?
Oh, it's all right. Maybe I can bring you back another string of beads.
Turn up the lamp a little, Louisy. I don't know how I look in this dress of yours, but I feel like the Queen of Sheba.
Oh, you look lovely, Calamity. I want you to keep that dress, dear.
You do? Say, no woman ever gave me nothing before. Well, I never even seen clothes like these.
Calamity.
That old coyote's got a toad in his gullet.
Couldn't be an Indian, could he?
Oh, honey, when you hear something yelling at night around here, it's just some varmint. But when you don't hear nothing, it's an Injun.
Calamity, I want you to stay here with me. I've never been alone before.
Now stop worrying about him, honey. Well, he's got a whole troop of cavalry riding herd on him. But my Bill plays it alone, the big mule.
It's coming closer. Calamity! Calamity, what are you staring at?
Lou, don't look at the window. Don't let on anything's different. But listen to me. Can you ride?
Yes.
My horse is outside. Take this coffee pot inside to the stove. Open the back door there and wait.
But what?
I'm going to entertain some visitors and they're Indians.
Indians?
Shut up. When you see them all in here, sneak out to the horse. Ride to town, don't stop for anything. Tell them there's Indians here with war paint on. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now go, hurry. Oh, Lou, make me some fresh coffee, honey. Well, it's company. Come in, boys. Come right in. Don't be afraid.
Navihio, aye.
Hey, look, fellas, look what I got for you. Presents, see?
Navihio.
Beautiful presents. Here's a muff for you and a ribbon for you. And here's a couple of hats.
I just see them.
Sure, for you, too, all of you.
What do you want?
Are you all in here yet? Hey, look at the pretty ribbons.
Numa.
Here, look at these. More presents. Presents for my brothers, the Cheyenne, you red hyenas. Look, try this hat on. See the pretty feathers? You paint buzzards.
Tanailo is guana. Woo. Adowa. What's good?
Yes, she's gone. I fooled you, didn't I?
Isto hitanio ima. Atanoyo. Soldier.
Me no talk, Cheyenne.
Mista Nemo.
I don't know where the soldiers went. I don't know anything.
Odonis.
No.
Ota.
I'll never tell. Do you understand that, you hairless coyote? I'll never tell, never.
Taken prisoner by the Cheyenne, Calamity Jane is led across the plains to Yellow Hand's camp. With her hands tied behind her back and a rope around her neck, she stumbles through the prairie grass between two lines of Indians. Suddenly, on the crest of a hill, a mounted figure appears.
Yahoo!
Bill!
Bihuino.
Bill, get out of here. Go back. These are Yellow Hand's men. Ain't you got no sense, Bill?
Rohan.
Let go of me, you squint-eyed.
No poweini. Ista hoi madoni.
Shoot your way out, Bill. Quick, are you crazy?
Shut up, Calamity. You got a tomahawk in your brains if you keep on asking for it.
What are you doing here?
Indians will sell most anything, and they sell you. It's Donze.
Oh, Bill. Not your watch. Don't give him that.
Ahiva hamaatanoi.
What's he saying?
He wants my gun.
Don't give him to him.
It's all right.
Oh, Bill, you crazy fool.
Hiu bihonna. Let's say ho natova.
He says he's going to take us to Yellow Hand. He can't let us go unless Yellow Hand's willing.
Owo.
Well, you done it, didn't you?
Yeah, I done it, all right.
Bill, why'd you get yourself into this? Was it for me?
What? I thought you were Miss Cody in that dress.
Bill, you offered up your watch and your guns. That couldn't have been on account of me either, could it? Could it, Bill?
No. I wanted to be taken to Yellow Hand to find out what he's up to.
Oh. Bill, what'll they do to us?
You'll soon find out.
You are Hickok. I know you.
He's your old friend, Yellow Hand, remember?
I'll handle this. Yes. Speak your own language, Yellow Hand. I'll understand you.
You, me, speak white man tongue.
You remember what I said last time we met? I said one of us would lift the other's scalp.
Which one?
Well, looks like you'll be the one to say. What started you on the warpath, Yellow Hand?
Where sun rises, white man's land. Where sun sets, Indian land. White man come, take our land. Kill buffalo, our food. White man promise us food. White man lie. Now Cheyenne buy white man's thunderstick. Soon war drums sound in all Indian land. All tribes ride with Yellow Hand. We drive white man like buffalo away, back to rising sun. Yellow Hand has spoken.
Yellow Hand has spoken. And you may be right. But you can't drive the white man away.
White man send bullets. Many, many bullets. Where?
Oh, Yellow Hand, somebody's romancing.
You tell where.
I don't know.
You tell where.
He's your friend, Bill. Why'd you tell him it's heading east to Leavenworth?
Hiu vihonna vihiu. Hiu payotse. Viho ka histianamo.
You're crazy. She's not my squaw.
Why you keep woman's face in watch?
Bill, you got my picture in your watch? You kept it?
Well, I couldn't get it out without scratching the case.
And you've been acting like you didn't care, and all the time you've been...
Tie up that tongue of yours. Look at their faces.
Squaw.
Let her go. She doesn't know anything.
Hickok, you quick to say she not know. Hickok will not tell, but Yellow Hand will know. Now is the hour of the Great Bear rising. When moon high above, Yellow Hand will know. We go. Come back when moon high.
What's he talking about the moon for? What do you mean? Bill, do you think there's any chance of cutting these ropes or something? Bill, what are you thinking about?
I'm looking at that box over there and thinking about John Latimer's farming tools that came up on the boat. You see there? That's his name on the side. He's the one who's selling rifles to the Indians.
Oh, rifles.
And better rifles than we have. 7 shots. And every shot may mean the life of a white man.
But what about us, Bill? What do you think they're fixing to do to us?
I think maybe you gave them an idea of what to do.
What, Bill?
Yellow Hand's a pretty smart Indian.
Hear them drums? That's taps for us, ain't it? Won't be so hard going out together.
It'll be harder than you know. Calamity, there are only two of us. 2 lives against all those men in the ammunition train.
But I don't want to die, Bill. I don't want to die.
Now, hang on to yourself.
You'll have to help me, Bill. Just like you did the first time I ever saw you, remember? I was just a kid, hadn't no more sense than I got now. Heading down the grade, regardless, with no brakes on. I loved you then, Bill. Just like I do now.
Looks like that moon's about ready to show.
You never even gave me a picture. But you carried mine. I know you care about me a little. Couldn't you say it just once?
You know, maybe they'll let us go after all.
Bill Hickok, you ornery son of a mule. You wouldn't give a bad dime to a sick kid, would you?
Well, you may be right, Calamity.
No, I ain't. I know it. I ain't worth a bad dime. But every night I talk to you, Bill, wanting you. And I know you feel the same way. Why won't you give in and tell me?
Oh, what difference would it make now?
If only I could hear you say it once. I'd have something to keep, like it was kind of holy, like it was with me forever.
Calamity. Yellow Hand.
Moon high now. Yellow Hand will find out which way soldiers go. Hickok tell.
Hi-yo, Issa.
Let him alone, you red devils. Bill.
Yes, Calamity. I do love you.
Ahorita. Mokova.
Bill. Bill.
You come too. You look.
What are you going to do to him? What are you going to do?
Fire ready.
Fire? You're going to burn him?
You know which way soldier take bullets. Yellow Hand must know. When he know, you go free. Hickok go free.
Don't talk to him, Calamity. Don't trust him no matter what happens.
Fire start. Soon Hickok will be dead. Will you tell which way soldiers go?
Bill Cody's with that ammunition. 48 men are there, Calamity.
Which way?
No.
Tell which way.
No.
Which way?
No, don't. Don't let them do it. Oh, don't.
Which way?
Don't forget Cody. And all those men, don't think of me. Remember what I told you.
No. Oh, they're burning him. They're killing him. Can't you see? Put out the fire. Put out the fire.
Which way soldiers go?
By Deep Valley. To the upper floor.
Woman no lie. Hickok and woman free. Worcester, Neva.
The trail's over here, Bill. Oh, I couldn't help it. I didn't mean to tell. Won't you look at me, Bill?
I hope I never have to look at you again.
Oh, Bill, please.
We're free, sure. What about Cody? What about... You hear that? It started. Yellow Hand's attacked already. I got to get to him.
You can't reach him on foot.
Well, I'll get through somehow. And you got to reach Custer and tell him we need help.
Custer finds out I told Yellow
Yes, he'll give you the firing
He
squad.
won't find out. I'm going to tell him.
I tell you, it was her brought the Indians down on them.
She must have told Yellow Hand.
There she is, over there at that table.
Oh, let her alone.
He never was no good anyhow. Why don't somebody do something about it?
Only 18 men came back out of 48.
She's a bad lot.
Well, we'll make her pay for it.
Cheyennes
must have paid her plenty, too.
That's right, McCall. They paid this woman in money, but they paid our soldiers in blood. What are you going to do about it?
Talk's cheap, you loudmouth liar. Let's see you fight.
Hey, get that whip away from her.
Hey, if you were a man, we'd know what to do with you.
Go ahead, you crossbred rat. If you was a man, you wouldn't be here.
Run her out of town.
Get tar and feathers.
Tar and feathers is too good for her. That's the way to talk. Get a rail, somebody.
What do you want with a rail, Jack McCall?
Huh?
Bill.
What's going on?
We're going to run her out of town.
Why?
You know what she done? She told the Indians that...
Well, she's a woman, isn't she, McCall? Women talk a little too much sometimes.
This woman's going to get what's coming to her.
Ride her out of town.
Yeah, and men talk a little too much sometimes, too. I know what's in your minds. Yes, there were soldiers killed. I saw them. I was there. And they were killed by bullets. Bullets from repeating rifles. You know, Lincoln says that this country's got to be made safe. Those are his words. So I'm on my way now to settle this matter with the man who sold those rifles.
I know there was monkey business going on.
Yeah, you're right, and there may be a few stray bullets flying around here in a minute. I'd advise you to stay inside off the street.
Bill, Latimer's quicker than a rattlesnake. You can't go after him alone.
I started alone, and I'll finish alone.
Who is it? Jack McCall. Let me in.
Well, what do you want, McCall?
Mr. Latimer, I want to do you a big favor.
Yeah?
Hickok's after you. Wild Bill. He says you're the cause of all these Indian massacres. He's on his way here now.
Yes, huh?
Yes, you better do something about it and do it fast, Mr. Latimer. He's a dead shot.
Yeah. Yeah. He wouldn't shoot at a soldier, though, would he?
Soldier? What do you mean?
There are 3 men working for me, deserters, but they're still wearing uniforms. They can handle Mr. Hickok. They can handle him fine.
Bill, don't go across that street. Come back here, Bill.
Let go.
You're crazy. Latimer won't fight you fair. Oh, you ain't got the sense you were born with. Please, Bill.
No.
Don't love mean nothing to you.
And our love, if that's what you call it. All that died with the men who died because of you.
Oh, no, Bill, no.
Get off the street.
I'll go get Cody. Maybe he can talk some sense into you, you big mule.
Well, morning, Hickok. Morning, Sergeant. Morning, boys.
Morning.
Morning. You, 3 boys better take cover for a few minutes.
You think you own this town?
Well, I'm just walking through it.
And us guys can get out of your way, can't we? Like we was dirt.
Suit yourself.
You know, Mr. Longhair, you're too darn friendly with Injuns to suit me.
You shouldn't have said that, soldier.
Well, what are you going to do about it, you gun-toting windbag?
Oh, you boys are substituting for Latimer, eh? Shit, he would pick soldiers. I can't shoot at that uniform, but if you want action, take it off.
Yeah? And get a slug in me while I'm doing it?
Take it off. I'll give you that much time.
Keep your hands away from your guns, Hickok.
They're away right now.
But mine ain't.
Bill, are you hit?
Oh, just my arm.
Those men were soldiers. Come on, let's get out of here. Sit down over here, Bill. There we are. Louisa.
Oh, I'll be all right. Look, don't let them find me in your house.
Bullet went clean through, but it's bleeding bad.
Will, what happened?
He's just shot 3 soldiers.
Oh, are they dead?
Yes, get some water.
You brought this man into our house? A murderer? Oh, when is this going to stop? When will it ever stop? This killing and killing. Why don't they kill him, too? Then you could be next in.
Louisa, he's my
I
friend.
didn't mean to bother you, ma'am. I'll be going.
You sit right down again, Bill Hickok. You can't go bleeding like that, whatever you've done.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, I never was a murderer. I never did fight unless put upon.
Thou shalt not kill.
Oh, no ghosts ever came bothering me. It's always been the other man or me in a fair fight.
What right have you to judge who is to live or die? Put away your guns, Mr. Hickok.
Oh, I can't do that, ma'am, until I find John Latimer.
Cody, open up. It's me.
Calamity.
Where's Bill? Oh, Bill. Did they hurt you much?
I'm all right.
I know you don't want to see me, but I got to tell you something, Bill. Custer's ordered you brought in, dead or alive. The troopers have combed over every hiding by the river. They'll be out this way next.
He's going back to find Latimer.
Latimer's gone, pulled out with his wagon.
Where?
Nobody knows.
I'll find him.
Of course you will, Bill. Someday you're bound to. But don't try to find his trail now. Just try to save yourself from Custer's men. No telling what they'll do to you.
If Latimer's pulled out with his wagons, those wagons are loaded. I know what I have to do. Yeah. Help me up. You'll get me a horse, Bill?
Sure. I'll have him saddled and ready.
I'll help you, Will. Why don't you lay up for a while and take care of that arm, huh?
That's what I'll do. Yeah, I'll need this arm when I find Latimer.
Oh, forget it, will you? You ain't got a chance against Latimer's men.
You've got nothing to lose.
Nothing but your life. Bill Hickok, when you talk like that, I could bounce a rock off in your bean.
Well, then why don't you try it next time you see me?
When'll that be, Bill? Where?
Oh, up around Deadwood someplace. Never can tell.
I gotta get out of here, too, after what I done. Well, I guess this is goodbye, eh, Bill?
Where are you going?
Oh, up around Deadwood someplace, I guess. I don't give a hoot where I go.
You're well named, you know. A child of calamity. You're always getting yourself into trouble.
Say, Bill, I reckon maybe you don't hate me, do you? Or maybe you're just being nice to me because you think you won't ever see me again.
Sure, I'll see you again. This is a big country, you know, but trails cross sometimes.
It was many weeks before the trails of Hickok and Calamity Jane crossed again. In the Bella Union Saloon in Deadwood, Calamity stands behind the bar serving drinks. Hickok comes from the street and moves slowly across the room.
Yeah, you can set one up here, Calamity.
Bill Hickok.
Hiya, Calamity.
Bill, you come back. Gee, I kept watching. I kept asking. Nobody'd seen you. Nobody'd heard.
Well, I haven't been out much in what you might call society. I only had one caller, Bill Cody. Custer sent him to bring me back.
Cody found you then. Say, Bill, you didn't...
Oh, hurt Cody? No, he's all right. We heard from a brave up there in the hills about Custer.
He was wiped out, his whole battalion.
Yeah. Cody went on to meet General Merritt. I promised to wait for him here.
Wasn't your fault, them 3 soldiers getting killed that time. Say, you won't have to move on again, will you, Bill?
No, I got a hunch that this is going to be my last camp, Calamity.
You mean you're settling down? You're going to stay here?
Yeah, I got a feeling that I'm going to stay here.
You need a drink.
You know, I've been thinking that the West is getting to be a new kind of place. Cody's done the right thing. He's changed. What place is it going to be for a 2-gun plainsman?
You're talking crazy, Bill. You're the best man in this country.
I don't know who thinks so.
I think so, Bill. Say, if you think Cody's done right, settling down and all, maybe that's what you'd like to do, huh? Have a home and things and someone to cook your meals and...
Oh, it doesn't sound so bad.
Bill.
Be a big man around here someday. Wait till you see.
Is that Jack McCall over there?
Yeah, he's been bragging around here for a month.
All right, lad. Hello, Calamity. Give us a drink. Those fellas think that... Bill Hickok.
Hello, McCall. I said hello.
What are you looking at me for? I didn't do nothing, Mr. Hickok. I didn't do nothing.
What's he talking about, Calamity?
He's scared of you, Bill, because he sneaked and told Latimer you was looking for him back in Hayes City.
What?
Well, she's lying, Mr. Hickok. She's lying.
Am I? You're thick with Latimer right now.
No, Mr. Hickok.
Shut up. McCall, a year ago, I'd have shot you dead on sight. But now, go buy yourself a drink.
Thanks, Mr. Hickok.
Bill, you let him off.
Well, I'm getting to think that maybe Louisa was right. Who am I to decide whether a man's to live or die? I had another reason, too. If he warned Latimer once, he's going to do it again now. Guess I'll step out and follow him.
I'll go with you.
You stay where you are. And say, Calamity, I kind of like to have you take my watch. Here. It's about the only thing I have that's worth keeping.
Bill, if you got a wrong hunch, don't go out there.
Don't forget to wind it.
You're a mule-headed man, Bill Hickok.
Hey, Calamity.
Don't bother me, Dave.
What's eating you? I just want you to hold this gun back here for a while. Belongs to Colorado Charlie, and he's acting up. Might drill somebody.
Give me the gun.
Where you putting it?
It's in the drawer with the cards. Now let me alone.
Get that horse over here, Red. We're in a hurry.
Doing my best.
You'll never get the wagons loaded, Mr. Latimer. He'll be watching for you.
Shut up, McCall. Come on, Red. Come on, Jake. We've got $10,000 worth of stuff here, and we... Oh.
It's Hickok.
Hiya, Latimer. I want to talk to you. Any objections, gentlemen? Where are you going with the wagons, Latimer?
I'm going out of town.
What have you got 'em loaded with?
Buffalo hides. You can see, can't you?
Your wagons are headed north, Latimer. Surely you're not selling buffalo hides to Sitting Bull's Indians. Take off those top hides. Let me see what's under them.
Jake.
Yeah. No, not Jake. You.
Oh. All right. I don't know what your authority is for this, but you must have it.
Keep your right hand in sight, Latimer.
Sure.
Don't kill me!
Keep your hands off your guns. There'll be more dead men here than the town can afford to bury.
Latimer. He's dead.
Drop your gun, Jake.
Bill, you all right?
Sure. I'm taking these fellas in the Bella Union, Calamity. Go out and get ahead of me. Go on, you men, inside.
No, not me. I just know Mr. Latimer.
You just knew Mr. Latimer, McCall. You better get inside, too.
Sure, Mr. Hickok. Whatever you say.
Calamity.
Yes, Bill.
Cody and the 5th Cavalry's on its way. Step out here and keep an eye out for him.
Sure, Bill.
All right, now inside, Jake. Red. Hey, McCall, Joe, step lively.
Yeah.
Now, gentlemen, we're all going to stay here for a while. So sit down. Maybe a long wait.
What are we waiting for?
We're waiting, Jake, until General Merritt gets here with the 5th Cavalry. Takes over those rifles outside. And any objections?
When are they coming?
Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe a week. When I have to wait, I believe in entertainment. Furthermore, I'm short of funds. Get some cards, McCall.
Yes, sir.
See if you can find some fresh ones.
Sure. Calamity keeps them over here behind the bar.
And bring some chips.
Well, she keeps them in a drawer, I think. Here. Oh, there's a whole bunch of...
What's the matter, McCall?
Nothing. Nothing, Mr. Hickok.
What's in that drawer?
Why, just cards, chips, that's all.
Bring them over.
Yes, sir.
You want a deal, Jake?
All right with me.
Here's cards.
Come back here, you. You can't go in there.
It's Cheyenne Charlie. Come in, Charlie.
Let him in, Calamity.
How, Charlie? Charlie's a friendly Injun.
Yeah, I know, Charlie. Sit over there, Charlie, where I can keep an eye on you. Charlie took a shot at me once, but I was too far away.
Too bad you wasn't close, Hickok.
Well, he got my horse.
Charlie would have been the biggest man in the West if he'd have killed you, Hickok. The Injuns understand things like that. Kill a big man, and that makes you a big man. Killing you, Hickok, is an honor that's just waiting for somebody.
You, Jake?
No, not me, Bill. Not me. I'm facing you. The only way to down a man like you is from the back.
Don't stand behind me, McCall. It's bad luck.
I better get some more chips.
Your say, Jake.
I'll wait for the chips. Got 'em, Jack?
Yeah, I got 'em.
Listen.
It's the cavalry, Bill.
The cavalry. You know what they'll do? It's a rope necktie for us.
Sit down. We'll play out this hand. Hey, Calamity, find Cody and General Merritt and bring them here. Play your hand, Jake.
I'm calling you, Hickok.
Black aces and eights.
Your luck's changed. I've got 3 queens. I'm afraid you lose, Hickok.
Well, man's bound to lose sooner or later.
Give it to him, Jack.
I got him. I killed Hickok.
Get out, quick. Come on, to the wagon.
Come on.
Bill, what's happened? Bill, oh, what did they do? What did they do to you, Bill? Bill, look at me. Bill, can you hear me? Bill, I told you not to do it. Bill, what?
In here, General Merritt. I want to meet Bill Hickok. Calamity, where's Bill? We got Latimer's crowd, all of them. General Merritt said, Calamity, what's happened to him?
He's dead. My Bill's dead.
dead. He was going to be let off. There's your prisoner, General Merritt.
We won't forget what Bill Hickok has done, Cody. We'll remember.
All of us will. All of us.
Oh, Bill. That's one kiss you won't wipe off.
In Deadwood, South Dakota, next to the beautiful tomb of Wild Bill Hickok, is a simple little grave. The headstone bears the name Calamity Jane. And now a little crossfire from our leading man and lady, Frederick March and Jean Arthur. Jean, now that you've done the Plainsman on both the screen and the air, which did you enjoy more?
Well, that's not so easy to answer, Mr. DeMille. Making the picture was considerably more exciting, I suppose, since you had me driving a stagecoach and captured by real Cheyenne Indians and practically living the same thrilling incidents that Calamity Jane experienced.
Yes, but, Gene, there's an intimacy about radio that you can't find anywhere else. For instance, I'm told that Gary Cooper is listening in tonight, and I only hope that as Wild Bill Hickok, I was one half the man on the air that he was in the picture. I also hope that Gary's as quick in his recovery as Hickok as he was on the trigger.
So say we all. My thanks and good night to you both.
Good night,
Good
Steve.
night.
Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Boys and girls, you know Bill's been asked to do many strange things and help solve a lot of unusual problems. But this time he's going to show us how to fish. Oh, not the kind of fish you're thinking of. The fish Bill's going to be asked to catch is a man. A big and important man. Now, it's one thing to catch a fish when he's hungry and will take any kind of bait on almost any kind of hook. You know, jump right out of the water after it. But when the fish isn't hungry or even interested, that's where the science of fishing really has to be used. The man Bill's going fishing for is vitally connected with national defense. Well, let's get into our story. Here's Catching a Big Fish with a Small Hook. We're in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Here, the top leaders of our country plan for our welfare and safety. Right now, a very important meeting's taking place in a secret place. Suppose we quietly drop in on the meeting and listen. Remember, this is top secret.
Gentlemen, let's come to order, since we're all here now. Thank you. I am sure that you're all aware of the crisis we face in the development of our nuclear work because of the sudden illness of Dr. Orlando. The good doctor dragged his ailing body from bed to be with us at this meeting. We'll ask him to speak right away so he can leave and return home as quickly as possible. Dr. Orlando.
Thank you, General. Gentlemen, my time is limited. My physician tells me my days are numbered. That's why I've asked for this meeting.
What does your physician say, Doctor?
Not more than 3 weeks, Colonel. Now, gentlemen, there's only one man who can take my place. He was my understudy at one time and since has made quite a name for himself in nuclear science.
Well, Doctor, let's get this man here at once.
Yes, by all means.
I wish it were as simple as that. The man I'm referring to is Dr. Jonathan Black.
Black vanished from the face of the earth 18 months ago, Doctor, after that accident that killed his lab assistant. Surely you can't be serious about having him replace you.
General, at this stage of the game, I haven't time for jokes. Dr. Black is the man, and he's got to be found.
We don't even know if the man's alive.
I'm well aware of the problem. But I suggest we call in Inspector Andrew Anderson of the Secret Service and have him locate my colleague.
Inspector, you have the whole story and all the material we could get our hands on about Dr. Jonathan Black.
Well, thank you, General. This will be a tremendous help.
I think you know what this means to our national security. Inspector, you've got to find this man and find him quickly. I know I'm asking for the impossible, but it's got to be done.
Well, General, there's a little motto on my desk. It says, the difficult we do right away and the impossible takes a little longer. We sincerely intend that sign not to be a joke or a brag.
Well, I hope not. But it sure sounds like it. Remember, keep one thing in mind, Inspector.
And what's that, sir?
Dr. Orlando's got 3 weeks to live.
Grey Wolf, see that Angus and his boys clear out that border fire lane.
I'd do that. And that fire lane grow plenty scrub in short time.
Well, it's one of those things. The little acorns keep growing into big oaks faster than we can chop them down.
That truth. We go by Jay Wassell's place soon now.
Hey, that's right. This trail leads right out in front of his farm, or ranch, or whatever you call it. Well, whatever he calls it doesn't matter. The way he grows flowers, vegetables, and stock sure makes a fellow wonder how he does it. I've never seen such beautiful plant life anywhere. Hello there, Jay.
Hello, fellas. Wait till I shut off this bug killer.
Hey, don't point that thing at
me. It won't kill you unless you're a bug.
Well, now, I ain't so sure about that.
That stuff you use is real potent.
Yes, it is. Does a good job of keeping pests out of the garden.
Bill, let's get out of here. He's talking about us.
I'm glad to have you gentlemen drop in on me. Your company's always welcome. Let's go up the house, and I'll put the coffee pot on the stove.
Thanks, Jay, but we have to be moving along. We just stopped a moment to say hello and also to refresh our horses.
Well, I'm glad you did. You're welcome to stay if you wish.
We got plenty of work to do yet. Lots of paperwork after many days on trail.
Yes, I guess you fellows don't find it hard to keep occupied.
No, I'll say we don't. Well, we'll have to be going. See you again, Jay.
Yes, come again. Make it soon.
Jay.
Next time, we will have to have coffee.
Okay. Come on, Storm.
Come on, get him up, King. Up, boy. Come on.
Did you see the beautiful flowers that feller's got growing? Great day in the morning. I sure don't see how he does it. They're extraordinary, all right. That man really knows his business.
And he'd keep his nose out of other people's business. Nice fellow.
I'll say he is. A fine gentleman. Well, let's step on it and get back to town now that the horses are rested.
Come on,
Come on, Matilda.
Come on, boy.
Let's go, Storm. It's good to be back at the office again. You know, we've been out on the trails for 3 weeks.
That's right. I wonder what happened in that time.
Well, a lot could happen, fellas. But maybe we're fortunate this time and life kept a normal pace.
Well, it's about time you fellas showed up.
Hey, let's scram. It's the cops.
No, Stumpy.
Drop your gear here, fellas.
Okay.
Well, Andy, what brings you out to our neck of the woods?
One of my usually difficult assignments.
Oh? Well, it's good to see you again.
That's right. And long time now since you were here last.
I'll say it is. Why, you ain't been here since the pickles were just warts on the vine.
That's right. But it's sure good to be back.
I don't suppose you can tell us what your new job is.
Yes, I can. And what's more, I think it's going to involve you fellas directly.
Oh, there goes my high blood pressure. Every time we work with you, I almost get scared out of 10 years' growth. And I ain't got many 10 years left to get scared out of, Sonny.
Stumpy says more truth than fiction. What you up to this time, Andy?
Well, the way you fellas talk, you'd think I'm a wild man. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you this trip.
Huh? No excitement?
No, that is, I don't expect any. I'm looking for a man that's been missing for 18 months. He's either dead or he's gone to the moon.
Oh, what are the details, Andy?
Well, if you'll rustle up some coffee, I'll start from the beginning and tell you what I know about Dr. Jonathan Black. So, now you know as much as I know about this case.
Well, you sure ain't generous with the information, young feller.
I'll say I'm not, but it's all I've got to donate to the cause.
This tough one. What make you think Dr. Black come out here?
Well, I don't know, Grey Wolf. You might call it an instinct. What better place for a man to come and nurse his soul and mind, get away from whatever he's trying to escape?
Mm-hmm. You have a point there, all right.
Bill, I'd like you to do me a favor.
Yeah? Shoot.
Will you fellas take a close and hard look around this part of the country? I'll hop a plane and go to the coast for a few days, contact my undercover boys out there. Then I'll be back. It'll save valuable time.
Okay, Andy. We'll do some serious scouting around and see what we can find.
Mr. Sims, will you check the beakers for over-sedimentation?
Right away, Dr. Orlando. Dr. Orlando, you all right?
Yes, it was just an accident.
I don't think so. I'll call your physician right away.
No, please. There isn't a thing he can do anyhow. I'll be all right in a few moments. Got to get on with my work. Time is running out for me.
All right, sir. What you going to do if Dr. Black can't be found?
I don't know. We'll have to ask God for a miracle. Jonathan has to be found. Well, Bill, me boy, I've asked the question all day until I'm never be forgetting the name of Dr. Jonathan Black. No, sir, no more than I can forget me aching feet.
You've done a fine job, Pat. I sure appreciate your help.
I think nothing of it. Patrick O'Rourke's always glad to help. I'm just sorry I couldn't get results.
Well, so am I, but that can't be helped. Well, let's find out how Stumpy made out. How about it, Stumpy?
How many more thousand people do I have to ask about Jonathan Black and have them say no?
I take it you've had negative results, eh, Stumpy?
Negative ain't the word for it. I've heard the word no so much it's beginning to drive me crazy. You want me to keep on?
No, head back to headquarters, Stumpy. I'll meet you there.
No? I mean, yes. Here, you see what you've done to me? And now I automatically say no to everything.
That old gentleman has a great sense of humor.
He sure has. Well, I'd better try Grey Wolf on the radio since he hasn't shown up yet.
I don't think he'll have anything better to report.
You're probably right. Bill to car 2. Bill to car 2. Come in, Grey Wolf.
Grey Wolf to Car 1. Nothing good to report here. Everybody say they not hear of Dr. Jonathan Black.
Okay, Grey Wolf. That's enough. I'll meet you back at the office. Over and out.
That plenty good. I tired asking same question and get same answer. Out.
Bill, Jonathan Black's got to be in this part of the country.
How can you be so sure of that, Andrew?
Well, all of my undercover agents and their contacts never heard of the man. Now, anyone as prominent as this gentleman would have been spotted somewhere.
No, wait a minute, Sonny. Tie your horse up to the hitching post and set a spell.
Go ahead, old-timer. I'm listening.
You mean to tell me that a man can disappear if he wants to without being spotted? How could you tell if Black was in San Francisco or Los
Angeles? That's a hard question to answer without giving away secrets. But I can say this much. Every terminal point of transportation is covered, and so are hotels, motels, resorts, and the like. Car polisher at a fancy resort could be an undercover Secret Service agent. Now, Stumpy, it's our job to know where folks are going and why and when.
In other words, everybody's business is your business and not his own.
That's right, and this is why I say that Dr. Black's right out here somewhere.
Somewhere is a good statement.
And how? Andy, let's take a look at the picture you have of Dr. Black.
Sure.
That briefcase of yours is loaded worse than a woman's handbag.
It's full, all right.
Here's the picture, Bill.
Uh-huh. I've got an idea. I'm not much of a freehand artist, but I'm going to try. Hey, don't let Bill pull your leg, Andrew. He's pretty good with a lead pencil.
What you have in mind, Bill? Who are you thinking about as you draw?
I'm thinking about Jay Wassel.
Jay?
Huh? Why, you're talking through your hat, Sonny. Jay's a clean-shaven man. He wouldn't look right with a mustache and goatee. Why, Jay Wassel's no more Jonathan Black than I'm the President of the United States. Well, there it is. Took 3 tries before I got what I wanted, but there it is. Well, looks like I shot my mouth off too soon. That's Jay, all right, or I'll eat my shirt, buttons and all.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. You do plenty good job of drawing picture, Bill.
I'll agree. Jay Wassel and Jonathan Black are one and the same. Where is this Jay Wassel?
He lives outside of town about 4 miles in a nice little place he's got fixed up out there. You interested in taking a look at the man?
Does a duck like water? Let's go.
Whoa, Storm.
Okay, easy, boy.
Oh, Matilda.
Oh, no.
We'll leave the horses here and walk through the brush for a few yards.
Good.
How far away will we be from Black?
About 100 yards.
You able to get a good look at him with glasses?
That right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this should about do it.
There, Jay working garden now.
Hey, he has got a nice place fixed up there. It's really beautiful.
It sure is. Seems like a downright shame to disturb the man.
And this country needs him, Stumpy. He's one of the most brilliant chemists and physicists alive. Bill, let me use your glasses. I think they're more powerful than mine.
Sure, Andy. Help yourself. Well, what do you say, young feller?
It's the man we're after, all right. Jay Wassel is Dr. Jonathan Black.
Well, now you see the fish you're after. What kind of hook and bait are you going to use to catch 'em?
I'm going to use my own hook and bait.
You mean you're going right down there now and talk to 'em?
Certainly. What better time than now? After all, I haven't got much time left. Dr. Orlando may be dead right now, for all I know.
Well, what you say is true in part, Sonny, but we know Jay better than you do. I think you'd better let Bill handle it.
Well, what do you mean? I can handle any man. You trying to tell me that Bill can catch a fish better than I can?
Well, I think maybe so. You're not making the pinch now, Sonny. Dr. Black doesn't have to leave here and work for Uncle Sam. He can tell you to get and stay gone, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, we'll see about that, old-timer. I'll have Jonathan Black eating out of my hand. Just you wait and see.
Yeah, we'll be waiting. I have a sneaking suspicion that you're coming back with an empty hook.
That's the whole story, Dr. Black. We need you badly. And Dr. Orlando's dying request is for you to take his place.
Well, that's very touching, Inspector, but the answer is no.
Dr. Orlando said that you're the only man that can carry on his work. You have a genius and ability second only to he. Now, he didn't make that last statement, but I am.
Inspector Anderson, I've served my country for many years. Now all I ask is peace and quiet. Is that too much to ask?
This isn't the time to be thinking of yourself. Your country needs you and demands your services.
Nobody demands a thing from me. I've given the fullest measure. For 30 years, I've worked in a stinking laboratory for my country, to all hours of the day and night. Yes, and at great personal risk. And even helped a good friend of mine to lose his life. Now I'll thank you to leave.
Well, I'm sorry that I'll have to tell the powers that be that you're not interested. That you're considering your selfish interest before your country's.
Get off my property, Inspector, before I have you arrested for invasion of privacy. Get off before I forget that I'm a gentleman.
How'd you make out, Andy?
Well, not good. Stumpy, you were right. I should have listened to you and let Bill handle Black.
No, don't despair, Sonny. Bill can still handle him.
Would you, Bill?
I'll try. Perhaps I'll come back empty-handed, too.
I don't think you will. See what you can do.
I will, if you have the patience.
Well, I'll have it. Take all the time you need, but bring in the bacon.
Okay. Well, let's get back to town. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll accidentally drop in on Jay as we come down the trail.
This coffee is mighty good. It's kind of drizzling out a little, and hot coffee takes the chill out of my old bones. These rolls are mighty eatable, too.
That truth. I have more, please.
Say, Bill, what do you think about the new bark disease we ran into up on the north section?
I don't know what to think about it, because I don't know what it is. I'll send the bark samples to the lab as soon as we get to town.
It'll not take much time. The way disease is spreading, we not have that much time.
You say you don't know what this new bark disease is, Bill?
No, Jay. And what's more, even if we did know, we'd have to find out what type of fungicide would kill it. And that's going to take more valuable time.
Mm-hmm. May I see the bark samples?
Well, sure. I got them right here in my pack.
Yeah, Bill wanted to make sure they didn't get away.
Here they are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Would you mind if I ran some tests on this diseased bark?
What kind of tests?
Lab tests.
You have a lab here, Jay?
Yes. Come along, fellows, and we'll see if we can't save some valuable time.
By the smile on your face, I'd say you got the answer, Jay.
Yes. Plain old DDT will kill the parasite causing this disease.
Fine. We'll have the crews and planes spraying first thing in the morning. I sure appreciate what you've done.
Quite all right. I'm glad I could do it.
It's a shame you're hiding away here, Jonathan.
Then you know about me?
Yes. Inspector Anderson asked us to help find you.
Uh-huh. Weren't you aware before that I wasn't an ordinary retired man?
Well, yes, but I felt that was your business, and I let it go at that.
What are you going to do now that you know?
Well, Jay, this is your affair. I've learned to mind my own business, unless I'm asked to butt in. You'll have to answer to your own conscience and to the Lord for your actions. I won't have to answer for you.
But I killed a man.
That's right. In laboratory. And it was accident.
It was I that caused the accident, Grey Wolf.
Young feller, we who work with danger take that calculated risk. But God didn't give you all this talent to hide it away. You can help save thousands of lives with your knowledge. You can make life beautiful, just like you make your gardens. Fellas are right. But again, I say that this is your affair. Well, we'd better be getting along so we can get after those trees at the crack of dawn. Thanks for your help, Jay. Yep, you can help lots of folks like you helped us, but not from here. Andy, this message is for you. Dr. Orlando died this morning.
Oh. He lived 3 days over the 3 weeks the doctors gave him. Bill, when are you going to win in this battle of minds?
Well, you've got to be patient, Andy. Dr. Black's got to make this decision of his own free will.
Yes, and in the meantime, we're getting peptic ulcers.
I know, but we've got to wait. I'm going down to the post office and drop this in so Jay'll get it first thing in the morning.
What good is mailing the teletype message to Dr. Black going to do?
Bill's baiting the hook with stronger bait.
What do you mean?
Bill is using love and loyalty to bring Jonathan Black out of his shell. You've got a lot to learn about catching big fish with a small hook, young feller.
I have? Well, how?
When you've got a whopper on a small hook, you've got to let him have line until he gets tired out. Then when he's resting, you reel in. Then he'll fight again and get tired again. And each time he rests, you reel in more until you got him.
That's right. If you try bring big fish in when he full of fight, then he break hook or straighten it out and get away. It take much patience to catch big one.
Yeah, what you fellas are saying makes sense, but I hope I've got the patience to hold out.
Oh. Dr. Wilton Orlando died Tuesday, 3:23 a.m. Your country needs you more than ever now, Jay. Bill Jefferson. Hello?
Jay, did you get my letter?
Yes, but my mind's the same.
Each day means another day that you're losing out in helping folks.
But I can't forget that I killed a man.
God doesn't hold you responsible for something you couldn't help, but He does for your neglect of your opportunities.
Oh, hello, Bill.
It's 3 days now, Jay, that your country has been in need of you. Jay, it's 4 days. Your country still needs you. You're still wanted, Jay. Now, Andrew, you'd better count to 1,000,000. I can see the fire in your eyes and the smoke coming out of your ears. Cool off, sonny.
Oh, you and your philosophy and Bill. You and your patient preaching. Fellas are driving me crazy with waiting. 4 days have gone by, not one word. 4 whole days. Even the message of Dr. Orlando's death hasn't moved that man. I'm going out there and give him a good-sized piece of my mind.
That won't be necessary, Inspector Anderson.
I'm sorry you heard my outburst. I lost my self-control for a minute.
Don't apologize. I deserved it.
Have you reached a decision, Jay?
Yes, Bill. My name isn't Jay Wassell any longer. It's Dr. Jonathan Black.
Well, we really learned a lesson from Bill on how to get a man to do what you want him to do and what he should do without him knowing it. When you're going after big fish with a small hook, you've got to take it easy. And he found that out. Well, we'll see you next week for more adventure with Ranger Bill!
again. Our program today gives me, Ranger Bill, just a little time to talk to you moms and dads about our adventure stories and why we're on the air. We all know that every time a boy or girl listens to one of our programs, he gets some impression of the Christian life and the character of the people involved. So we must be constantly alert to guard the image that's presented, to make it realistic and truthful, neither setting up false ivory tower heroes for fellas and gals to aspire to, or creating the impression that Christianity is an impossible goal in this day and age. We also try to present Christians as people, something which they are. The faults of a Christian don't have to be glossed over. He's human too. So we try to present to you, the listener, a story that from your point of view is a factual photograph of a way of life, namely the Christian way, and showing individuals living, seeing, understanding this way of life, or maybe missing it completely. Let's all be honest before God so that truth can survive, and our young people will turn out to be the good citizens and real Christians that we want them to be.
The first couple of radio comedy, or Burns and Allen, are up next.
Have a cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Walter O'Keefe, yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Elliott Lewis, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we look in at the Burns home today, we find Gracie telling George some exciting news.
George, you know who just telephoned? Walter O'Keefe.
Walter O'Keefe?
Uh-huh.
Is he in town?
Yes, he's coming over this afternoon.
Gosh, I haven't seen him since we played in vaudeville together.
Oh, well, I knew him even before you did, George.
I didn't know that.
We grew up in the same Irish neighborhood back in San Francisco.
Really?
Mm-hmm. In fact, I had quite a high school crush on Walter. I hope you're not jealous, dear.
Don't be silly. Why should I be jealous of your high school sweetheart?
You went to high school.
Well, I'll be tickled to death to see Walter. What times we had in vaudeville. We were both young, handsome lady killers. Boy, did we have a technique with the women. Naturally, that was before I met you, dear.
Don't rub it in.
But Walter got married, and I followed suit. And then vaudeville kind of pooped out.
Well, then you followed suit. I mean, you switched over to radio just like Walter did.
Say, that's right. Walter's got a swell show on the air, Double or Nothing. Sponsored by Campbell's Tomato Juice. Oh, you're not laughing at me. That's something else. What's funny?
Oh, I was just thinking what a change it is for him.
Yes.
Now he gets tomato juice, and vaudeville used to get the whole tomato.
Walter had a pretty good act in vaudeville. Copied my songs in snappy pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Even tried to copy my clothes.
Really?
Say, that reminds me, Gracie. Phone the cleaner and tell him to rush over my good suit. I want to look my best for Walter.
All right, dear.
He always used to admire the suit I wore in vaudeville. I want him to admire the suit I wear today.
Well, he should. It's the same suit.
Call the cleaner.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, boy, we're going to have fun talking about the old days. Poor Gracie, she'll be left out of it. Come in.
Howdy, little man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson. How are things in Texas?
Excuse me while I take off my hat. Now, would you say that again?
Why?
When the name Texas is spoke, I like to have my head bared.
I see. Well, stick around and meet a celebrity who's coming over, Walter O'Keefe. You've probably seen him on the stage in New York.
No, I never been to New York.
Well, maybe you saw him in Chicago.
Never been there, neither.
Haven't you even been to Kansas City?
No.
Mr. Judson, you're a millionaire. You can afford to travel and see the wonders of the world. How come you've spent your whole life stuck in Texas?
I guess I'm just lucky.
You like that state, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Say, you ought to visit me sometime and see it for yourself. We could sit there under the laughing willows and fish.
Laughing willows? Don't you mean weeping willows?
In Texas?
They laugh in Texas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I give up.
Yeah. And I,
Well, you know, we got some mighty fine catfish down there.
Well, Judge, I called the... Oh, hello, Mr. Judge.
Well, howdy, little lady. Say, I was just inviting your husband to come down to Texas and do a little catfishing.
Catfishing? Oh, how wonderful. Oh, I hope he catches one of those beautiful long-haired Persians.
You hope he catches one.
I dug out these souvenirs of my high school days with Walter to show him. Here's a picture of our football team. Walter was the captain.
Boy, get a look at those Irish pussies. Are all those souvenirs of Walter?
Oh, no. Lots of other boys, too. See, here are letters from boys and pictures of boys and presents from boys and notes from boys.
You were sort of boy crazy, weren't you?
Well, all girls are at that age, George. It's normal and healthy. And I was even healthier than most of them.
You're not kidding. Well, I don't have any souvenirs of my vaudeville days with Walter, but we'll have plenty to talk about. Oh, I remember there was an act on the bill with us called Fink's Mule. I used to come on right after them.
Oh, yes, they were on the bill the first day I ever saw you. Oh, those mules are the biggest ears I'd ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that big ears, yes.
Yeah. And then you came on the stage.
Gracie, the way you said that, it sounds like my ears are bigger than the mule.
Oh, don't be silly, darling. Turn around and let me look at them.
Well?
What do we talk about now?
Never mind. Just call the cleaner again and tell him to get my suit over here.
Oh, yes, dear.
Those guys are late when you need them. Oh, darn it. That's probably Walter already. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Burns. I brought your suit from the cleaner.
Well, good. I've been waiting for my suit. You can... Hey, aren't you the fellow who delivered some ink from the drugstore last week?
That's right.
And you got mad and threw ink all over the place and quit your job?
Well, that wasn't the real me, Mr. Burns. I was upset because I hadn't found my proper spot in life.
But you're okay now?
Well, yes, I've achieved my goal. Working for a cleaner. I'm a changed man.
I hope so.
I'm so happy with this job.
Well, good.
It's wonderful to work for a cleaner. Makes me feel clean.
Well, now, if you'll give me my
It gives me a chance to spread sunshine and joy.
Fine.
Just before I came here, I delivered a party dress to a young girl. She'll probably wear that dress to a party.
A brilliant deduction.
I'm so happy with this job.
Bully for you. Bully.
Another article of clothing I delivered was a smoking jacket. And you know what the happy owner will do when he puts on that smoking jacket?
He'll die Easter egg.
No, I figure he'll smoke.
Another flash.
I'm so happy with it.
Happy schmappy. I'd like my suit.
Cleaner gives people so much pleasure. Now take this suit of yours.
Gladly.
It's spotless, immaculate, beautifully pressed. When you walk down the street, you'll feel like a king among men.
Not if I haven't got a suit on.
You'll be proud as a peacock as you stride along, a picture of sartorial splendor.
Yeah. All my friends will envy me.
That's right, they will. You'll be much better dressed.
Yeah, give me the suit. You see.
They'll look at this suit and feel that you're more successful than they are, that you're above them.
Just give me the coat.
And you'll feel superior to them because they're shabbily dressed.
I'll take the pants.
You'll sneer at them. You'll walk right past your old friends and leave them standing there with their hands outstretched, tears streaming down their faces.
I'll settle for the vest.
You'll cast aside your old friends, and all because the cleaner made me deliver this suit. Well, they can't force me to come between a man and his friends. I won't do it. I'll quit this stinking job.
Please give me the suit.
And turn you into a heel? Never! There. Now you'll have friends again. Goodbye.
Make-believe from Showboat. Jerome Kern certainly has a gift for melody, didn't he, Meredith?
That he did, Toby. But Kern knew it took a lot more than melody to make a top-notch hit tune.
Meaning?
Well, I'll show you. Let's take another classic Showboat song, which first will give you only the mellow harmony. Now let me add a rich rhythm.
Well, that's mighty rich and mellow, Meredith, but I still don't know the song.
Well, Toby, then listen while we add a vigorous counter melody. And now we'll add the actual melody to round out this blend of one of the most popular of all American songs.
Why, of course, it's Jerome Kern's stirring Old Man River. Yes, friends, and just as our favorite American melodies are created by carefully blending many orchestral parts, so too with the creation of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. The superb good to the last drop flavor of Maxwell House could never be achieved with just one type of coffee. No, the famous Maxwell House blend combines many varieties of premium Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With great care and skill, the Maxwell House experts select Manizales for mellowness. For richness, they add Netherlands. For vigor, they choose other choice coffees. And for fine full body, they add Bucaramanga. Adding up to great coffee, radiant roasted to the very peak of flavor perfection, and brought to you roaster fresh two ways, either in the familiar blue vacuum tin or in the brand new ultra vacuum glass jar. So friends, start at once to enjoy America's favorite coffee. You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Insist on Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
George, there's Walter O'Keefe just driving up in front of the house.
Swell. Now, Gracie, you go play bridge with the girl. When Walter and I get to talking about the old days in vaudeville with Fink's Mules and the Empire City Quartet and all that, we may gab until midnight. And you'll just be sitting there.
Well, at least let me stay long enough to say hello to him.
Okay, suit yourself, but I warned you. Come in. Walter. Gracie.
Gracie, don't move. Just stand there a minute and let me look at you.
Like this?
You haven't changed a bit. You're just as beautiful as ever.
Oh, and you've only seen one side of me. Shall I turn around?
No, I'm convinced.
Oh, Walter, here's the rest of the family. You remember him?
No, I don't believe I ever met your father.
Father?
How do you do, sir?
Oh, no, Walter. He's my husband.
Yeah, Walter, we were in vaudeville together. Take another look at me.
Your face is familiar. Did you work for a fellow named Fink?
No, I'm George Burns, remember?
Oh, sure. I place you now. You're the juggler.
The juggler?
Well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
I'm not a juggler. I was never
Gracie,
a juggler.
I just can't believe you're a married woman. Why, you don't look a day older than when we were kids together back on Kilpatrick Street. Your eyes still have the sparkle of the lakes of Killarney.
I go along with you, Blarney, Walter O'Keefe.
'Tis not for you to be calling it Blarney, no, Gracie. 'Tisn't the way for no O'Keefe to be flattering when he was sprouting that way every woman he meets.
Oh, it isn't.
'Tisn't it, sure, and 'tisn't.
'Tis.
It's the truth I'm telling you. It's the prettiest girl these eyes have ever set me eyes upon.
'Tis?
Sure and 'tis.
'Tisn't.
'Tis too.
Tisn't.
All right, then, 'tisn't.
'Tis too.
Look, folks.
Oh, my goodness, Walter. I'm afraid we're leaving George out of the conversation.
So we are. Well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
Look, I was never a juggler in my life.
Speaking of your husband juggling, remember Jughead Riley?
I was never a juggler.
Oh, sure, good old Jughead. He was a big fat fellow, wasn't he?
No, that was Fatso Finnegan.
Oh, that's right. Good old Fatso.
Whatever became of him?
Well, he married Jughead Riley's sister.
Really? Wasn't she a tall, good-looking girl by the name of Annie?
No. You're thinking of Annie O'Toole, who married Spud Murphy.
Oh, good old Spud. He was the short, stocky fellow with the mole.
No, that was Knuckles Dugan.
Look, folks.
He married Fatso Finnegan's sister Sheila. You know, a cute little girl who was bow-legged.
No, you're thinking of Mike O'Mara's sister Fanny. She married Tim McGonigal.
Oh, that's right. Good old Tim.
Look, folks.
Oh, wasn't he the stout boy with the buck teeth?
No, that was Fatso Finnegan.
Oh, sure, good old Fatso. Whatever became of him?
He married Jughead Riley's sister.
Oh.
My name is Burns.
What?
George Burns. I married to Fatso Finnegan.
Oh, my goodness, Walter. I'm afraid we're leaving George out of the conversation.
So we are. Well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
I'm not a juggler.
Oh, no. George is a comedian. Nobody can tell a joke like he can.
Well, thanks, dear.
George, tell Walter the joke about the moron who went through the screen door and strained himself.
Tell it? You just told the whole...
Go ahead, dear. Tell it.
A moron went through a screen door and strained himself.
You don't juggle at all, huh?
No.
You know who George reminds me of, Walter? Don Quinn. Wasn't he a circus?
Yeah, remember what he said to the waitress that time she spilled the soup down his back?
Oh, I'll say I do.
What did he say?
I died.
I never heard anything so funny in my life.
Well, what did he say? What did he say? Something. What did he say?
Listen, I think it was the best crack that Don ever made.
What did he say?
I forget. What did he say, Walter?
I don't remember either.
Oh, but I wish you could have been there, George.
I wish I were there now.
Oh, my goodness, Walter. I'm afraid we're leaving George out of the conversation.
So we are. Well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
Now, look, I'm not a juggler.
Isn't it a small world, Gracie? Don Quinn went around with a lady juggler.
Really? How many ladies did he juggle?
No. He went around with a lady juggler named Katie Connolly. Later married her.
Oh. I thought Katie Connolly married Pat Houlihan.
No, Pat Houlihan married Maggie Malone.
No, Maggie Malone married Johnny Doyle.
Anybody know Sam Newman?
Gracie, did you say Johnny Doyle?
Oh, yes. Don't you remember Pug-Nosed Doyle?
Oh, sure. Now I remember him.
Well, today he's an alderman.
No.
Yes.
Look,
And remember Tommy Fitzpatrick?
Tony Fitzpatrick. Of course I remember him.
Well, he's a police captain now.
No.
Yes.
Look.
And remember Frank Gallagher?
Frank Gallagher?
Uh-huh.
No, I don't.
Wait a minute. I remember Frank Gallagher. You introduced me to him. What about him?
Nothing ever happened to him.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness, Walter. I'm afraid we're leaving George out of the conversation.
So we are. Well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
Fine. The juggling game is fine. Would you folks like some potato chips?
Potato chips. You know, that reminds me, Gracie. Whatever became of Chip O'Connor?
I couldn't have picked Dill Pickles.
Oh, Chip married a girl named Sadie Dill, a real pickle puss.
Nothing would have helped me.
Yeah, gee, Gracie, I'm afraid we're leaving your husband out of this conversation.
Oh, so we are. Well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
Here's Meredith Wilson and the orchestra, and Come to the Mardi Gras.
Walter, do you remember Moose O'Malley?
Yeah, good old Moose. There was a real football player. The greatest San Francisco ever had.
Oh, no, Walter. You were the greatest.
No, Moose was the greatest.
No, you were the greatest.
I used to play football.
No, Moose was the greatest. A finer football player never lived.
I used to play football.
You know, our whole team was awfully good, and I remember the name of every boy on it.
So do I, Gracie.
There was O'Keefe.
O'Malley.
O'Brien.
O'Toole.
O'Rourke.
O'Connor.
O'Dowd.
O'Hare.
O'Leary.
O'Shea.
And Yakoblonsky.
I used to play football.
What a team. Every boy on it had the same ambition. To go to Notre Dame and play for the Fighting Irish.
Yes.
But the only one who made it was Yakoblonsky. Oh, but Moose was the greatest.
I blew up a bank today.
You know, it's too bad Moose didn't make it.
Yeah, good old Moose.
Shot the cashier.
What did you say, dear?
Killed a man and blew up a bank.
Oh, that's nice.
That's nice.
Walter, whatever happened to Moose?
He married Jenny Donnelly.
Really? I thought Jenny married Muggsy Casey.
No, Muggsy married Casey Cahagan.
Oh, what's the use?
Oh, Walter, I'm afraid we're leaving George out of the conversation.
So we are. Well, Burns, how's the juggling game?
Fine. Just had my Indian clubs painted. How was the juggling? I'll answer.
Oh, no, let me go, dear. I don't want to interrupt your conversation with Walter.
Oh, never mind. We're almost talked out. I'll go.
Hi, George.
Wait a minute, though. Do you know any Irish people in San Francisco?
No.
Ever play football with a character named Moose O'Malley?
No.
Okay, you can come in.
What's up, George?
For 3 hours, I've been listening to Gracie and Walter O'Keefe talk about old times. I can't get a word in.
Oh.
Well, George, let's give them a dose of their own medicine. We'll carry on a conversation and leave them out of it.
Well, what do we talk about?
Well, we can talk about this gorgeous girl I just met.
Hold it. Does she have an Irish name?
No. Her name is Olga Swenson.
Good. They can't fool around with that one.
No. I tell you, I met her in the park taking her pet for a walk, a beautiful dog. Well, you know me, George, crazy about animals. So
I puckered up my lips to whistle at the dog, and Olga moved in on the pucker.
I say.
So you and I will go in there and talk about Olga.
And her pet.
Or sure do.
The dog. Got mixed up.
Yes.
What got left?
Well, you just give me a cue, George. You say, what do you hear from Olga, and we'll start talking.
What do you hear from Olga? Mm-hmm. Okay, come on.
Right.
Oh, hello, Bill. You know Walter O'Keefe?
Oh, sure. Hello, Walter.
Hello, Bill.
Bill, what do you hear from Olga?
Olga?
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you, George.
Say, Bill, don't you sell Maxwell House coffee?
Yeah. Do you drink it, Walter?
Sure.
Well, who doesn't? Hey, Gracie, Walter drinks Maxwell House coffee.
No.
Yeah.
Bill, what do you hear from Olga?
Say, do you realize, Walter, that there are more than 1,000 brands of coffee in this country?
You don't say.
Yes, and yet more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Doesn't surprise me, Bill.
Olga, heard something?
Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy.
Bill, what about Olga with the dog? Woof, woof, woof.
And you know, Walter, Maxwell House comes to you roaster fresh. 2 ways. Either in the familiar blue vacuum tin or in the brand new ultra vacuum glass jar.
What do you know? Ultra vacuum, huh?
Yeah.
Bill, look at me. Let's you and I talk about Olga.
Olga?
Yes.
Oh, yes, the girl with the dog.
Yes.
Okay, George.
What kind of a dog has she got, Bill?
Irish setter?
Irish setter. Say, Gracie, do you remember that? We used to set him up
I'm coming. Oh, hello, Meredith.
I've just come from Griffith Park where I played the flute for my feathered friends. Those are birds.
Haven't got enough trouble.
Well, today my music proved so enticing that a woodpecker flew down and sat on my shoulder.
Woodpecker, huh?
Yeah. Could you recommend something for a hole in the head?
Look, take that flute and get... Wait a minute. If you played the flute right now, I could sing with you.
You certainly could.
And they couldn't talk. Meredith, I could kiss you.
Wouldn't you rather sing with me?
Yeah. Come on in.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Oh, hello, Gracie.
Meredith Wilson, Walter O'Keefe.
Glad to meet you.
Same here.
Meredith brought his flute along and wants me to sing.
Ah, but George, if you sing, Gracie and I can't talk.
I'll now sing 15 or 20 numbers. Meredith, we'll start with April Shower.
Okay, I'm see you.
Though April showers.
Walter, remember the shower we gave Kitty Cassidy?
Sure, when she got married to Jim Hogan.
Yes, that's right. Wasn't it fun when we all gathered around the piano and sang, if you would like to see the height of hospitality,
The cream, the kindly welcome, and the core of cordiality. Joys of the old times you're wishing to recall again. Come down to Gentleman's and then you see them all again. Yeah.
Though April showers make my way.
I just thought of another Irish song. Do you know Phil the Fluter's
Out,
Ball?
out.
George!
Benedict Arnold.
Gracie, remember good old Benny Arnold? He married Moose O'Malley's sister.
Oh, no, Walter. Moose O'Malley's sister married Jughead Riley.
We're back to Jughead Riley
Oh,
again.
Walter, I'm afraid we're leaving George out of the conversation.
So we are. Well, Bert.
The juggling game is fine.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed.
Good night, all.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee. So good. So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Hurry, Cato. Here's where we break a citizenship racket.
You called me? No use ducking in the house. I got a message for you from Liggett.
Listen, please, I try hard to get the money. I don't want to leave this country.
Then get the dough.
Please, you give a little more time. I
Get the money fast. Understand?
I try every day.
Trying ain't enough. You pay up or back you go to the country you come from.
But I'm a citizen. I'm a citizen of the United States.
Nuts. You know just where you stand. Get that dough, or you'll be waving bye-bye to the land of the free permanent. You and your whole family.
What are I going to do? What are I going to do when I've got the money? I got to get the money someplace. I got to get the money someplace. I don't care how I get it. I got to get it. I got to get the money someplace. I don't know. I got to get the money.
That wind.
It's always windy outside the Sentinel building, Miss Case.
With all the wind that goes on inside, I ought to be used to it.
Inside?
Yes. Whenever Michael Axford starts talking, it's a blast, and he never stops.
Oh, Axford has his good point.
Sure, Mr. Reed. Axford has muscles like iron, a heart of gold, a helping hand, a fist of oak, and a head of solid bone.
Well, he manages to be right often enough, Miss Case.
That's what surprises me. He's right very often. What I can't understand is how does he do it?
Well, it's getting dark. A windy street corner is no place for conversation. Which way were you going?
Oh, I think I'll go another way tonight.
Just a moment, Miss Case.
But I wonder...
Something's bothering you. What is it?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Reed.
You're nervous.
Nonsense. I'm just cold, that's all.
I had a hunch up in the office that you were concerned about something. After all, you've been my secretary ever since Dad left me in charge of the Sentinel.
You make it sound like such a long time.
Well, it's long enough to know how you act. And you've been on edge for several days.
Perhaps I was.
What about?
I had a silly idea that a man was watching me.
Well, I watch you as often as I can, Miss Case. Not hard on the eyes, you know.
No, I mean someone out here in the street. I'm imagining things. Good night, Mr. Reed.
Miss Case, you're
Well,
sure...
probably I need my eyes examined, or I've seen too many movies. Good night.
Good night, Miss Case. Oh, I've never seen her like this before. I wonder whether she's... Howard, what was that?
Ain't you gone yet, Reed? You left upstairs...
Shut up, Axford. Did you hear her scream?
What are you talking about?
Scott, it's Miss Case. Come on.
Holy crow. There she
Here's
is.
the man. He's trying to get away.
I see him.
Get him, Axford.
Come back here, you little rat.
Case, what happened? Are you all right?
He's the one that...
Case, pull yourself together.
He jumped out of the alley.
No. Case, it's all right. There's nothing to worry about.
He started statement. He grabbed my pocketbook.
Well, I'm talking about you now, not him. No, stop it.
All right, now.
I'm sure you are. That's better.
It was such a shock. So sudden.
Come on, you... Two little snakes. What was that you said, Casey?
Please.
Oh, shut up, you.
Golly, Casey, did I hear you say it was so sudden?
Never mind that, Axford. Did you get the phone?
And golly, Reed, you're standing with your arm around Casey.
I hadn't noticed.
Well, I'd be a flat-foot floaty. Casey, don't tell me Reed's asked you to marry him.
What? Oh, Axford, where did you get that idea?
Well, the way you were standing and you were saying it was all sudden.
Oh, Axford, of all the brainless idiots, you take the cake.
Never mind that, Axford. What about your prisoner?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Come around here, you little crook, where the lady can get a good look at you. Whoa.
That's my pocketbook.
You take it back, lady. Me, I go crazy on the head.
I'll say you did.
I no meant to steal the pocketbook. Believe me, please. I'm looking for a job, but that's all.
You'll be looking through bars.
Never mind, Axford. What's your name?
My name is Ferraro, mister. Ferraro.
Why did you steal that?
I tell you, I'm not going to help it. Never I steal. I needed the money so bad.
It's all here, Mr. Reed.
Good. You've been watching this lady for several days now, haven't you?
Please, I could have told you why I'd do that.
Well, it better be good.
Please, lady. You work for the paper, no?
Don't tell me. That's why you've been...
You gotta believe in me. I look for a job. I think maybe you told me how to get it one. I needed the money so bad.
That's what they all say.
That's true. You believe it, please.
You mean to say you didn't steal that pocketbook deliberately?
What do you mean?
Well, isn't that what you were after?
No.
Aren't you trying to make up a story to cover it up now?
No.
Why did you steal? If you needed food or clothing, you can get them just by going to the...
I told you it's your money. I don't know why I do. I just try to ask for the job. Then I see the pocketbook and I go like a crazy.
What do you want money for?
If I don't get him money, No, it's nothing.
Losing your alibi, huh? I'll hand him over to the cops, Reed.
You put me in a jail.
That's where thieves go, Ferrara.
No, I'm not going to help it. If I don't get the money, then Liggett is chasing me out of the country.
Liggett?
What's that? What about Liggett?
No, I'm not saying nothing.
You're saying plenty. What's this about?
Reed, if this guy's in with that crook Liggett...
Let's have it. What about Liggett?
He find it out. He say he making me pay money. I know got it, but he say I got to pay.
What did he find out?
Maybe he's been in prison before, Reed.
Oh, no prison. Me, honest man. Only Liggett, he find out I'm not a citizen.
Not a citizen?
Not really a citizen. I got a papers, but he say he tell me, all of us, we have to go back. We be sent away. No, I talk too much. I'm not going to tell you. No, I can't.
That's exactly what you're going to do.
Oh, no, please, Liggett.
And I say yes. Take him upstairs, Axford, to my office.
Okay.
You're going to talk plenty.
There's nothing, I told you. Oh, please, you're locking me up. I'm not going to talk, please.
Okay, Ferrara. That's all.
I'm afraid of what happens to me. You understand?
I understand. All right, Axford, let Mr. Ferrara out.
Come on.
And take this with you, Ferrara.
What's it? Oh, Mr. Reed, you're giving me money.
Take it.
All of this money,
And forget about going to jail, Ferrara. This case won't press charges, will you?
Of course I won't.
Come on. I'm not going to say nothing. My throat is all tight like it. Gracias, senor. Gracias, senorina. Mr. Reed, Missy. Oh, I'm not going to talk.
Well, you've done pretty well at not talking all along. You don't have to tell us.
My family, me, we stay here in this country, in America. Oh, thank you so much.
Governor Snakes, will you come on, you little squirt?
Yes, I go.
You'll have all of us turning on the waterworks if you don't stop.
Gosh, I feel sorry for him, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, poor fellow. No doubt, Miss Case, he's not a thief.
He was so upset.
Yeah, he wants money to pay Liggett. He'd only told us why he has to pay Liggett.
He sounded terrified, Mr.
Well,
Reed.
you know Liggett's reputation, Miss Case. A minor official who's got his fingers in more pies than Jack Horner ever saw. What's his racket this time?
It's got something to do with citizenship papers.
Yeah, Ferrara let that slip, didn't he?
But I don't understand. Ferraro is a citizen.
Well, he hasn't been one very long, Miss Case. He's one of the large number of immigrants who've come over here lately.
Well, he's paying Liggett for something.
Would you say that Liggett would stop at blackmail, Miss Case?
You think that's what it is?
Definitely. But what's he holding over Ferrara's head?
Yes?
There was something in the Sentinel several days ago, buried in a back page.
About a racket, Mr. Reed?
Yeah, only a rumor, but give me the desk. I want Mr. Gunnigan.
I didn't see it.
Well, it wasn't worth playing up just to stick it tight. But after what Ferrara said, or rather didn't say... Hello, Gunnigan. Reed. I want a copy of the home edition for a day before yesterday. Yes, right now. Okay, thanks.
He's got it?
I'm coming right in. Meanwhile, Miss Case, get the district attorney on the phone. See if he's heard anything about rackets involving people getting out citizenship papers.
Yes, sir.
Here you are, Reed.
What's that?
The paper he asked Gunnigan for. He was coming back to the newsroom and gave it to me to give to you.
Uh-huh. Well, let's see. Page 6.
Oh, golly, Reed. I was sort of sorry for that little fellow Ferraro. If a crook like Liggett's got his hooks into him, it won't...
Here we are. This is it.
Huh?
Axford, what do you think of a racket that victimizes people who come to this country hoping for freedom and safety?
I don't get you.
Well, this story's nothing but a rumor, but it may have a deeper foundation in fact. You've read it?
I'm glancing at it now, Reed. But what's this got to do with Ferraro?
Suppose you were a foreigner trying to become a citizen. You have to take a test.
Yeah, all about the Constitution.
Suppose someone offered to take that test for you at a price to someone who knew all the answers.
Well, suffering snakes, Reed. That ain't legal. It's cheating.
Exactly, but people like Ferrara don't know that.
Hey, I thought you said he didn't say nothing.
He didn't, Axford. But put these rumors together with his mention of Liggett's name, and there it is. A racket that takes advantage of the ignorance of foreigners, makes them pay to have someone else answer those questions.
Golly.
And then turns around and blackmails the victims under threat of revealing the fraud. A fraud they planned in the first place.
That's it exactly, Mr. Reed.
You spoke to the district attorney, Miss Case?
He echoed your words, Mr. Reed.
About the racket?
Yes.
Oh, has he got anything on it? Is he doing anything?
Well, he hasn't any proof, Mr. Reed. He says all the foreigners are afraid to talk.
Golly, Reed, what can you do?
Well, if the district attorney can't get any place, what can the Daily Sentinel do?
I asked him about Liggett, and he said it was the same thing. He had his suspicions that Liggett's at the bottom of it, but no proof.
Suffering snakes, Casey. Why don't they find the guy who was taking the test for them foreigners in the first place?
Axford, don't you see? How can they do that when they don't know which men are taking that role? The foreigners won't talk. They're caught right in the middle.
Good grief, Mr. Reed. Can't anything be done?
Might give it a little more publicity.
In the Sentinel?
Mm-hmm. Miss Case, clip this item from the Sentinel for day before yesterday. Have Gunnigan do a repeat on it on page 1. And tell him to use a box for it.
Yes, Mr.
And Axford.
Yeah, Reed.
You have Ferrara's home address?
It's written down on Casey's pad in the outside office.
Give it to Lowry. I want him to do a write-up on Ferrara. No names, just a human interest yarn.
Human interest? Not about the racket?
We can't print what we can't back up, Miss Case. No, just a simple story about this man who's so desperately in need that he stole the purse of the secretary to the publisher of the Daily Sentinel. That about covers it.
Hey, Reed, now wait a minute.
And tell Lowry to take a camera along and get some shots. Now, Miss Case, Gunnigan's to hit that on page 1, too.
But, Reed...
Sorry, Haxford, I'm heading for home.
What for are you sending Lowry out?
Why not?
But, holy crow, what about me?
Now, look, I should have been home hours ago. I have an important date tonight.
Ah, Reed.
Oh, very well. Go along with Lowry. Good night.
Several hours later, Britt Reed waited in his apartment for his valet, Cato, the only other man to know him as the mysterious Green Hornet.
He ought to be out on the street by now. There's something held up to them.
Mr. Britt, I have the paper.
The early edition of the Sentinel? You bought it from a newsboy?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's Ferrara's picture. Right next to it's the box containing the rumored racket story. Well, that's it. That's what I've been waiting for. You have the Green Hornet mask and the weapon ready?
Yes,
We'll open the secret panel. We're going on after this racket and the Black Beauty as the Green Hornet.
Britt Reed led the way through the secret panel, then along a narrow passage within the wall of the apartment house, which connected directly with an adjoining building. Supposedly abandoned, this building was in reality the hiding place of the sleek, streamlined Black Beauty, car of the Green Hornet.
Liggett and several others will be reading this soon. Don't step on it, Cato. When those crooks start after Ferraro, the Green Hornet's going to beat them to it.
We should like to take time out this evening to salute the Campfire Girls of America, 260,000 strong, on the occasion of their 28th birthday, in commemoration of which they're holding a nationwide celebration this week. These girls need leadership and support from civic-minded men and women to continue their worthy program. If you are interested, get in touch with your local Campfire headquarters. We wish to take this opportunity to extend birthday congratulations to the Campfire Girls of America and to express the hope that they may continue to blaze trails of friendship and service through all the years to come. And now, let's get back to our story.
This is it, Cato. That's the tenement where Ferrara lives across from the alley. You stay here and keep watch.
I watch for Liggett?
Liggett won't show his face around here. He's too smart to appear in person. He'll be one of his stooges.
What shall I do?
And if you notice anyone suspicious, anyone who goes into that house as if he's cautious about it...
Shall I blow the
No,
horn?
not the horn, Cato. Police and everyone knows that's the Green Hornet horn. Warn me, but use some other way.
Yes, sir.
As long as I know beforehand. I'll be back. Keep watch.
Not to the door. Marie, I go answer. Might be after the man from a legacy. Sure. Now I pay the man. He told legacy not to talk it. And I know I have to worry about citizen papers. Hey, I'm here. Okay.
Ferrara?
Yes, sir, that's me.
You have some money for Liggett?
Sure. Come in. That's the dark kind of hall.
Never mind that. Just hand it over.
You'll see about under the paper.
I know you have it.
Sure. Please, I pay Mr. Leggett this money. You not tell it the government.
There were no promises made.
Oh, I do nothing wrong.
You had someone else take your citizenship examination, didn't you?
Yes, sir, that's right, but I don't know what's wrong. This is the man he's telling me everybody do all the time. Then this is the man he coming from a legacy say you throw me out. Send me back.
I'll
I know.
take that money first.
Oh, okay, here. That's all here.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's funny. Why, you wore the glove.
Never mind that. Who was the man?
The man?
The man who took your examination for you.
Oh, him. I don't know. I call his name Monk.
Monk, huh?
Yeah, Monk. Please, that's all right now. I give it the money. I could stay. I don't mean nothing wrong. Ferrari, he's honest. I think everybody...
You'll be all right. Now just...
Hey, what's that? Somebody's a whistle.
Yeah, I heard it. You're back inside, Ferrari.
Hey, somebody come up with the stairs.
Back inside.
Hey, wait. Wait, you know the same fellow who came here before.
Inside and close the door.
You got a gun.
Now, hurry.
A gun. And you wear a mask. I could see. Now, I see better. My eyes...
Move inside.
She hit back. Slam at the door. Funny. You wear the mask. The mask. I see pictures of that man. It was the Green Hornet. The Hornet, these are the ones.
Hey, Ferrara.
Wait.
Hello, Ferrara. It's me. I come for that dough.
I no got the money.
Lay off of that. I seen it in the papers. Got your picture in the Sentinel and everything, huh?
I told you it's...
Come on, kick in. No use denying it. I seen by the papers that publisher give you some dough. Let's have it.
It's a gun. This man, he come here and he take. He wear a mask.
Listen, punk, I ain't got time.
Please, you hurt me, my neck.
The dough, sucker. Come on.
I no got it. The Green Hornet, he take the money.
Huh? What did you say?
He come with a gun. He take the money.
Did you say the Green Hornet?
He wear a green mask, gloves. He come here just before.
What the devil is the Green Hornet doing in this?
I no lie. That's the truth.
Yeah? Well, we'll see about that. Maybe I believe you, and maybe not.
So wait, where do you go?
I'm going to see Liggett, hey? And I'll be back.
I don't understand.
For the dough, you sap.
But the Hornet, what he...
Yeah? Well, that's your tough luck, if it's true.
Sure, that's the truth.
But it don't make no difference, hey?
You mean I gotta pay some more?
I'll be back. You're paying the dough to Liggett. No one else, understand? So get some more if you have to, but get it.
Oh, what I gotta do? I no got no more money. The Green Hornet, he take it all. Oh, Dio mio, what I do?
Yeah, I see him, Cato. Coming out of the tenement now. That's the man who went to see Ferrara?
Yes, sir.
Your whistle warned me. I ducked out of the way. He's getting in a taxi. Trail him, Cato. Don't lose sight of him. Let's go.
That's why I come over here as fast as I could make it. What do you think of the story?
Ferraro says the Hornet called on him, huh?
Yeah, took the dough.
How did Ferraro act?
Scared, Liggett. Scared stiff.
He must have been pulling an act.
Yeah?
What else? The Green Hornet's big time. He doesn't fool around with a petty $50.
You're fooling around with it, ain't you?
Sure, but I have plenty of them on the string. It all adds up.
Maybe the Hornet's muscling in.
He's starting from the bottom then. $50.
Maybe he's seen that item in the Sentinel like we did. Maybe he's beginning there.
Hand me that phone.
Okay. Who are you calling?
I think I'll get monkeying on this. Where's his phone number?
In your desk, ain't it? Top drawer.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute before you call.
Got an idea?
That's what I'm asking you. What good's Monk? He's just the guy that took Ferrara's test for him.
Yes, Ferraro and a few others. I want to send Mike over to see Ferraro.
For what? I'm the trigger man in this outfit. You want to put some more pressure on that lug? I'll do it.
Relax. Nobody's taking your job.
Yeah? What's Monk going to do?
We want that money from Ferraro, don't we?
But the Hornet...
Never mind the Hornet. Ferraro's got to pay up anyhow. If Monk sees him, says he'll report to the government...
Monk? He can't report. They'd slap him in the cooler.
Does Ferraro figure that way?
Well...
I'll tell you, no. Ferraro's like the rest of those foreigners. They're too confused to think straight. If Monk says he's going to the government, going to give himself up and confess the whole thing, Ferraro knows that's the end for him.
But I tell you...
It's better than your gun any time. Ferraro will get more money fast.
He ain't got it.
I said he'd get it, and I don't care how. Let him steal it if he wants to, but he'll get it. Don't bother me. I want to get this moving before the Hornet gets his hooks even deeper into my racket.
You're a little late, Liggett.
Who's that? Who are you?
The Green Hornet.
Don't reach for a gun.
I'll blast him.
Drop it.
Look out, Blackie.
Let go. You asked for it.
A gun. Give me a hand, Liggett. This guy...
Take it.
Oh, shot me. I can't breathe.
Are you shot him?
Well, get your hand away from that desk fast, or you'll get the same.
Okay, there's nothing there.
What's this?
I wasn't going for that gun. I swear.
I'll make sure you don't by closing the drawer. With that gun your stooge had, just leave it there on the floor.
Yes, anything you say, Hornet. What do you want?
You've been here quite a while listening. That man on the floor was right.
You took that money?
There it is. Count it.
Oh,
Go ahead, you might as well. It's yours.
Mine?
Yes, I'm giving it to you.
I don't get this. First you take the money away, then you hand it back. What's the idea?
I just wanted to show you how easily I could cut myself in.
Oh, listen, Hornet. This racket isn't your style. It's too small for you.
It's big enough.
But
You've got your hooks into practically every foreigner who applies for citizenship papers. And plenty of them fall for your story. How many men do you have besides Monk?
None. None, I tell you.
It's a lie.
No,
if I'm going to help you, you'll come clean.
But Huh? You help me.
You want to build this racket up, don't you?
You, the Hornet.
Why else should I bring the money back here?
Well, you're not giving me much time.
Liggett, you have access to the list of those applying for citizenship papers, haven't you?
Well,
And you use at least a dozen men to take the final test for all those you rope in, don't you?
Yeah, that's...
Then you go out and blackmail the suckers under the threat of exposing this setup.
You can't tie it on me. I'm careful not to see any of them.
How many are you collecting from? 100? 200?
Listen, give me some time to think it over.
Okay. You see this gun?
Yeah. You're pointing it right at me.
Contains gas, Liggett.
Gas?
I'll be back here in an hour. And just to make sure you don't get any wrong ideas in the meantime...
Don't shoot.
You'll be all right, just unconscious for a while. We can talk it over later.
No,
this
don't.
is for you.
Gas, you... I can't breathe.
And that fixes you. All right, come in here.
Left him.
They're unconscious, both of them. They'll recover in an hour. Peter, I want you to get over to the tenement and leave word that Ferraro is to come here.
Here?
Don't let him see you, but see that he gets the message and step on it. I have a couple of phone calls to make, and the first one's to a man named Monk. Hello? Monk? Yeah, talking. Calling for Liggett. I want you to come over in an hour. Okay. I'll be at Liggett's place in an hour.
At the door, somebody sees a knock. Funny. There's nobody. They're on the floor, pieces of paper.
Marty, I gotta go now. Liggett, he wants to see me. I go to his place in 1 hour.
Casey! Hey, Casey, I seen the light on and
Ashford, what are you doing at the Sentinel so late?
I could ask you the same thing, only I see you're typing letters. It's Reed in. I just got a call from Moran.
No, Mr. Reed isn't here.
It's a tip, Casey. Sergeant Moran says to be over to Liggett's place in an hour. Holy crow, maybe I'll bring back a scoop on the racket for the signal.
Hey, where is everybody? What's going on here? No lights on and... What the... Where are them lights? There you are, Monk. You can see now. Thanks, Hey, you're masked. What's the idea? Enough Liggett and Blackie. They've been gassed. Gassed? You mean... You're the Green Hornet. Where am I? Go ahead, give him a hand. Okay. Come on, boss. You're okay. I don't know what's going on, but...
I'm all right. The Hornet gassed Blackie.
Give me a hand. I thought I was... You're better just where you are on that side of the room. Now, Liggett, shall we get on to business?
You called, Monk?
Yes. 4-way conference on your racket, Liggett.
I guess you better slice the Hornet in on the take. No sense of fooling with dynamite.
That's being smart, Blackie.
Hello?
Quiet. Come in, Ferrara.
Oh, I got it a message. I come over. The Hornet. No, you don't need to know.
You might as well finish him now, Liggett.
Huh? What are you talking about?
We're all agreed. Too bad, Ferrara. You shouldn't have talked to those newspaper people.
Okay, what do you mean? I don't talk about
You gave them hints, too many hints. Well, you didn't mean it, but we're playing safe.
You're not going to... No, you can't kill me. I don't say
Get back, Liggett. I'll handle this.
Hey, there's sirens coming this way.
Hornet, get him out. It's the police. They'll be here.
I'll take care
Put
of
up
that.
the hands and don't move. You don't kill me.
Wait, stop. Where'd you get that gun, Ferrara?
Step back. It is the gun. It was under the floor. I've been a big fool, but no more. You take my money. You cheat me. The cops are stopping outside. I know where there were cops. I kill you. Well, push the Hornet. Get the lights fast. Yes, sir. Hey, what is it? What are the lights?
Monk, Blackie, let's get out of here. The Hornet went out that door.
It's dark. I'm not going to see. Where's the light?
Where is he? Where's the Hornet?
The Hornet's gone. Get out of here.
Don't move, none of you. Stand back. Put your flashlight on, Flannery. I get the light.
The police.
We didn't do nothing. Lenny.
Can't kill all of you. Please, you take it. It's a gun. There's a man of the crook. I was going to shoot them, but no more.
Ferraro, what are you doing here?
I got a message to come. Then they tried to kill me. So I faked. You ask me anything I tell you.
It's not. The police will decide that. What about this racket, Ferraro? You'll talk?
Yes, I talk. I told everything. This one here, he's taking my place for citizens to pay.
He's lying. He can't prove it.
He'll prove it plenty, you rat. And it is the man. He's the boss here, making me pay, or he says sending me back into the old country.
Oh, listen, Sergeant. This man doesn't know what he's doing.
Get back, Liggett. We know all about your little racket.
You said it, Moran. And now Ferraro's going to give us the proof we need to slap you in the jug. That's all right. The Legaton of the Green Hornet.
Huh?
The Hornet? What about the Hornet? The Hornet, he was mixed up into this too. He was here. I almost showed him, but then the lights had gone out and
the Hornet's got away. Holy crow, that's what always happens. The cops grab all the rest of the crooks, but the Hornet gets away.
Say, Mr. Duragas, before the police. You think, might be the government, they let me stay on this country.
Huh? Oh, no, don't worry, Ferraro. You didn't know what you were getting into. Uncle Sam can be pretty tough on crooks, but he don't make it tough for guys like you. He'll be voting before you know it.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Around lonely campfires throughout the western United States, cowboys still tell of the deeds of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains. Riding his great horse Silver and accompanied by his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of justice devoted his life to the fight against crime and criminals. And now, as Silver's hoofs thunder down the danger trail, adventure comes to life once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! Stretch out those great legs of yours! Sandy Tyndale needs our help! Hi-yo, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said that a friend of his needed help. It was an important day in the town of Pendleton. Young Sandy Tyndale, recently released from jail, was expected on the stage, and a crowd had gathered to greet him. Among the people before the stage station was Sheriff Bert Gordon. He looked sharply around as though searching for someone he had expected to be present.
Curious. I figured he'd be about here somewheres.
Who you watching for, Sheriff?
Dunno. That's the odd part of it, Steve. You wasn't here when Sandy Tyndale was captured and sent to jail for 2 years, was you?
Nope, I come here a year ago. I heard all about Sandy, though.
Sorriest thing I ever done was to help send him to jail. Sandy wasn't a bad sort, just wild and carefree as a colt, that's all. Fact is, my daughter Lenore was right stuck on him.
Yeah? Well, Lenore's a fine girl. Tain't like her to judge a man wrong.
I don't figure she did. Sandy shot it out with an ornery polecat that tried to run a crooked game of poker, you see.
Is that what he went down for?
That's right. He shot and rid away. And was in hiding, you savvy?
Outlawed, eh?
Yeah, but a man with a white horse and a mask corralled him and fetched him in to square himself with the law.
For the reward money?
No, the masked hombre wouldn't take the reward. He said a lot of things to Sandy, though, about paying for what he'd done and going straight.
That sounds like good sense. Otherwise, Sandy might have been an outlaw all his life.
Nobody figured that Sandy'd get jailed at all. But we had a cantankerous coyote on the jury.
You needn't tell me the name, I can guess.
Yeah?
Banker Pottle. And he's coming down the road right now.
You're right. Most ornery cuss that ever drawed a breath.
Where's that stagecoach, Sheriff? Where is it?
You know as well as me, Pottle.
Abe Carter would have to be late today, just when he has a cash box aboard for my bank.
I didn't know nothing about that.
Well, it's nonetheless true. $5,000 in cash on board, and he has to turn up late. It's time there were some laws regarding stages. They ought to be made to run on time.
Why don't you speak to Congress about it? Maybe they'd fix up the weather so there wouldn't be no mud holes and fallen trees and things.
Poor attempt at being funny.
Oh, isn't there any sign of the stage yet?
Oh, hello, Lenore, honey.
It's late.
Howdy, Miss Lenore.
Hello.
I suppose you still hold it against me for seeing young Tyndale get what he deserves.
I'm not interested enough in you, Mr. Pottle, to hold anything against you.
Now, look here, Pottle. Tyndale got a raw deal, but he took it like a man, savvy? And the first hombre in this town that tries to throw it up at him that he's been in jail will have me to answer for.
Paul?
Yeah, honey?
You said you had a hunch the masked man that captured Sandy would be in town when the stage arrived.
Reckon I was wrong, honey, but I sort of figured he'd be here.
You told Sally he'd see him when he come out of prison. Why, I guess I ought to thank that masked man, too. Now Sandy will be coming home. Otherwise, he might have been a real outlaw by this time.
As if he wasn't.
That'll do.
There comes the stage.
Oh,
here she comes.
The stage is in.
Come on, fellas. Let's give Sandy a welcome.
Hey, there ain't no one handling them horses.
What's the matter with the driver?
Something's wrong with Abe. Look at him slumped in the box.
Stop that stage and see if my money's aboard.
All right, boys. Stop those horses. Pull them up there, boy.
Someone shot poor Abe. Drilled him dead center.
Hang on to them horses.
Where's Sandy?
Tyndale ain't aboard. See if there's an iron box there.
Ain't nothing here. It's been looted.
I've been robbed. My cash is stolen.
You shut up. Let's get down to cases.
It's Sandy Tyndale. He was aboard and seen my cash and stole it.
That's not true. Sandy ain't a crook.
No telling what he is after 2 years in jail. He done this just for spite.
Pottle, if you don't shut up, I'll knock your mouth in.
Sheriff, one thing is certain. Abe is dead and the stage has been robbed.
Yeah.
The killer ain't dead. Why don't you go get him?
Sheriff, look at here.
What's that?
A spur. A fancy one at that. It was catched in the seat of the stage here.
Oh, Father, that spur.
Let me see it.
That proves my point. That's all that's needed. I know that spur.
I can't. I won't believe it.
You recognize this, honey?
Yes, It's one of the pair of fancy spurs that Sandy won at the rodeo, but he didn't rob the stage. He didn't kill the driver. He was coming home. Coming home to me, Pa. He wouldn't do this.
Man's dead, cash is gone. Tyndale ain't here, and there's his spur. Now, Sheriff, you get him.
That shell, Pa. Look yonder.
He did come. He was here. I knowed he'd show up. Now look at him travel.
The masked man.
He figures Sandy busted his word, and he's out hunting him. And he'll get him, too.
You gotta find my cash.
I gotta shut you up. And by darn, I'm going to do it.
The Lone Ranger had waited in town until the arrival of the stage. But when Sandy did not arrive, he raced from the station to his small camp in a grove of cottonwoods. There he met Tonto, his faithful Indian companion.
Oh, hold there, Silver. Oh, boy.
You see, friend?
He wasn't on the stage, Tonto. The only one on board was the driver, and the driver was dead.
What happened?
Someone shot him. There was money on board, and it was stolen.
Friend do that?
I'm sure he didn't do it. But whoever robbed the stage saw that one of Sandy's spurs was left to fix the blame on him.
It's frame-up?
Yes.
Why you think friend not kill?
If he did, Tonto, I'm a poor judge of men. I'd stake almost everything on Sandy Tyndale.
Him in jail 2 years.
And I'm sure he's learned his lesson. Get your horse saddled.
White fella.
We're going to head east and try to find Sandy. If he's guilty, he'll pay. We'll see to it that he gets the limit of the law. But if he isn't guilty, he'll need a friend.
That's right.
Because everyone's dead set against him. He'll never get to a trial. He'll be lynched.
Steady, white fella.
Me get him saddle ready.
As soon as you're cinched up, we'll start. The Lone Ranger remembered that on the other occasion when Sandy had fled from the law, he had gone into hiding in a certain cave in a distant valley. Now, with Tonto, the masked man, headed for this same cave once more. The Lone Ranger and his loyal Indian friend reached the valley and approached the mouth of the cavern long after dark. There's a light inside, Tonto.
Tonto, see him?
Oh, boy.
Oh, white fella. Oh.
We'll leave the horses here.
Somebody in cave.
I'm sure that's where we'll find Sandy. And in my mind, that will prove that he is not the killer.
Why that?
If he were, he'd know that we'd come here to find him. It's the same hideout he used before.
Maybe him not think about us.
Yes, he did. I told him we'd be waiting in town for him when he came out of prison.
Why him not go to town?
Jail does things to men, Kemosabe. It changes them. It makes them feel ashamed to meet their friends.
That's right.
Quite possible that it's done something of that sort to Sandy. Perhaps when he had the chance to return to town, he didn't feel that he'd be welcome there. Quiet now. Singing. There he is, sitting at the entrance to the cave. We'll try not to let him hear us. Killers don't sing like that, Tonto. Now I'm sure our friend is innocent.
We see him now?
Yes. Sandy.
What?
We came to speak to you.
You? Gosh, I never expected to see you again.
I told you we'd be waiting for you in town.
Yeah, I know it, friend, but I didn't go to town.
Everyone expected you to arrive on the stage this afternoon.
I didn't board the stage.
Why?
Well, I sort of lost my nerve, I reckon. I can't go back there now.
You've aged a lot in 2 years, Sandy.
I reckon I growed up.
You knew that Lenore would be waiting for you.
I'd as soon you didn't mention her. She's too fine a girl to waste her time on a convict.
She's still waiting. Why didn't you go on that stage?
Well, shucks, if Lenore never sees me anymore, she'll forget me and marry a man that's worthwhile. Me, I ain't no good.
That's wrong, Sandy.
You made a mistake, and you've paid for it. You paid in full, and you're square with the world.
No home, no money, nothing I can do.
You can do what any other man in this country can.
With a jail record behind me?
Yes.
And that ornery coyote banker Pottle agin me?
Why are you letting a man like him interfere with your success?
He's rich.
Lenore doesn't care about money.
Well, I ain't going to spoil the life of the finest woman in the world, and that's that.
By the way, Sandy, where are the silver spurs you won at that rodeo?
Gosh, I don't know. I ain't seen him in a long time. I reckon the last time I had him was before I got into trouble.
Where did you leave them?
Left him with what other stuff I had. In that old shack where I was living.
Sandy, you're going to town with us.
Sorry, mister, but I ain't doing no such thing.
Where's your gun?
I ain't got no gun. That's just it. Don't you see, I ain't nothing at all. They took everything I had when I went to jail. And what was left in my old shack is likely cleaned out by prowlers by this time.
I'll tell you why you're going to town with me. There was some of Banker Pottle's money on that stage that you were supposed to be on.
Yeah?
The money was stolen.
Stolen? And I suppose they suspect me.
They do.
And they'll frame me for it. Don't you see? What chance would I have with my record?
The driver of the stage was killed.
Then it's the hangman's rope if they get me.
Possibly.
And you want me to go back?
You're going back. If you're innocent, you'll have to prove it.
I listened to you once before. I went back and they sent me down for 2 years. They ruined my life. They took all I had. Now look at me. I ain't nothing.
You're going back.
I ain't. You can't make me go back.
Come, Tonto. Get our horses. We'll have to take Sandy with us.
Me get him horse.
My back was turned, Sandy. Why didn't you get a gun on me?
I told you I didn't have no gun.
And that's one thing more to convince me that you did not rob that stage.
I told you I didn't, but I can't prove it. Who'd believe me?
We'll find out who'll believe you. You see, one of the spurs I asked you about was put on the stage to pin the blame on you.
Then they're sure to hang me. They won't even give me a trial. They'll lynch me.
Come on. Tonto's bringing the horses.
No. Now look here. I ain't a chance.
Come.
Won't you give me no chance at all? It's the same as murdering me to take me back.
You're going to go back to town with us and clear your name.
But I tell
Will
you
you
that...
come of your own accord, or shall I put a rope on you?
Here. Horse.
Well, I ain't no choice, mister. I'll go.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The stage that was expected to bring Sandy Tyndale back to Pendleton after a 2-year term in prison for a youthful escapade arrived empty. The driver murdered and money consigned to the bank stolen. A fancy spur, known to belong to Sandy, was found caught in the stage, and banker Pottle accused the absent Sandy of the theft. The Lone Ranger found Sandy hiding in a cave and forced him to return to town. As our second act opens, we see the masked man and Sandy Tyndale riding through the night toward Pendleton.
I'll give you my word, Sandy. They'll not lynch you.
I don't know how you can stop them.
By letting you escape.
By the time they get a lynch mob formed, it'll be too late to try and escape. I ain't even got a horse.
If you're innocent, you've nothing to worry about.
You don't know what Pottle is like.
I want to find out. I want to know more about that man.
Well, he's bound and determined that I ain't going to get to marry Lenore.
What?
He's been trying for years to get her to marry him. The old coyote. He's old enough to be her paw.
I didn't know he had that sort of idea.
Well, he has. And the chances are Lenore would have better off to marry him. He's got a plenty of cash. He could give her everything that money would buy.
So that was his main purpose in insisting that the jury send you to jail.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's the case. That's why I'm sure to be blamed for the robbery.
Why?
Folks all know I had reason to bear a grudge against Pottle. If it wasn't for him, I'd been let go free. They'll figure I stole his cash just to get even.
And that, with the spur, makes a pretty strong case against you, Sandy.
Sure it does.
Unless...
Unless what?
Unless we can find the real thief.
Shucks, there ain't a chance. He's covered his tracks too well. Folks will lynch me before they bother to hunt for anyone else.
We'll camp outside the town tonight. You stay in the camp with Tonto.
What are you going to do?
See what I can learn about the case against you.
Oh, shucks, what's the use? Why don't you just let me go and save yourself a lot of bother?
Because, Sandy, I believe you're innocent. Come on there, Silver.
The Lone Ranger left Sandy and Tonto in camp, then proceeded into town alone. In the meantime, Pottle, the banker, had called in the sheriff. Pottle was in an unpleasant frame of mind.
I don't like your attitude on this thing, Sheriff. What's more, I'm going to see that you get called to account for hitting me.
Save your wind, Pottle. Maybe you can bulldoze other folks around town, but you can't get away with your high-handed ways with me.
No? Well, we'll see about that. What have you done about forming a posse?
I ain't formed one.
What have you done about searching for Sandy Tyndale?
What I do about my office ain't none of your affair. You run your bank. I'll run my office.
So that's the way you feel about it?
That's just how I feel about it. And you can like it or lump it.
Well, I don't like it. You're showing partiality, that's what you're doing. Just because your daughter's in love with Tyndale, you're willing to let him get away with murder.
That murder ain't going to be got away with, Pottle. The killer will hang for it. Just as soon as I'm convinced who done it.
What's that? Who done it? I'm telling you who done it. Sandy Tyndale done it. There's no end of proof.
Yeah? Well, just what's that proof consist of?
His spur.
Mm-hmm. Granting he had his spurs on when he left the prison. I'm expecting the deputy here most any minute now, and he'll tell me all about that.
What do you mean?
Reckon you heard me, Pottle.
Well, you ain't heard the last of me. You do your duty as you should, or I'll make this county too hot to hold you.
I'm going to try and do my duty, Pottle, as I should. Now, good night to you.
Dad-ratted old cuss.
Mr. Pottle?
Huh? Oh, you, Lenore.
Don't let Pa know I slipped out the back door. I want to speak to you.
What is it, Lenore?
Well, I don't know how to begin.
Well, just state what's on your mind.
Well, you've been asking me to marry you.
Well, that offer still holds good, Lenore. I know I'm older than you, but I'm settled. What's more, I got a plenty of cash.
I know.
I'll give you a fine home, good clothes, the best of everything.
Well, I would marry you, Mr. Pottle, if you'd leave Sandy Tyndale alone.
What?
I know Sandy didn't rob that stage. He couldn't do a thing like that. He couldn't kill a man.
That's a woman's notion.
It's true. If he was a murderer, a thief, do you think I'd marry you just to save him?
My money might have something to do with it.
If I wanted your money, I'd have married you before this. I don't want money. I want Sandy to be left alone. He didn't come back here because he's forgotten about me. Well, if he wants to forget, he may, but I don't want him hanged. He will hang if he's found.
He'll be found and hanged if it takes every dime I got. So now you'd marry me, huh? Now, when by doing it, you can save Tyndale's life.
No, Mr. Pottle, I thought I could, but I can't. I couldn't marry you, not even to save his life.
Save his life. I'll spend all I got to see him hang.
Pottle, that's you?
What are you coming here for, Martin?
Something to tell you. It's important.
Well?
We gotta do something. I just learned that a deputy is heading this way for the sheriff.
Yeah?
That spur was a bad idea.
Why?
The warden over at the prison told the deputy that Tyndale didn't have them spurs with him.
I didn't figure on the sheriff checking like that. Martin, the only way is to locate Tyndale and get a mob to lynch him.
Bartle did not know that the Lone Ranger was nearby listening. When the masked man had the information he needed, he mounted Silver and urged the great horse toward his camp, while a plan formed in his mind. As he entered camp, he shouted at Tonto and Sandy.
Come on, Tonto, Sandy, come with me and hurry.
What's the matter?
Follow me.
What's happened?
You're going to the sheriff's house, then to Bank of Pottles.
And hang.
And take a chance on being free.
But I...
Listen to me. Do you know that Lenora's told Pottle that she'd marry him?
Well, that's her privilege. Just as well I didn't plan to go back and hope to marry her.
She's willing to marry him to save you. She tried to get his promise to give up the search for you.
What?
That girl begged Pottle to leave you alone. Begged him to take her instead of you.
Lenore done that?
Yes. She doesn't care what the future holds for her. Without you, she has no future. For 2 years, she's been waiting for you to come back. You didn't come. She doesn't think you're a murderer and a thief. She thinks that you've forgotten her.
Then she...
That girl loves you.
Then I...
Now, come on. I'll tell you what to do. I'll show you how to find the real thief. Hi-yo, Silver!
Late that night, while Pottle was sleeping, stealthy footsteps could be heard making their way through his house. Finally, they paused beside the banker's bed. Pottle awakened suddenly and saw revealed by the light of a lamp the figure of the Lone Ranger.
Wake up.
What's this mean? Who are you?
Get up.
Is this a robbery? What's the idea?
You'll find out. Come into the other room. The sheriff is here to speak to you.
The sheriff?
Yes. Come on into the other room. Open that door.
All right. Stop shoving me.
Well, Mr. Pottle.
Have you got Tyndale yet? What's this masked man working with you for? What's this mean?
Now, take it easy, Pottle. I reckon I got some right good news for you.
Well?
We got Sandy Tyndale.
You got him?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Where is he?
Right outside. I suppose you will want to have a talk with him, won't you?
Yes. Yes, fetch him in. But who is this man?
Oh, he's a sort of a special deputy, that's all. His pard's holding Tyndale.
Bring him in, Tonto.
Well, it's been some time since we seen each other, Pottle.
You murdering thief.
I reckon there's a right strong case against me, ain't there?
You'll hang. That's what you'll do.
But look here, Pottle. I gave the sheriff back part of the cash.
What?
Yeah, he had the box and some of the cash. I put it on the floor there.
I didn't kill the man, but I guess ain't no use my trying to make anyone believe that.
No use at all. Pottle, he tells the thinnest yarns you ever heard.
You shouldn't get back any of the money. I'm sorry to see Tyndale get caught. Why don't you let him tell his story, Pottle?
What's his story? Where's the rest of the cash?
Listen, Mr. Pottle, you gotta believe me. I met a man and he gave me that box and a couple $1,000s in it. He said not to mention where I got it from. I didn't know it was stolen. I didn't know I was even suspected of a thief until I come to town.
Who gave it to you?
I don't know who it was.
That story's too thin.
That's about what I thought, Pottle. He's probably got the rest hid somewhere.
Take him to the jail. Lock him up. Hold him for killing the stage driver. I'll see him hang.
Coming with us, Pottle?
No, I reckon I'll turn in. Have a busy day tomorrow.
Come on then, Tyndale.
To jail with you.
Shortly after the men had left, Pottle hurried from his house and went straight to a shack. Without pausing, he burst through the door and roughly awakened his henchman.
Wake up. Wake up, you double-crossing, sneaking thief, you.
What's the matter?
Where's my money?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on. You know all right. You stole it from the house, then gave the box and some of the cash to Tyndale, knowing I couldn't say anything about the rest of it. You figured you'd get away with the rest.
You crazy loco. I never done no such thing.
I won't stand for your lying. You'll hand over my cash or I'll tell the law on you. I'll tell them who killed that man and who planted Tyndale's old spur in the stage.
Why, you...
Where's that money?
I ain't got it. You listen to me. You start trying to squeal on me and see where it gets you. I'll tell who hired me to rob the stage and frame Sandy. I'll tell him that the cash was in your house all the time you was raising Cain about it being stolen.
Now, who'd believe you against me?
I'd find someone. The sheriff ain't a fool. He knows the sort of ornery snake you are.
All right, then. I'll handle it my way. Give me that cash or I'll drill you right here.
You don't dare.
Don't I? I can find someone to blame for murdering you, you double-crossing rat. You come to meet me when I was at the girl's place with some sort of yarn about the Spurs story not being believed. I savvy it now. You just tried to make me think I was in danger so I wouldn't make too much fuss about the cash you stole.
I never touched your money after I brought it to you.
Give me that cash or I'll shoot.
I ain't got it. I tell you, I ain't
Quick!
got it. Quick, Pottle. No, you're wrong. It's a mistake.
Drop the gun.
What?
Drop it, Pottle. You're covered.
You again?
We're all here, Pottle, to hear the confession.
Tyndale.
I reckoned we'd get you before morning. You're the man. Said the killer of the stage driver had to hang, ain't you?
I didn't do it. He had it done. He's as much to blame as I am.
We'll settle that in court. And I don't reckon there'll be many men in your favor on that jury, Pottle. Come on, Sandy. We'll take these two to jail, and then I reckon Lenore will be waiting up to see us.
Gosh, I don't know what I ever done to deserve friends like I got.
Come on, Silver, old boy! There's a venture on the trail ahead! We've got to meet Tonto! Hail, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is bread. B-R-E-A-D.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Is that fool still around? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples tonight. It's a lot of money. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
We invited some pediatricians to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, we selected Dr. Alonzo Katz. His partner is a young mother from the audience, Mrs. Christine Garcia. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 immediately. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A young mother and a pediatrician. Which one is the young mother?
I am.
You are? Congratulations, Mrs. Christine Garcia, huh?
Yes.
You know, you're named after a 10-cent cigar. Did you know that?
Yes, I...
Well, where are you from? I'll call you Christine, huh?
Okay. I'm,
You call me Garcia, huh?
All right.
Later on, I'll give you a message from Garcia. Where are you from, Christine?
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
And Mr. Alonzo Cass, huh? What's your hometown?
Los Angeles.
And Mr. Cass, how long have you two been married? Huh?
I'm the pediatrician.
Oh. Well, I don't care what your religion is, just as long as you're happy. Now then, how long have you two been married? Huh?
She's not my wife.
A fine time to desert her right after she has a child. How old are you, Christine?
19.
19.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're certainly well preserved, huh? You don't look a day over 18. How long have you been a mother?
My baby is 8 months old.
Mr. Cass, what did you say your vocation was? And don't tell me the last 2 weeks in August, huh?
I'm a pediatrician.
That's a very old joke, huh? It's so old I didn't even get a laugh, huh? What is your vocation? And don't tell me the last 2 weeks in August, huh? Maybe the month is wrong. I'll try July next year. You're a pediatrician, huh?
That's right.
Is that so? How long have you been a bicycle rider?
I don't ride bicycles. I take care of babies.
Oh, you're a baby doctor, huh? Oh, I thought a baby doctor would be about 3 years old, huh? Like a baby elephant, huh? Well, that shows you, huh? You don't mind if I call you Doc, do you?
Well, most doctors like to be called just Doctor or Al.
Oh, I couldn't call my Dr. Al. His name is Henry, huh? You want me to call you Doctor or Al or what?
Well, you use your own judgment. That's perfectly all right.
Okay, well, tell me, Josephine, how long... You brought that on yourself, Doc. Do you have any little patients of your own at home?
Yes, I have 6 children. They're not patients.
They're not your patients, huh? Smart kids, they don't trust their old man. Why is that? Why aren't they your victims?
Well,
patients?
Usually it's not considered ethical to take care of your own family.
In addition to that, it'd be kind of difficult collecting the bill, wouldn't it? How old is your husband, Mrs. Garcia?
23.
Is he shaving yet?
Oh, yes.
What sort of work does he do?
He's an upholsterer.
How did you meet him?
I met him at a dance. My father introduced him to me.
What do you mean your father introduced you?
Well, he knew him.
Oh, he knew him, and did you evince a desire to meet this man, or just...
Well, no.
Does your father drag over everybody at a dance and say, here's another specimen, try this one?
No.
What is the baby's name, Christine?
John Joseph.
John Joseph? Any reason why you chose that name?
Well, John is my husband's first name, and Joseph is my father's name.
He gets an assist for dragging him over that dance. How much did your baby weigh when it was born, Christine?
6 pounds, 8 ounces.
And what does it weigh now?
22 pounds.
Gained a lot of weight, didn't he?
Well, they're supposed to double their weight in 6 months.
At that rate, time the kid is 21, he'd weigh about 2,300 pounds. Doc, Croker, is Christine doing the right thing?
Well, the first job of a baby is to gain weight and keep its strength up.
In some cases, that's the last job the bum ever has, huh? How much does your pride enjoy eating a day, Christine?
Besides baby food, 4 bottles.
You eat 4 bottles a day? That's a pretty hardy kid, you know.
He doesn't...
when you burp him, isn't there danger of flying glass? I suppose he just lies there on his back and blows martini bubbles. What did you put in his bottle, Christine?
His formula, about 160 calories.
Mm-hmm. What's a calorie? Is that any relation to cab calorie?
Well, that's something in the food to make the baby big and strong.
You better stick to a plain diet for that kid, huh? Every day, wholesome food like bottles and glasses. Now, Pablo and Pete, suppose you tell them... Suppose you tell this little mother what a calorie is.
Well, a calorie is the amount of heat that it takes to heat a cubic centimeter of water through 1 degree.
Well, if your kid can swallow that, he has a cast iron stomach. Doc, what kind of a pediatrician are you, huh?
Well, I belong to the Blue Shield.
What's that? What's the Blue Shield?
Blue Shield's a national organization organized by the doctors. It's a voluntary medical insurance plan where the people pay a certain amount each month. Then they're taken care of by any doctor that they choose.
Well, is it like in England? Can they get glasses and toupees and things like that?
Well, I don't dispense glasses and toupees. I suppose they'd have to pay.
Have you got an old toupee? You're not...
Not yet.
Well, what do you do as a pediatrician?
Well, I take care of the babies right from birth and watch their development and advise the mothers how to feed their babies and see that they're raised, I hope, into being good citizens.
Do the mothers swallow all this hoopla?
No.
Tell me, Christine, does your pediatrician do all this work on your baby?
Well, so far he's given him a couple of shots.
You mean he shot him? Well, we've all got to go sometime, I guess. Why'd he shoot him, in the head?
No, in the arm.
I'm still getting those, huh? Well, I'm glad to hear that. He just winged him, in other words. Now, Doc, as long as you're here, would you mind if I steal some free advice?
No, go ahead.
I have a 3.5-year-old daughter, and she loves candy. Should I give it her?
Why, of course.
How much?
Well, she can have all she wants, as a matter of fact.
All she wants?
Yes.
Isn't it bad for the teeth? Or?
No.
Is that so? Well, I'm glad my kid can't hear this. And she doesn't like to drink her orange juice in the morning. What should I do about that?
Well, you could try drinking it yourself.
Well, by the time I get to hers, it's pretty sloppy, huh? And during the night, she likes to get up out of bed every few hours. How can I make her sleep?
Try spanking her.
Every night, slugging her?
I don't think it would last very long if you slug her once or twice.
I don't think I would either. Well, that's you're pretty tough with babies, huh? Give them a lot of candy, snatch away their orange juice, and slug them, huh? Can't wait till I get home with that baseball bat, huh? Well, in spite of my kidding, Doc, I'm sure you pediatricians are contributing a great deal to the health of the community. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to try for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question.
Every DeSoto Plymouth dealer has an assignment that means service to you. A mission to deal with you fairly and squarely, whether it be for a new car, a used car, or a simple repair job. Friends, those few simple words stand for a whole way of doing business. A business policy, you might call it, by which more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers across the entire country have made a reputation which, frankly, is the envy of many other folks in the automotive business, or in any business for that matter. These dealers realize that it's good business sense to treat customers right, to make courtesy an important part of the day's work of all their employees, to tackle any job, no matter how small, with an honest desire to please you. Now, if that's the kind of place you like to do business with, drive in to any authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now, let's see if a young mother and a pediatrician will get the chance at the $2,500. Send them and tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with beverages in the title. Is that right? Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try and talk right into the microphone?
$10.
What's the name of this song? Play, Jerry.
Roll out the barrel.
What is it? And they're on their way. They have $30, Groucho.
Well, now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
20 this time.
$20. Let's see if you can identify this one.
P for 2.
P for 2.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
All right, you have $50. How much of the 50 will you bet?
40.
40. Give me the title of this song with a beverage in the title. Music, please.
Cream in my coffee.
Cream in my coffee. You're the cream of my coffee at 70 cents a pound. Now, here's the...
They have $90,
$90.
Groucho.
They wouldn't have written that song today. Here's your last chance to beat the other couple. How much of the 90 are you going to try?
20.
$20. All right. This song is by Hoagie Carmichael. It's got a beverage in the title. Okay?
Oh, buttermilk sky.
Oh, buttermilk sky.
And they wind up with $110.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't sneak off. You might still be high for the night and get the chance at the $2,500 question.
Groucho, the secret word is still bread. Perhaps our next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a shoemaker and a housewife. And here they are, Mr. Marvin Babb and Mrs. Harriet Mosley. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Mosley, is that right?
Right.
Where are you from, Mrs. Mosley?
Sioux City, Iowa, originally.
Sioux City, huh? Mr. Babb, who do you work for?
For Joe Zinke.
Are you married, Mr. Babb?
Yes.
Does your wife think you're a good shoemaker?
Well, naturally.
Probably thinks you're a fine fellow to boot, too, huh? Has she ever done that?
She's tried it a few times.
Do you have any little hides at home that need tanning?
Got one.
Got one, huh? How long have you been married, Mrs. Mosley?
Almost 14 years.
Well, you don't look it.
Thank you, sir.
You look like a recent bride.
I'm almost old enough to be your mother, I'll bet.
I would consider that very seriously if
Anytime, Mr. Marks, you come out and join the brood.
Well, if I have to be part of a brood, let's skip it, huh? I want to do my own brooding. Now, you have children? I'll call you Harriet, huh?
Thank you. Yes, I have children.
What are their ages?
12, and 8, and 6, and 4.
Bingo. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you called my number. How did you meet your husband, Harriet?
Feet first.
Feet first?
Yes, sir. He was stuck in a transom.
Was it your transom?
No, sir.
Would you mind clarifying that?
Well, he was trying to get into his own hotel room, the hard way, I guess. He started through, and the transom had closed on him, and he couldn't get out. He couldn't get in.
Are you sure that was his room?
Yes, sir, I am. Because he was making these strange noises. That's the first thing that drew my attention to him. And
well, it's not the customary position.
No. Certainly isn't. And he said, well, I have a key in my pocket. That seemed awfully silly, but I got the key out of his pocket.
Just a moment, Harriet. Just a moment. Why was he going in through the transom if he had a key in his pocket?
Mr. Marks, he's never told me. I honestly don't know. That's the truth.
And he's still...
I have my own ideas, but...
They're not your own ideas. They're mine, too. Now, shoemaker, I'll just call you cobbler, huh?
Oh, we don't like to be called that. That's more of a butcher.
Well, some of my shoes have been butchered up pretty well. Well, what specifically do you do?
I repair shoes, put on new soles, new heels, make repairs in the uppers.
You repair uppers? You mean you're also a dentist?
No, I just make shoes.
Oh, now what's the... used to be an old joke about a fellow, patent leather shoes, leather on top and his bare feet were patent on the ground. That belonged to Moran and Mac, the two Black Crows. And they can have it, I might add. How'd you get to be a shoemaker? Did you study at Oxford?
No.
That's a kind of a joke, you see. Which shoes are hard? Do you ever sing Shoo Shoo Baby when you're working on it? No, I guess not. Which shoes are harder to repair, men's or women's?
No, women's shoes are much harder to repair.
Why is it?
Well, because of all the fantastic designs and styling.
So why do they wear such fantastic styles? Harriet, maybe you can answer that. Why do they wear such peculiar styles?
To get the men to notice their feet.
Wouldn't they do better attracting attention if they walked around barefoot? Well, if you really want to stop traffic, try going without looking carefully before you cross the street. What do they put in cheap shoes that make them wear out?
Well, they put a lot of belly leather in the soles and the insoles.
What's belly leather?
Well, that's the part of the hide that is the covering for the animal's belly. And then you put...
What's the matter with that? Why isn't that just as good as any other part?
Well, that's nice for the cow, but it don't work very good in shoes.
You mean they just can't stomach that kind of leather? Suppose I brought some shoes into your shop and they were in pretty bad shape. Exactly, what would you do to them?
They were really knocked around, beat up, and rip, rattle, and run down the heels. I'd put on a new welt, new heels, new heel bases.
You do all
really
that,
Really make them look like a new pair of shoes.
Seems hardly worthwhile to go to all that trouble. I'm talking about horseshoes. Now, can you tell anything about a person just by looking at a pair of shoes?
Yes.
Well, what can you tell? Give us an example.
Well, you can tell whether he's a man or a woman.
Shoemaker, stick to your last. How would you like it if I came down to your shop and tied all the shoelaces together? Well, I must say I learned a lot about shoe repairing here tonight. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for $2,500. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big question later. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The pediatrician and the young mother earned $110.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected leaders in our government as your category. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
10.
Who is Vice President of the United States?
Barkley.
Alvin Barkley is right.
We're on their way with $30, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
20.
Who is the Chief Justice of the United States?
Douglas?
No, I'm sorry. It's Fred Vinson.
Oh, dear.
Now they have $10.
Well, now you've got $10. Here's your third question. How much of the 10 will you try?
Bet the 10.
Who is the senior senator from Ohio? His father was a president.
Taft.
Senator Taft is correct.
And they're on their way again. They have $20.
Now you've got 20. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 20 will you bet?
20.
Who is the Secretary of State?
Dean Atkinson.
Dean Atkinson is correct.
And they wind up with $40.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, in a moment, we'll know who's going to earn the chance at the $2,500 question. George, who's ahead so far?
The pediatrician and the young mother are leading with $110. And the secret word is still bread. We invited a number of models to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience chose Dorothy Green. Her partner is Mr. M.A.K. Feldsberg, an artist. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, including that whistle. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Miss Dorothy Green, is that right?
That's correct.
You're the model, and a very, very lovely one, too, huh?
Thank
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Let's quit right here, huh? Do you have any little new models at home?
Well, they're sort of new. I have 3.
You have 3?
Yes, I do.
How old are they?
I have 1 6, 1 5, and 1 2.
Well, you don't look it.
Well, thank you.
You must have got married on your bar mitzvah. And Mr. M.A.K. Felsberg, is that right?
Yes.
Where are you from, Mac?
New York originally.
I call you Mac, huh?
Yes, definitely.
Where are you from?
New York originally.
New York, huh? You're the artist, huh?
That's right.
You look a little drawn. I didn't recognize the name. What comic strip do you draw, Mr.
I don't draw comic strips.
Well, keep trying. You'll get there, huh? Are you married, Mac?
Yes.
How did you meet your wife?
At Carnegie Hall, we happened to have been sitting together.
Did you go in there together, or just...
No.
Just music lovers, huh?
Yes.
You started out as music lovers, is that it?
That's right.
And you didn't wind up that way, no?
No, I carried on with my painting.
I hope that's the only carrying on you did, Mr.
Definitely.
What were they playing the night you were at Carnegie Hall, do you remember?
Oh, Brahms' Brandenburg Concerto No. 2.
Oh.
Never forget that.
It's Bach, you know. It's not Brahms.
Bach, yes.
Yes. Just want you to know that I'm no schmo, you know. Many a glass of Bach beer I've drunk in my time. Have you ever painted a portrait of your wife, Mr. Felsberg?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
Where do you hang her? Huh? Where did you hang her?
In the living room over the fireplace.
Isn't it a little warm there?
Talking about the painting.
On this program, we're never sure, Mr. Felsberg. Do you have many paintings on exhibition in galleries?
Yes, I have some all the way across the country, Boston, New York, Pittsburgh, and a few others.
Any local people?
Yes,
people?
Recently I sold a painting, quite a large painting, to Frank Sinatra.
To Sinatra?
Yes.
Who carried it home for him? That was probably a frame-up, huh? How can you tell if someone has artistic talent?
Well, I don't believe in the talent. There is no such thing as
There's
talent.
no such thing as?
No.
This will be a great blow to Bing Crosby, you know. Particularly since his son is now pushing him off the airwaves. Could I learn to paint a picture of Dorothy Green here?
Oh, I think so, with the proper supervision.
Well, if I have to have supervision, I'm not interested. Now, what kind of a model are you outside of being a pretty fair-looking dish, Dorothy? Are you the new 1950 model DeSoto that's all new from bumper to bumper?
Well, I wouldn't say that, no. I'm a photographic and showroom model.
And where do you do your modeling?
I work through Carolyn Leonetti's agency in Hollywood.
House of Charm, isn't it?
Yes.
May I ask how old you are, Dorothy?
Yes, I'm 26.
You're a fairly recent model, aren't you? What size are you?
What size am I? I'm a perfect size 12.
I don't care what size you are. You're just perfect, Dorothy. What do you say is the most difficult part about modeling?
Well, I would say the fact that we usually work a season ahead. You wind up in a nice, stuffy, hot showroom modeling fur coats in the middle of the summer, and you usually wind up out on the beach in the pouring rain modeling bathing suits in January or something.
You wear a bathing suit in the winter?
Yes, I have, many times.
I can't see what keeps you warm.
You're not supposed to.
Well, I can dream, can't I? Now, what kind of models do you prefer to work with, Mr. Felsberg?
Well, I paint the sea, landscapes and seascapes.
Well, you stick to your work and I'll stick to mine. Now, Mr. Felsberg, I want you to disregard anything I've said about you. Your professional reputation is safe in spite of me. Now, you're going to play the DeSoto Plymouth game. You bet your life. If you beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $2,500 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The pediatrician and the young mother are still ahead with $110.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected maiden names of movie stars as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10? All right, we'll try 10.
What is Mrs. Humphrey Bogart's maiden name?
Lauren Bacall.
Lauren Bacall is correct.
And they're off to a good start with $30, Groucho.
How much of the 30 are you going to try? Remember, you're going for $2,500. That's the big one now.
Right.
20.
20? What is Mrs. Tyrone Power's maiden name?
Linda Christian.
Linda Christian is correct.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
Now you have $50. Here's your third question. How much will you bet of the 50?
25.
25.
25.
Here we go. What is Mrs. Walter Wange's maiden name?
Joan Bennett.
Joan Bennett is right.
They're really on their way. They have $75.
Now you got 75, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 75 will you risk?
Can we try 60?
Right. Yes.
60.
60. What is Mrs. Desi Arnaz's maiden name?
Lucille Ball.
Lucille Ball.
And they wind up with a grand total of $135, and that means that they get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question. If you own a car, it's important to you to get expert service at a fair price. You don't have to be told that. But I do want to tell you that it pays to go to an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer, whether it's an emergency or a routine checkup. For there, you get expert, courteous service at the lowest possible cost. In fact, that's a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's everyday way of doing business. Now, they're able to accomplish this because they have highly skilled mechanics in their shop. And these experts work with special factory-designed and approved tools. From the records they keep on your car, they're able to tell you, for example, when your engine is ready for a tune-up or new lubrication. They'll tell you when your tires should be rotated to add thousands of miles to their life. So, for the best from your car, drive in where you get the best service at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the model and the artist, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question, Groucho.
Well, you won't have to paint anything for a long time if you guess this, Mr. Felsberg. All right, here we go for $2,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully, and please, No help from the audience. Here it is. As you know, members of the President's Cabinet are appointed. The portfolio of one of these, however, expires every 4 years. Which Cabinet member's term expires every 4 years? Okay, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
No,
I'm sorry. It's the Postmaster General.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $3,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $135 in the quiz. Congratulations and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $3,000.
Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Just take it slow on ice or snow. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
You know, mate, you really should treat me with more respect. After all, I am a famous conqueror and knight. Wait, they don't make seals knights? Oh, yes, they do. They fought with both the Muslims and the Spanish. I find that hard to believe. And I think I'm going to regret asking this, but what did you ever conquer? I conquered the Levant of the Iberian Peninsula. No, you didn't. Oh, yes, I did. Haven't you ever heard of El Cid? Ow, 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 ow! I think that's going to wrap it up for us tonight. Well, this morning, anyway. Yep, have a good morning, and be sure to tune in next time at 8 o'clock. Yeah, where hopefully I'll be able to find a way to keep a seal out of my studio. Good morning, everyone.